It has been almost 2 years since I came to this starry sky. Wang Xian stood in front of the dragon throne and looked ahead with a smile on his face. The number of members of the Dragon Palace had reached 450,000. With the help of the Devouring Dragon, there were a total of 550,000 members. Could be said to be a real army. Wang Xian sensed the strength of the members of the Dragon Palace and revealed a satisfied expression on his face. The ordinary army in this bright starry sky was mainly made up of god-level powerhouses. An army made up of god-level members of the Dragon Palace was definitely not weak in this bright world. Only a few epic-level forces were able to form an army of god-level powerhouses. Next, we have to enter the center of the Star-South star system and destroy the Inferno Immortal dynasty. We have to find out who the young master who ordered them is. Also, Tianya, Emperor Star Lady and the rest had mentioned before that the organization that was chasing after Qingyu and Ling Xiu was called Tianya. After Wang Xian's understanding during this period of time, Tianya was a top organization in the center of the Star-South galaxy. It was close to a first-rate organization. With a level 7 immortal king holding the fort, it had stood tall in the Star-South galaxy for more than 50 million years. According to the information available in the AI, there were more than 1,000 Immortal King-level experts in the World's End faction. Although the thousands of Immortal King-level experts were nothing to him, they were still lacking in terms of high-end combat strength. There's no rush. When the Dragon Palace gets stronger, when I break through to the Immortal King level, it will be time for them to pay the price. Wang Xian's eyes flashed with a cold glint. He would have to pay a bloody price if he dared to bully the delicate green moon. Reporting to the Dragon King, the emissary of the chaotic tiger demon nation has arrived on the East Pool planet and sent an invitation letter. At this moment, Prime Minister Gue walked into the Dragon King's palace and reported to Wang Xian. Oh, the invitation letter from the chaotic tiger demon nation. Wang Xian was slightly stunned and a hint of astonishment appeared on his face. He waved his arm and the invitation letter flew into his hand. It was an invitation letter made of metal that looked like a godly tiger. On it was written an invitation letter to the Dragon King. Wang Xian opened it and a line of words appeared on it. The chaotic tiger demon kingdom's 20-million-year-old founding ceremony had invited the Dragon King to attend the ceremony. Buzz buzz. At this moment his brain trembled. Wang Xian looked over and saw that it was a message from the Imperial Preceptor of Heaven Demon Kingdom. The message was also an invitation to the 20-million-year celebration of the chaotic tiger demon nation. The celebration of the chaotic tiger demon nation. There should be quite a number of forces going there. The Dragon Palace is going to establish a foothold in the Southern Star System in the future. We can go there and take a look. Wang Xian mumbled to himself. He looked at the date on the message and immediately gave an answer. Prime Minister Gue, prepare a generous gift. Let's go to the chaotic tiger demon nation together and participate in their celebration. Wang Xian said to Prime Minister Gue. Yes, Dragon King. I will go and prepare now. Prime Minister Gue immediately nodded his head. This time, we can take a look at the forces in the center of the star Southern Galaxy. As he spoke, he immediately went to his bedroom and reported the matter of the celebration to the girls. Wang Xian was a good man. Dragon King, we are ready. 3 days later, Prime Minister Gue said respectfully to Wang Xian. There were more than 50 people in the group. Ao Jian Dragon Guard, Ao Qi, Ao Qitian, and Mu Zixin, followed by a group of Berserk Dragon species. The Berserk Dragon species that had completely broken through to the Immortal King level. Out of the 50 people, Prime Minister Gue and 2 civil officials were the weakest. The rest were at least level 3 Immortal King level. This time, it was an official occasion to participate in a large faction celebration. Naturally, the Dragon Palace had to show some strength and attitude. Let's go. Wang Xian swept his gaze across the crowd and nodded at Prime Minister Gue and the rest. It's the Dragon King. Everyone nodded and walked towards the teleportation formation. Wang Xian, where are you guys going? When Wang Xian and the rest passed by the dragon field, Di Xingnu, who was sparring with a few members of the Dragon Palace, saw them and asked curiously, I'm going to the center of the southern star system to participate in a celebration. Wang Xian looked at her and said directly, "The center of the southern star system? Oh right. Do you still need my help as the desolate beast bait in the future?" Di Xingnu raised her eyebrows and asked. "Not for the time being." Wang Xian shook his head and looked at her suspiciously. "What's the matter?" "I'll go with you guys. I haven't appeared in public for more than a year. I'm planning to hold a small concert in the southern star system." "Great. Let's go together." Celestial Lady D immediately smiled and said, "Wait. I need to inform Sister Yin Xian." Celestial Lady D moved and left immediately. Wang Xian looked at her and smiled. Celestial Lady D had stayed in the Dragon Palace for more than half a year. She had a pretty good relationship with the girls. The one who had the best relationship was Tang Yinxian. The main reason was that the two of them shared a common hobby: music. Back on Earth, Tang Yinxian was a small star who later became the queen of the Dolphin clan. The dolphins on Earth possessed special bloodlines and abilities. Now that they had the divine dragon bloodline, they were even more powerful. Especially when it came to sound waves, they had terrifying talent. Tang Yinxuan's attainments in sound waves were also very high. Di Xingnu was also at the level of a grandmaster when it came to music. After the two of them met, they quickly became good friends. "Xiao Xian, I want to go with you. I want to appear in the concert that Xingnu is holding. I'm about to debut." Tang Yinxian walked over quickly and said to Wang Xian with a smile on her face. Beside her, there was a group of girls. These were the incarnations of the dolphins. They were all pretty and beautiful. "You want to debut as a celebrity too?" Wang Xian was speechless as he looked at Yin Xian. HMPH, don't look down on Sister Yin Xian. She already has hundreds of billions of fans. Her singing voice is not inferior to mine. At the side, the diva saw Wang Xian's expression and snorted softly to speak up for Tang Yin Xian. "Hee, Sister Fenghuan, Sister Shuqing, and I have already agreed that I will be a big celebrity in the future. I will be the one selling the pills and weapons that they create on the AI. I want to create a super brand that belongs to us. There are many big corporations on the AI that do this." Tang Yinxian said with a smile. All right. In the future, I will be the strongest backing behind Big Celebrity Tang, and also the #1 fan of Big Celebrity Tang." Wang Xian walked over, rubbed her head, and said with a smile, "Let go. There are so many people." Tang Yinxian immediately opened his palm and said in a delicate voice, "Hee, we are an old married couple." Wang Xian smiled happily. "Playboy scumbag." The Imperial Star ladies curled their lips and said in a low voice, "All right, let's go." As Wang Xian spoke to them, he walked toward the teleportation formation. The teleportation formation could be directly sent to a planet purchased by the Dragon Palace at the center of the Xingnan Galaxy. Wang Xian and the rest flew out from the Dragon Palace in the ocean of the slightly desolate planet. They sized up their surroundings. It was not Wang Xian's first time on this planet. The Dragon Palace here was built by himself. There were no humans living on the desolate planet. There were not many creatures in the ocean. The main reason why the Dragon Palace was built here was to build a teleportation formation. If they were to fly from the Tianzi continent to this place, it would take at least a month. It would also take 5 to 6 days to fly from the Luorman Desolate Beast Park. Wang Xian and the rest hovered above the planet and immediately searched for the location of the chaotic tiger demon country. The AI was planning the route and Wang Xian took a look. The center of the southern star system was more prosperous than the starry sky of the Tianzi continent. They could teleport to the nearest planet. After a few transmissions, they would arrive in a few hours. If they were to fly, even the Undying Emperor would need a few months. According to the AI's records, there were over 1 billion planets in the center of the Star-South galaxy, and close to 1 million life planets inhabited by humans. Even the Undying Emperor would need half a year to travel through the entire galaxy, and this was without sleep or rest. I've been to the Star-Southern galaxy a few times. There are a total of 5 commercial planets here. This time, the venue for our concert is Xinghua Planet. Xinghua Planet doesn't seem to be too far away from the chaotic tiger demon country. The Imperial Star Lady looked at the map and said, It will take about 10 hours to fly to the nearest planet. Wang Xian looked at the distance and said, Dragon King, since you were so rich, you should buy a spaceship. This way you don't have to travel on your own. The celestial maiden teased Wang Xian. Where is the spaceship of a superstar like you? Wang Xian asked her. He knew that the celestial maiden had a spaceship that was fast. My spaceship can only carry 12 people, she said indifferently. Flying is not bad either. I can see the scenery of the universe. Tang Yinxian said with a smile. Sister Yinxian, you are strong because you can see the scenery, but I am different, Di Xingnu said enviously. She now understood the strength of the Dragon Palace. Sister Yinxian, who was younger than her, had the combat strength of an immortal king level 2. When she found out about it, she was extremely shocked. Hee. Let little Xian help you raise your strength in the future. Tang Yinxian smiled at her, and the group flew towards the nearest planet. The two girls beside them were chatting non-stop. Their chattering made the journey seem livelier. Wang Xian smiled at the side. Yinxian liked to sing. This time, they had found a friend who shared the same interests. 10 hours later, they arrived on a planet and began to teleport through the teleportation formation. After 5 transfers, they arrived at the planet where the chaotic tiger demon nation was located. This time, the chaotic tiger demon nation is holding a huge ceremony. They invited many forces of different sizes. After all, it's a celebration of the founding of the dynasty for 20 million years. It's very historic. I heard that they even invited their old enemy, the Demon Slayer sect. TSK. Looks like they want to intimidate the Demon Slayer sect. They have been enemies with the Demon Slayer sect for tens of millions of years. The strength of both parties are about the same. As soon as they came out of the teleportation formation, the bustling sounds entered his mind. It was obviously much livelier than the previous few transit planets. Wang Xian looked around and found that they were in a grand canyon among the mountains. There were all kinds of buildings on the surrounding mountains. The buildings were slightly peculiar. It was obviously the style of the demon beasts. At this moment, the teleportation formation was surrounded by forces from all directions. Wang Xian looked around and found that there were quite a number of powerhouses. There were thousands of immortal God King powerhouses in the surroundings alone, as expected of the center of the Star South Galaxy. Wang Xian mumbled, Please show us your invitation. At this moment, 2 middle-aged men with wings walked over and said politely, Here. Wang Xian handed over the invitation. Respected Dragon King, please follow us. The 2 middle-aged men saw the invitation and immediately showed an extremely respectful expression as they said respectfully, Let's go. Wang Xian looked around. Clearly, their invitation letter was slightly different from the others. Respected Dragon King, we will bring you to the palace of the demon god. The 2 middle-aged men from the chaotic tiger demon kingdom said respectfully. All right. Wang Xian nodded his head. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Soon, a huge bird flew over. It was about 500 meters in size. The 2 soldiers from the chaotic tiger demon kingdom gestured at them. Wang Xian and the rest immediately flew up. Chirp, chirp. The bird flew up and flew towards the mountains in front of them. In the forest of Mount Shi, 2 gigantic godly tiger sculptures appeared in everyone's line of sight. A vast and desolate divine palace appeared in front of them. In the sky, a group of winged soldiers swept past them and let them pass. The bird and beast entered the divine art. Not long after they entered, they landed in a small grassland. Ha ha ha! Dragon King. Welcome to our Tiger Chaos Immortal Demon Nation. Thank you for coming. As soon as they landed, the Imperial Preceptor of the Tiger Chaos Immortal Dynasty who received the news came up to them with a warm expression. Haha, the Imperial Preceptor's kind invitation will naturally come. Wang Xian walked over and shook hands with him. It's our honor. Dragon King, please, we have prepared a feast. The Imperial Preceptor said enthusiastically. All right. Wang Xian nodded with a smile and followed the Imperial Preceptor into the inner part of the Divine Palace. Along the way, the Imperial Preceptor introduced some items in the Divine Palace to Wang Xian. He also introduced the chaotic tiger demon nation and the celebration this time around. This must be the Dragon King. He's young and promising. The group entered a palace. A burly elder dressed in a tiger robe with the word King on his forehead came up to them with a loud laugh. Dragon King, this is the king of our Tiger Riot Demon Nation. The imperial preceptor of Heaven Demon introduced him to Wang Xian. King of Tiger Riot, I've long heard of your name. Wang Xian smiled and cupped his hands at the old man. Haha, you're welcome, you're welcome. Speaking of the previous incident, we still have to thank you, Dragon King. Come, everyone, you've come from afar. Please have a seat. Have some food first. I'll get someone to bring you to a place to rest later. The monarch of Chaotic Tiger Nation gestured to Wang Xian politely. Ever since the imperial preceptor of Heaven Demon Empire and the rest came back last time and heard some news about the Dragon Palace, the monarch of Chaotic Tiger Nation and the rest felt that the strength of the Dragon Palace was not to be underestimated. Even if it was inferior to the Chaotic Tiger Nation, it was not inferior to them. Therefore, he came here this time to discuss with the imperial preceptor and ask him to stay in the Divine Palace. He also invited him to a banquet in advance and befriended him. It could be said that the Dragon Palace was the most important thing in the Tiger Chaos Demon Kingdom celebration this time. It was because the Dragon Palace might become true friends with them. This was something that the other forces in the region could not compare to. The leader of the Chaotic Tiger Nation is too polite. Wang Xian saw how polite the leader of the Chaotic Tiger Nation was and sat by the side with a smile on his face. Prime Minister Tang Yinxian, Di Xingnu, sat by his side. Haha, since we are guests, we naturally have to treat them well. The leader of the Chaotic Tiger Nation waved his arm. Serve the dishes and serve the good wine. I didn't expect the Chaotic Tiger Demon Nation to treat Wang Xian and the rest so seriously. They are treating them to a private banquet. The Imperial Star Lady mumbled softly when she saw the scene. The Chaotic Tiger Demon Nation was a second-rate force. It was already considered pretty good to have such strength. In the Imperial Star region, only the few freakish disciples of the current generation had a second-rate force following them. The other disciples would at most have a third-rate force following them. However, she also knew that the current strength of the Dragon Palace was already considered a second-rate force, and the potential of the Dragon Palace was even more terrifying. It was only right for the Chaotic Tiger Demon Nation to pay attention to it. The banquet began. Good wine, good dishes, and singing and dancing began. The Sky Demon dancers were obviously different from the human women. Their dance postures also had a different flavor. Prime Minister Wang Xian and Prime Minister Gue were chatting with the national advisor of the Chaotic Tiger Nation from time to time. The banquet was rather enjoyable. Dragon King, I see that you have a peerless swordsman beside you. Can you let this brother have a sword exchange with me? Hehe. I see that the sword gleams of these brothers are extremely sharp. My true form is the saber-toothed tiger Heaven Demon, and I devour swords like my life. After 3 rounds of drinking, the 2 generals of the Chaotic Tiger Nation, who were accompanying Wang Xian, were itching to have a sword exchange with him. Oh, sword duel? Haha, good, good, let's meet friends with swords. Wang Xian looked at Ao Jian and nodded with a smile. General Jian, don't be rude. On the stage, the king of the Chaotic Tiger Demon Kingdom shouted at the old man in dissatisfaction. King, my hands are itchy, my hands are itchy. I can feel the sword rays of my brothers even when I'm sitting across from them. The old man bowed slightly and said to the king of the Chaotic Tiger Demon Kingdom with a smile. It's all right, it's all right. Let's stop here. Let's spar and discuss sword techniques. Wang Xian smiled and said to the king of Chaotic Tiger Nation. All right, don't ruin the peace. The king of Chaotic Tiger Nation pondered for a moment and nodded. He looked at Ao Jian and reminded him kindly, My brother, our sword general lives on the sword. He has obtained great opportunities in sword techniques. Don't be careful. Thank you for your reminder, King of Chaotic Tiger Nation. My sword is the merciless way of the sword. Ao Jian moved his palm and a sharp sword appeared in his hand. Haha, good, good. Let's meet friends with the sword. It can be considered as adding fuel to the fire. The sword general jumped to the center of the room happily. Ao Jian, just spar and give me some pointers. Wang Xian transmitted his voice to Ao Jian. The space here is too small. The 2 of you can spar inside. Wang Xian waved his arm and the five elements millstone appeared in his hand. With a wave of his arm, a space appeared in the middle of the space. Oh, what is this? A formation? A treasure? The leader of the chaotic tiger nation looked over in astonishment. A witch weapon. Wang Xian smiled and said, "Witch?" The leader of the chaotic tiger nation was slightly surprised as he looked towards the center of the space. Ao Jian and General Jian stepped into the space and immediately realized that they seemed to have entered a huge space. This space was enough for them to use. "I'm a saber-toothed tiger. Brother. Thank you for your advice." General Jian cupped his hands and a sword appeared in his palm. He said with a smile, "Ao Jian, heartless sword principle, you attack first." Ao Jian smiled at him. "Okay, then I won't be polite." General Jian was very straightforward. He waved his arm. Clang. The sharp sword was unsheathed. Clang. On the opposite side, Ao Jian shook his palm and the golden longsword in his hand was also unsheathed instantly. On the opposite side, the sword of the sword general clearly trembled and let out a mournful cry. "Take this." His eyes were wide open and filled with shock as he attacked with the long sword in his hand. Bang, 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 bang. Ao Jian stood there, holding the sword in one hand and following it with the other. Countless moves were countered. The laws were extremely solid, and every collision caused the space to tremble slightly. The realms of the two should be the same, but General Jian was completely suppressed. The other party didn't use any strength at all. He stood there with a sword in one hand, not moving at all. The difference between the two is obvious. The chaotic tiger nation master looked at the two people fighting in the array formation in the middle with a face full of shock. They, the generals of the chaotic tiger demon nation, had no ability to resist at all. The gap is too big. Dragon King. The swordsmanship of your subordinate is really terrifying. The imperial preceptor of Heaven Demon Nation was also slightly shocked as he spoke to Wang Xian. So far, Ao Jian's swordsmanship has yet to meet an opponent. However, General Jian is considered an expert in swordsmanship in my opinion. An ordinary swordsman wouldn't dare to draw his sword in front of me. Wang Xian said with a smile. "I've lost." A minute later, General Jian's longsword fell to the ground with a whine. He was stunned for a moment before he picked up the longsword in his hand in disappointment. Then he walked out of the space of the formation in a daze. "Your swordsmanship is also very good. You are the first person who can draw his sword in front of me." Ao Jian cupped his hands toward General Jian and said, "I can feel the sword in my hand trembling when I hold it in front of you. The gap is too big." The sword general shook his head bitterly. "I have yet to lose to anyone in terms of swordsmanship. You don't have to be so lonely. You can spar with Ao Jian a few more times in the next few days." Wang Xian said with a smile. "Ha ha ha, good. Then brother Ao Jian, I might have to bother you in the next few days." General Jian's eyes gleamed as he said expectantly to Ao Jian, "Welcome. We are all sword fanatics. Let's compare notes." Ao Jian smiled and nodded. "Haha. All right. I'll drink to you." Meeting friends with swords, this raised the atmosphere of the banquet. The banquet lasted for 3 hours before it ended. "I'll bring everyone to the resting palace." General Jian volunteered to lead them to their accommodation. "There are 5 to 6 level 5 Immortal King beside the Dragon King. I can't sense one of them's strength. He should be stronger than me." The eyes of the chaotic tiger nation's leader flickered as he watched Wang Xian and the rest leave. "There are more than 50 people. Only one girl is at the level of a god lord. The rest of them are all Immortal King. The number of Immortal King in the Dragon Palace is no less than ours." Heaven Fei Imperial Preceptor sighed slightly. "Not only that, there are 2 level 6 undying godly monarchs among them. They are not weak compared to us from before. From the looks of it, they are not bad. We can get to know each other." At that moment, a voice suddenly entered their ears. Heaven Fei Imperial Preceptor and Chaotic Tiger Country Leader were slightly shocked and nodded silently. "From the looks of it, they should want to get to know us as well. We can become allies." Chaos Tiger Monarch smiled as he spoke. Heavenly Fei Imperial Preceptor nodded. In the Fey God Palace, General Jian brought them to a luxurious palace and arranged for them to stay. You can eat for 3 hours for a meal. How boring. Inxian, let's go and practice our songs. It will be your first performance on stage in a few days. After arriving in the palace, Empress Xingnu said unhappily as she pulled Tang Inxian into a room. Dragon King. From the looks of it, the chaotic tiger demon nation is interested in befriending us. In the palace, Prime Minister Gui said to Wang Xian, "What do you think of the chaotic tiger demon nation?" Wang Xian asked him. From the looks of the nation master and the general, they are both straightforward people. It's worth befriending them. Prime Minister Gui said. Mem, it doesn't seem to be a bad thing at the moment. It's much more convenient to have a friend. This is especially so since the tiger turmoil demon nation has been here for 20 million years. Wang Xian nodded his head slightly. Uncle Dragon King, I heard from my great-grandfather that you guys are here. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from outside. Wang Xian was stunned for a moment. A look of astonishment appeared on his face. He walked out and saw a girl looking left and right with a smile. Ha! Wang Xian recognized this girl. The girl who came with the Imperial Preceptor of Heaven Demon was called Tiger Lingya. At that time, Wang Xian even gave her a war pet. She even said that she would bring him to play after coming to the Tiger Turmoil Demon Nation and treat him to a meal. Miss Lingya. Wang Xian shouted at her. TSK, Wang Xian is really something. He can find girls everywhere. No wonder. At this moment, it was obvious that someone had heard the commotion in the room next to them. Di Xingnu and Tang Inxian walked out. Di Xingnu sized up Hu Lingya and glanced at Wang Xian sarcastically. Tang Inxian, who was at the side, also looked at Wang Xian as if she was giving an explanation. Who are the two beauties? Dragon King, your wife. Hu Lingya looked at Tang Inxian and Di Xingnu. At this moment, Di Xingnu's expression changed. She couldn't recognize that she was the famous star goddess. I'm Inxuan's best friend. Why are you here, little girl? Di Xingnu said directly to Hu Lingya. Her words made Tang Inxian, who was standing at the side, smile. Oh, hello, sister-in-law. The Dragon King gave me a war pet last time. We agreed that he would come to the chaotic tiger demon country to bring him around. It's just right, I'll bring you guys there. Your country is a human country. It's very different from our chaotic tiger demon country. I'll bring you guys to take a look at the local customs here. Hu Lingya said enthusiastically. She was so enthusiastic that Emperor Star Lady was embarrassed to say anything. We can go for a walk. Tang Inxian looked at Wang Xian and said, All right then, Miss Lingya, please bring us around your planet. Wang Xian nodded at Inxian and said, All right. I'll bring you guys to eat some special snacks and see the magnificent scenery here. Hu Lingya nodded and led them out enthusiastically. Aohe. Follow the Dragon King and the rest. Prime Minister Gui said to Aohe. Aohe alone was equivalent to an army. After all, this was not the territory of the Dragon Palace, so they had to be careful. Yes, Prime Minister. Aohe nodded and followed behind Wang Xian and the rest. I'll take you to the state of Mind Lake first, then to Tiger Leaping Cliff, and then to Xin Quan. Our Tiger Turmoil Demon Kingdom is a planet filled with many miracles and none of them have been destroyed before. If you guys go and take a look, I guarantee you won't be able to forget about coming back. Hu Lingya was obviously a very lively girl. She brought Wang Xian and the rest to the square where the flying birds and beasts were. The 5 of them rode on a bird and flew towards the Realm Heart Lake. Look over there, it's the Realm Heart Lake. Isn't it beautiful? The lake water is so clear that you can see the bottom. There are colorful rocks and all kinds of swimming fish inside. The Realm Heart Lake was a very beautiful lake. The sunlight was shining with colorful rays, and all kinds of swimming fish could be clearly seen inside. The entire lake was like a fairyland. It's indeed quite beautiful. Tang Inxian and Imperial Star Lady looked at the lake, their eyes shining. Let's go over. The fish in Mind Lake is one of the most delicious delicacies in the world and ordinary people can't eat it. The group flew down from the birds and beasts and flew towards the pavilion. Your Highness. Soon, a woman walked over and called out respectfully. The last serving of your specialty fish. I want to entertain my friends. Tiger Spirit Bud said. It's your highness. The woman immediately said, the fish meat here is definitely different from the fish meat you've eaten. Humph humph, in a while, your tongue will swallow it. Tiger Spirit Bud slightly raised his head and said, is it that exaggerated? Di Xingnu looked at him in disbelief. Don't you doubt it. There are people from the central region who came here specifically to buy this kind of fish. Hu Lingya said immediately. Wang Xian looked around and felt that the scenery was pretty good. Hu Lingya was a very lively girl. Di Xingnu used to think that she was quite cold, but now she felt that she was quite talkative too. Tang Yinxian interjected from time to time, and the atmosphere was quite good. Soon, the fish meat arrived, and the taste really surprised the two girls. This fish is caught and brought ashore. Either it is preserved with an extremely expensive treasure, or it will be cooked within a minute. Otherwise, the taste will be completely lost, and even our great-great-grandfather would have to come here to eat it. Tiger Lingya saw the two girls' surprise and said proudly, the taste is very good. Di Xing nodded her head. Lingya, are you here too? At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Hu Lingya, who was chatting with Di Xing, was slightly stunned. She turned her head and looked behind her. Wang Xian also looked over and saw a total of 50 to 60 young men and women as well as a few middle-aged men walking over. A bunch of annoying fellows. Hu Lingya looked over and curled her lips as she spoke in a low voice. She completely ignored the group of people who were walking towards her. Little sister, you're so insensible. Your brothers are already here. Why aren't you welcoming them? A young man with a tiger tail in front of her teased Hu Lingya. Don't even think about it. Hu Lingya pouted and said coldly, hee hee, you little girl. A few days ago, I wanted to betroth you to Brother Yichan, but you didn't agree. You cried, made a scene, and even hanged yourself. In the future, girls can't be like this. In the future, don't hang out with your friends. Learn etiquette in the divine palace. The young man said to Hu Lingya. Hu Lingya turned her head and ignored him. Lingya, don't lose your manners in front of outsiders. At this moment, the young man in the middle said to Hu Lingya indifferently. I know, big brother. When Hu Lingya heard this voice, she replied unwillingly. Everyone, let's sit in the seats next to us. The group of people sat not far away. Hu Lingya, who are these people? Your brothers and sisters? The Imperial Star Lady glanced at the people beside her and suddenly had a deep feeling of sympathy. She asked in a low voice. Yes. Tiger Lingya nodded. Her mood was obviously much weaker. Lingya, you're really unfortunate. You were actually betrothed. Are you really crying, throwing a tantrum, and hanging yourself? The Imperial Star Lady asked. Of course it's true. If you want me to marry that scumbag, I'll never agree to it even if I die. Last time I almost died. Grandfather only made the decision for me after he found out about this matter. Tiger Spirit Bud nodded heavily. Then you're too pitiful. Hugging the Dragon King's legs in the future. Such a thing shouldn't happen anymore. Emperor Star Lady smiled and said, Flame Princess, sit beside your brother. Haha. This isn't good, little girl. Haha. Good. Very good. With your talent, sitting beside our brother is simply a perfect match. The Inferno Immortal, the country-toppling Inferno Princess, still has the qualifications. At this moment, voices of conversation came from the side. The voices were loud and clear to Wang Xian. Ha! When Wang Xian heard this name, he was slightly stunned. Inferno Immortal Dynasty. At the Heart Lake, Wang Xian and the rest of them were sitting there. Tang Yinxian and the rest could also hear the voices beside them clearly. What a loud voice. HMPH, he's just a small celebrity. Isn't he just a little more talented? Hu Lingya didn't feel anything. She glanced at her mouth and mumbled softly. Di Xingnu, Tang Yinxian, and Auntie Ying all looked at Wang Xian. Wang Xian nodded at them. Don't worry about it, he said lightly. This was the territory of the chaotic tiger demon nation. No matter what, Wang Xian had to give them some face. That's right, he didn't know how the relationship between the Raging Flame Immortal Dynasty and the chaotic tiger demon nation was right now. If their relationship was good, they might not be able to be friends anymore. Emperor Star Lady and the rest also knew about the grudge between the Inferno Immortal dynasty and the Dragon Palace. They nodded slightly. Come, come, let's continue eating. Hu Lingya squeezed out a smile and said to Wang Xian and the rest, Princess Inferno, I heard that something has happened to your Inferno Immortal dynasty recently. They are asking for help everywhere. Is there anything you need help with? Beside them, a Tiger Chaos Demon Country Prince asked the Flame Princess and the others. 13th Prince, our Flame Undying Empire has nothing to hide. We have indeed encountered some difficulties. The Flame Princess smiled and said, Oh, what's the matter? The youth beside the Flame Princess raised his eyebrows and asked, We've offended a force across from the Lorman Desolate Beast Park. They have at least 5 or 6 Undying level 5 warriors. Even though we're not afraid of them, if they come looking for trouble, we'll lose a lot too. The Flame Princess replied honestly. Across from the Lorman Desolate Beast Park? What's that place? A girl beside her asked curiously. It's at the edge of the Southern Star System. It should be near the Fallen Emperor battlefield, a remote place. Prince said. Yes. The Raging Flame Princess nodded. Such a remote place actually has such a powerful faction? The youth sitting beside the Raging Flame Princess said in surprise. We don't know where they came from either. At first, they wanted to destroy one of our allies, the Iron Blood Alliance. We sent people to help them resist. Later, the other party was too powerful and our allies were destroyed. They also held a grudge against us and said that they wanted to destroy us. We had no choice but to prepare for a rainy day. The Raging Flame Princess had a bitter look on her face. How strong are they exactly? What are their names? The young man sitting next to her raised his eyebrows and asked. There seem to be quite a number of godly monarch experts. There are at least 5 godly monarch level 5 experts and none of them are level 6. They are at the peak of a third-rate force. They are called Dragon Palace. They seem to have already ruled over that area. The Raging Flame Princess said. The strongest level 5 Divine King is quite strong, but that's all. With this strength, they can only be called kings in that remote corner. They still have to cower when they come to us. Ha. Don't mind it. Don't mind it at all. The youth next to her laughed loudly when he heard that. Hee. Raging Flame Princess, you really don't need to mind such a small matter. If you can join our big brother. A small dragon palace, just a faction in a remote corner. They might personally apologize to you in the future. A prince raised his eyebrows at the Princess Flame and teased her. I don't want to sell my body for glory. The force of the Dragon Palace doesn't have the ability to destroy us yet. It's just a threat to us. The Princess Flame covered her mouth and laughed. Fifth brother, don't you know what kind of person the Princess Flame is? We've known each other for more than 10 years. Princess Flame, if you need any help with this matter in the future, just come to me directly. That's right, just look for Big Brother. Our Big Brother is the crown prince of our generation. If our Big Brother appears, we can make the Dragon Palace clear. The crowd laughed and said, That kid thanks Big Brother Tiger for helping to eradicate evil. The Raging Flame Princess narrowed her eyes slightly and bowed to the young man at the side. This made the young man's face full of pride. Ha! At this moment, Hu Lingya, who was sitting at the side, widened her eyes. Her mouth was also wide open. The food she picked up froze there. Wang Xian also heard their conversation. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly and a cold look appeared in his eyes. He stood up slowly and walked straight towards the blazing flame god towards the princess. Dragon! She opened her mouth and wanted to say something. However, she stood up helplessly and glared fiercely at the people beside her. Ao Crab, Yin Xian, and the rest immediately followed her. Ha! Wang Xian walked towards them. Some of them noticed him and looked at him in puzzlement. What do you want? A prince looked at Wang Xian and asked faintly. Wang Xian didn't say anything. He walked to the front of the blazing princess and placed his palm on her shoulder. Ha! When the people around saw this, their expressions changed slightly. The blazing princess also frowned as flames appeared on her shoulder. Bang! Young lady, you can't speak carelessly. You'll have to pay the price. Wang Xian's palm landed heavily on her shoulder. Ah! A painful cry came out from her mouth. Her face was instantly filled with cold sweat. Stop, let go of our princess. At the side, a middle-aged man's expression changed. He stood up immediately and a sharp sword appeared in his hand. Bang! Before he could make a move, Ao Crab, who was standing at the side, waved his arm. The middle-aged man's entire body started to crack. His eyes were wide open and his face was filled with shock. You, who are you? The Princess of Raging Flame's face was extremely pale as she asked Wang Xian in a low voice. Who are you? Do you know what kind of territory this is? Are you courting death? The young man next to him, the current crown prince of the chaotic tiger demon nation, stood up with a cold expression. He stared at Wang Xian with a murderous aura. Don't you know who I am? I am the Dragon Palace that you mentioned. You can call me Dragon King. Wang Xian spoke coldly. The murderous aura caused the body of the blazing fire princess to tremble. A mere crown prince is qualified to participate in the affairs between powerhouses. Go back and ask your parents if they dare to do so. Wang Xian raised his head and looked at the crown prince of the chaotic tiger demon kingdom as he said disdainfully. If it wasn't for the fact that he was the crown prince of the chaotic tiger demon kingdom, he would have to pay a price for what he said. You, Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, you're just a force from a remote place. This is our chaotic tiger demon kingdom. How dare you act so arrogantly in our territory? You! The young crown prince's expression changed when he heard his words. He pointed at Wang Xian with a gloomy expression. Bang! I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents. Wang Xian waved his arm and a surge of energy landed on his arm. Following that, his arm collapsed immediately. Bang! The crown prince of the chaotic tiger demon nation was sent flying backward. His face was pale as he widened his eyes and stared at Wang Xian in shock. His body landed heavily on the ground. One of his arms had completely disappeared and his body was trembling. You! How dare you? What are you trying to do? Do you know what kind of place this is? The rest of the young men were shocked by Wang Xian's attack. They stood up one by one and shouted with an embarrassed look on their faces. They were the heavens-favored disciples of the chaotic tiger demon nation. It could be said that they were the most powerful generation in the chaotic tiger demon nation. In the chaotic tiger demon nation, no one dared to bully them. Hu Lingya, these are the people you brought. You! The crown prince of the chaotic tiger demon country covered his wound and looked at Hu Lingya beside him. His eyes were blood red as he growled. Who asked you to talk about the Dragon Palace behind their backs? The Dragon Palace has many undying godly monarchs, and they are guests. You! Hu Lingya panicked when she saw this scene. Dragon King! She quickly walked to Wang Xian's side and said softly, looking at him imploringly. On account that you guys are disciples of the chaotic tiger demon kingdom, and since this is the territory of the chaotic tiger demon kingdom, I'll spare you guys this time. As Wang Xian spoke, he swept his cold gaze across all of them. Humph! He snorted softly. A large amount of blood instantly flowed out from the mouth of the raging flame princess in front of him. Pfft! She spat out a mouthful of blood. She opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but she forced herself to hold it in. At this moment, she really wanted to provoke this Dragon King. Once he made a move, the Tiger Chaos Demon Nation would not let him off either. However, she was afraid that he would really dare to kill her. Dragon King, let's go to another place. Tiger Lingya said to Wang Xian in a fluster. She was really afraid that the Dragon King would have a conflict with their brothers. If that happened, she would not be able to bear the consequences. Okay. Wang Xian nodded his head slightly and looked at Ao Crab. Inform Prime Minister Gue and the rest to get the Dragon Palace to prepare for the destruction of the blazing Immortal dynasty. He spoke without hiding anything and walked straight ahead. All right, Sister Lingya. Bring us to another place to play. At this moment, Tang Yinxian walked over to ease Hu Lingya's awkwardness. Okay. Hu Lingya forced a smile. It's all right, don't worry. Wang Xian patted this girl's shoulder and said with a smile. Even if the Tiger Turmoil Demon Nation wouldn't favor their disciples and the Blazing Flame Divine Empire, the Tiger Turmoil Demon Nation would definitely not make an enemy out of the Dragon Palace. It wasn't worth it at all because of a small matter. Let's go, Wang Xian said with a smile. All right, all right. When Hu Lingya heard his words, her nervous expression eased up a little. She looked at her brother beside her and pouted. She brought Wang Xian and the rest to another place to play. This Dragon King is a little arrogant. When they saw Wang Xian and the rest leaving, the group of young men from the Tiger Turmoil Demon Nation looked extremely embarrassed. A prince walked over and helped the crown prince up with a gloomy face. What a good dragon palace, what a good dragon king. Do they really think that they are in their own territory? Bang! A fellow from a remote place dares to be arrogant in our territory. Even a strong dragon can't defeat a local snake. You are just a frog at the bottom of a well. How dare you stir up trouble in our chaotic tiger demon country? The crown prince's face was ashen as his outgrown arm slammed heavily on the table. Men, go and send. Big brother, is it during our founding ceremony or? The young crown prince wanted to send people, but was stopped by a prince beside him as he said softly, "If he dares to make a move against me here, it means that he doesn't place our tiger chaotic demon country in his eyes." The crown prince of the chaotic tiger demon kingdom had a dark expression on his face as he clenched his fists tightly. After the celebration, I will let him know the price of offending me. Big brother tiger, this time, it's this little girl's fault. I've implicated all of you. At this moment, Princess Raging Flame walked over, wiped the blood at the corner of her mouth, and said meekly, "Little sister Raging Flame, you don't have to worry. I'll settle this matter." The crown prince felt a pang of heartache when he saw her. He took out an elixir and handed it to her. "Thank you, brother Hu." A smile appeared on Princess Lai Yan's face as her eyes sparkled. "Dragon King, I'm really sorry. My brother and the rest didn't have any bad intentions. They must have been seduced by that woman." Hu Lingya brought Wang Xian to the next resort and said apologetically to him, "It's all right." Wang Xian shook his head and didn't take it to heart. "Don't feel guilty. We just have to play our own game." The Empress Star Lady also comforted him. "All right, let's go to the Tiger Leaping Cliff." Hu Lingya nodded his head heavily. Next, Wang Xianin and the Empress Star Lady took a look at the scenery of the Tiger Turmoil Demon Nation. Just as Hu Lingya said, there were indeed many interesting places in the chaotic Tiger Demon Nation. The group of them spent more than 10 hours and spent the night in Xinchuan. They only rushed back the next morning. That was because the 20-million-year-old ceremony of the chaotic Tiger Demon Nation was about to begin. "Goodbye, Brother Dragon King. Goodbye, sisters. We have time to play together." When they returned to the palace of the demon god, Hu Lingya sent Wang Xian and the rest to the palace where they were staying. He waved his hand and returned to the place where they were staying. "Lingya is very lively," Tang Yinxian said with a smile. Wang Xian nodded his head. "Dragon King, we need to prepare for the entrance." At this moment, Prime Minister Gue walked over and said to Wang Xian, "Okay." Wang Xian nodded his head. "Have you prepared for the Inferno Dynasty?" "I have already sent Ao Yao Yao and the rest to start the investigation. After they have completed the investigation, they can start the operation," Prime Minister Gue said. "All right." Wang Xian nodded his head and walked straight to the entrance of the Demon God Palace. The 20-million-year-old ceremony of the founding of the Tiger Turmoil Demon Nation would be held at the entrance of the Demon God Palace. The venue had already been set up in front of the huge canyon. In front of them, there were many empty spaces that had been divided up. Each of the rising spaces did not have seats. This was the unique feature of the chaotic Tiger Demon Kingdom. The people who were invited had no seats and could only stand. However, it was the same even if they were to stand and sit with their strength. "Dragon King, this way please." Wang Xian led the group of powerhouses from the Dragon Palace out of the palace of the demon god. A guard led them to the rising spaces in front of them. The rising locations had an area of about 5 kilometers. The guards of the Monster God Palace led them to the 4th position on the right front. It was a relatively close position. Wang Xian and the rest flew over and scanned their surroundings. At the entrance, the forces flew towards the rising platform. These were all famous big forces in the southern star system. The weakest among them was a fourth-rate force. In the center of the left and right sides, the width of the road was about 5,000 meters. The soldiers of the chaotic Tiger Demon Empire who were neatly lined up below were exuding a cold aura. The entire ceremony was filled with a majestic aura. The celebration of the chaotic Tiger Demon Nation is very large this time. Many powerful factions have been invited. After all, the chaotic Tiger Demon Nation has been established for more than 20 million years. With the 20 million years of foundation and the addition of a group of powerful heavenly demons, it is normal for many factions to come since it is one of the top 10 factions in our region. Other than 2 or 3 factions that did not come, the rest have all come. In front of the chaotic Tiger Demon Kingdom's Demon God Palace, factions came one by one and stood on 2 high platforms on the left and right. They scanned their surroundings and discussed in low voices. Around them, factions riding powerful battle pets and flying in powerful spaceships arrived and stood on the high platforms. Chaotic Tiger Demon Country's strength was ranked in the top 10 in the Star Southern Galaxy. If they invited them, most of the factions would give them face. This caused the high platforms to be filled with people. There are already 40 to 50 factions here. Every one of them is not weaker than the Eastly Immortal dynasty from back then. Wuxia scanned his surroundings and analyzed the strength in the center of the Star Southern Galaxy. The central region of the Star South Galaxy is similar to ours. There are sects, empires, and corporations. There are many factions here that are not weaker than us. Prime Minister Jiwei whispered to him. Wuxia nodded his head slightly. More and more factions came to the high platform. There were a few factions that used energy to create tables and chairs on the high platform. They were chatting and waiting with smiles on their faces. Anyone who dared to watch with such ease, Wuxia realized that they were not weak. All of them had a level 6 Immortal King. As for those who were obviously weaker than the forces of the chaotic Tiger Demon Nation, they did not dare to be so relaxed. Soon, there were already 70 to 80 forces standing on the hundreds of high platforms. Wuxia looked at the time. It was almost noon. Ka ka ka. Roar roar roar. At this moment, the gate of the Demon God Palace in front of them was slowly opened. The Tiger Gate, which was 10,000 meters and 3,000 meters wide, was opened. Waves of tiger roars could be heard from the top of the gate. Roar roar. Inside the gate, 2 Immortal King level 4 blood-winged horses pulled out a palanquin. On the palanquin, an old man and a middle-aged man were standing on it. In front of the old man was a tiger head blade, and beside him was a middle-aged man holding a tiger head scepter. The warriors of the Tiger Chaos Demon Country have come out. That's the Tiger Chaos Demon Country's leader and advisor. The 2 Bloodwing horses at the front are Undying Level 4 war pets. The Tiger Chaos Demon Country actually got 2 Undying Level 4 war pets. The Demon God Palace door opened. The Undying Level 4 war pets pulling the carriage for the beast. Many forces had looks of respect on their faces. Walala. Behind the beast-driven carriage, many generals and experts from the chaotic Tiger Demon Country were following behind. Their bodies were emitting a powerful aura. They walked forward slowly and finally stopped at the front. 150 Immortal King warriors have appeared. Wuxia's gaze swept across and he muttered, "Roar, roar, roar." Just as he finished his sentence, 2 roars sounded from the back. 2 old men stood behind the 2 undying war pets, looking down at the entire plaza. Those are 2 undying level 6 warriors from the Tiger Chaotic Demon Country. There seemed to be 3 undying level 6 warriors from the Tiger Chaotic Demon Country, and 2 undying level 4 war pets. How did the Tiger Chaotic Demon Country get so many powerful war pets? Some people saw the 2 warriors from the Tiger Chaotic Demon Country looking down at the area. Their hearts shook. Even those who were sitting on the high platform were looking at the 2 figures with a grave expression. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Everything was not over yet. Soon, sky demon birds flew out of the Demon God Palace one after another. Roar, roar, roar. Soon after, sky demon tigers roared out of the palace one after another. The main purpose of holding the dynasty building ceremony was to display their strength and intimidate other factions. The powerful demonic bird army and demonic tiger army were not weaker than the Eternal Lord. They were exuding a powerful aura. The number of Eternal Lord experts displayed is more than 600,000. Prime Minister Gui, who was at the side, said faintly. Yes. Wang Xian nodded his head. Ha ha ha. It's starting so soon. I'm sorry. Our Demon Slayer sect is a little late. At this time a sudden laughter resounded, following which many figures stood on their swords and flew over. They flew on their swords, exuding a sharp aura, not caring about the occasion at all. Hee hee. Tiger Chaos Old Country Leader. Your demon country strength is a little stronger than before. The leader looked up at the old man standing on his level 4 Undying God King mount. The corners of his mouth curled up as he said indifferently. Today is the 20-million-year founding ceremony of our Tiger Chaotic Demon Country. Everyone from the Demon Slayer sect, please be quiet. Tiger Chaotic Old Country Leader stared coldly at the group, saying coldly, ha ha. Sorry. You all invited us here. Of course we have to give you face. But we're a little late. Sorry, ha ha ha. The old man laughed loudly, leading the 500 to 600 people behind him to fly towards an empty high platform. The people from the Demon Slayer sect actually came. The Tiger Chaos Demon Country and the Demon Slayer sect have been enemies for 10 million years. The two powers have always been enemies. It's almost a fight to the death situation. The Tiger Chaos Demon Country actually invited the people from the Demon Slayer sect over. The expressions of all the powers changed when they saw the warriors from the Demon Slayer sect arrive. The Demon Slayer sect and the Tiger Chaos Demon Country had been enemies for 10 million years. The two powers were about the same. They fought endlessly. It was hard to tell who was stronger. Hee hee. The two Undying God King level 4 battle pets. The old country leader and the other old man exchanged glances. Their eyes filled with coldness. We welcome everyone to support our Tiger Chaotic Demon Country for 20 million years. From now on you can just watch. The Tiger Chaotic Country leader stood on the beast carriage, his cold gaze sweeping over the Demon Slayer sect members. Clang! Son of Chaotic Tiger Nation. Show everyone our strength. He waved his arm and raised the tiger head blade in front of him as he lightly shouted. We obey the Tiger King's order. Ha! All the soldiers of Chaotic Tiger Demon Nation shouted loudly as they began to practice their military formation. Show off their muscles. The celebration of Chaotic Tiger Demon Nation was much more brutal. Look at them acting like monkeys. At the position of the Demon Slayer sect, the experts of the Demon Slayer sect curled their lips and looked down. All the surrounding forces were watching. Big brother, the forces of the Dragon Palace are over there. At this moment, at the front, behind the beast chase, nearly 10,000 core experts and disciples of the Chaotic Tiger Demon Nation were standing there. On the right, a prince whispered to his big brother, the Crown Prince. Humph! The young Crown Prince looked over and his eyes turned dark. He then looked at Tiger Spirit Shoot, who was beside him. Tiger Spirit Shoot felt his gaze and shrunk his head in fear. Father, the people on the high platform are the forces of the Dragon Palace, and the young man is the Dragon King. At this moment, on a high platform to the left, the princess of the Raging Flame noticed a familiar figure and whispered to the middle-aged man beside her. Eh? The Dragon Palace. The middle-aged man was slightly stunned and slowly became embarrassed. He followed his daughter's gaze and his expression changed. The middle-aged man walked to the side and whispered to an old man who was holding a blazing flame orb in his hand. The old man looked at the high platform of the Dragon Palace and his eyes were shining with light. He was slightly embarrassed. The Dragon King said that he wanted to destroy us. The old man waved at the blazing flame princess and asked in a deep voice. It's great-grandfather. He said it yesterday afternoon. He even seriously injured me. The Raging Flame princess said with a pale face. How are you and the current crown prince of the Tiger Chaotic Demon Kingdom? The old man asked with a gloomy face. Great-grandfather, he treats me very well. There shouldn't be any problems. The Raging Flame princess bit her lip and said, All right, listen to my arrangements later. The old man said directly. The blazing princess nodded her head, resigned to her fate. Dragon King, I sense some gazes. That group of people should be experts from the Blazing Flame Divine Empire. On the stage where Wang Xian and the rest were, Ao Crab transmitted his voice to him. Yeah, I sensed it. Wang Xian nodded his head. They weren't familiar with the people from the Blazing Flame Divine Empire. He didn't even realize that they were from the Blazing Flame Divine Empire just now. However, the Dragon Palace didn't have to take the Raging Flame Empire seriously at all. There were 30 to 40 level 5 Immortal King powerhouses in the Dragon Palace, while the Raging Flame Empire only had 3. Crushing. Everyone from the Demon Slayer sect. How are our sons from the Tiger Chaos Demon Nation? After 10 minutes of martial arts practice, the soldiers from the Tiger Chaos Demon Nation stopped. The leader of the Tiger Chaos Nation, who was standing at the front, asked the Demon Slayer sect with a smile on his face. Ha, you want us to comment on it? It should taste pretty good. An expert from the Demon Slayer sect was slightly stunned when he heard the words of the leader of the Chaotic Tiger Demon Nation. Then, he said with a loud laugh, "Oh? Why did the leader of the Chaotic Tiger Demon Nation ask the Demon Slayer sect? They are already fighting to the death. Asking them is just asking for humiliation. The strength of the Chaotic Tiger Demon Nation is much stronger than before. However, they are still too straightforward. Asking the Demon Slayer sect is clearly asking for humiliation." The people from the surrounding factions whispered in confusion when they saw this scene. Courting death. Demon Slayer sect, do you want to die? I'm going to tear you apart. Some of the irascible heaven demons could not help but roar at them. This caused the entire ceremony to be slightly agitated. Ha. You are still so irascible and so idiotic. When the Demon Slayer sect heard the roars, a smug smile appeared on their faces as they mocked. Silence. Chaotic Tiger Nation's ruler roared in a deep voice, and his voice resounded in the ears of every heaven demon. The furious heaven demons immediately stopped, but their bloodthirsty eyes continued to stare at the Demon Slayer sect. Demon Slayer sect, this is the 20-million-year-old ceremony of our Chaotic Tiger Demon Nation's founding. The Heaven Demon Imperial Preceptor looked at the Demon Slayer sect and said coldly, Haha, good. Although we have been enemies for tens of millions of years, we will give you face today. The leader of the Demon Slayer sect laughed out loud. Everyone, please do not panic. Continue to watch quietly and watch the show. Chaotic Tiger Nation Master swept his gaze over them and looked at all the surrounding factions as he said indifferently, Let's begin, Chaotic Tiger Nation Master. We can't help but watch the monkey show. As soon as Chaotic Tiger Nation Master finished speaking, a young man from the Demon Slayer sect said arrogantly with the corners of his mouth slightly curled up. The other factions didn't dare to say anything when they saw the two factions fighting. They just watched quietly. From their point of view, inviting the Demon Slaying sect today was the biggest mistake of the Chaotic Tiger Demon Nation. The Chaotic Tiger Demon Nation was still too reckless and naive. Hee. Fight! The Chaotic Tiger Nation's sovereign laughed sinisterly. He raised the tiger-headed saber in his hand and roared with killing intent. Fight! The Heavenly Demon Imperial Preceptor also raised the divine staff in his hand and shouted softly, Wang. Just as everyone was puzzled, confinement rings suddenly appeared on the mountain peaks around the demon-slaying sect. The confinement rings directly covered all of them. Oh! Chaotic Tiger Demon Nation, are you courting death? The sudden appearance of the imprisonment ring caused everyone from the demon-slaying sect to be slightly shocked. The old man in the lead immediately stood up and his incomparably violent aura charged out in all directions. The violent aura charged out in all directions. All the surrounding factions were alarmed when they saw this scene. What is the Chaotic Tiger Demon Nation trying to do? Even the expressions of some of the powerful factions changed slightly when they saw this scene. Ha. Everyone, don't be anxious. Watch the show. Our Chaotic Tiger Demon Nation and the Demon Slayer sect have been fighting for tens of millions of years. In the celebration of the 20 million years since the founding of the Chaotic Tiger Demon Nation, we will declare war on the Demon Slayer sect. Annihilate the Demon Slayer sect. The Chaotic Tiger King raised the tiger head saber in his hand high and announced proudly, Boom! Just as Chaotic Tiger Nation's leader finished speaking, an extremely terrifying demonic chi soared into the sky. In the depths of the Demon God Palace, a tiger god totem soared into the sky. Roar. A roar resounded through the heavens and earth. An old man was located at the tiger god totem's tiger's mouth. Everyone only felt the scene flash as an old man's figure appeared in the center. The old man's eyes were resplendent. He had a long foxtail, and his entire arm had transformed into a tiger palm. He stared coldly at the people from the demon-slaying sect. Today's Tiger Chaos Demon Country celebration. With killing the demon-slaying sect's warriors, our demon country will prosper. The old man shouted softly, as though he was announcing to all the powers. This is. At this moment, all the people sitting on the high platform stood up, their faces filled with shock as they stared at the old man in the tiger god totem. It's the old national advisor. He broke through to Undying God King level 7. Hiss, the old imperial tutor from Tiger Chaos Demon Country actually broke through. Shocked voices resounded. All the warriors from the powers stared wide-eyed, filled with shock. Shit. At this time, the hundreds of people from the Demon Slayer sect were shocked, their pupils dilating. Old man, Undying level 7, how is this possible? How can you break through so quickly? Within the Demon Slayer sect, the only elder that wasn't within the cage roared in disbelief. The Demon Slayer sect had fought against the Tiger Chaos Demon Country for tens of millions of years. They had 3 Undying level 6 warriors. However, the Tiger Chaos Demon Country's old imperial tutor suddenly broke through. The balance was broken. Die. The old imperial tutor's face was filled with killing intent. With a wave of his hand, the tiger god totem behind him swiftly condensed, laws covered it, attacking the Demon Slayer sect people below. No. Hundreds of Demon Slayer sect warriors, of which 20 to 30 were Undyings. However, they were already trapped within. There was no way to escape. And the Demon Slayer sect Undying level 6 could feel the terrifying attack. He could only dodge. No! His body trembled. Teleporting 10,000 meters away, he howled angrily. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In front of the chaotic tiger demon country's demon god palace, the terrifying tiger god totem landed on the high platform where the demon-slaying sect was. The leader of the demon-slaying sect warriors dodged to the side with a mournful expression. As for the rest, they couldn't dodge the attack. A few hundred warriors and 20 to 30 Undying emperors couldn't escape under the imprisonment. No, no, no. Screams rang out. When the tiger god totem landed, none of them managed to escape. The terrifying attack caused them to scream and fall to the ground without any signs of life. Tiger Chaos Demon Country. My Demon Slayer sect is irreconcilable with all of you. An angry roar came from the Demon Slayer sect warrior who was dodging the attack. His eyes were blood red as he stared at the corpses of the warriors from his sect. Ha ha, useless roar. You and I have been fighting for tens of millions of years. This situation will soon end. Go back and tell your patriarch to prepare to watch your sect be destroyed. The old imperial preceptor looked at the Demon Slayer sect warrior and laughed maniacally. He had broken through to Undying God King level 7 and the balance had been completely broken. In the future, under his strangulation, the entire Demon Slayer sect would become a stray dog. He laughed heartily, his eyes filled with excitement. After tens of millions of years of slaughter, many disciples of the Tiger Chaos Demon Country had died at his hands. This situation was quickly resolved. Who? The floating Demon Slayer sect elder's body trembled. He gritted his teeth and vanished. Congratulations, Patriarch, for breaking through and advancing to Undying God King level 7. Around, everyone from the Tiger Chaos Demon Country saw this scene. Their faces were filled with excitement. They didn't receive any news of the old Imperial Preceptor's breakthrough. Today at their 20 million ceremony, the old Imperial Preceptor actually killed all the warriors from the demon sect. This was the greatest fortune of their Tiger Chaos Demon Country. Congratulations on your breakthrough. Destroying the Demon Slayer sect. The warriors and disciples of the Tiger Chaos Demon Country knelt down excitedly and roared loudly. Their faces were filled with excitement. In the entire Southwest Galaxy, an Undying King level 7 warrior was already considered the pinnacle. The old Imperial Preceptor had broken through to Undying King level 7, leading the Tiger Chaos Demon Country to one of the strongest forces in the Star South Galaxy. Congratulations on the Tiger Chaos Undying Demon Country's Imperial Preceptor's breakthrough. The other forces were still filled with shock. They quickly stood up and cupped their hands to celebrate. The birth of an undying level 7 was enough to change the entire situation. Ha ha ha, today, we congratulate the Tiger Chaotic Demon Country on establishing a dynasty for 20 million years. We congratulate the Old Country Advisor. The Tiger Chaotic Demon Country leader excitedly raised the tiger head blade in his hands. Congratulations to the Old Country Advisor. All of the Tiger Chaotic Demon Country soldiers roared. Congratulations to the Tiger Chaotic Demon Country. Heaven Underworld Palace presents a gift. Congratulations to the Tiger Chaotic Demon Country. Jianhua Organization presents a gift. Congratulations to all of you from the Tiger Chaotic Demon Country. The Thousand Blade Undying Empire presents a gift. After the congratulations ended on the surrounding platforms, the various powers presented their gifts. Haha, thank you everyone. Chaotic Tiger Country leader saw the respectful expressions of the various powers. His face revealed a carefree expression. The Old Country Advisor had advanced to Undying Level 7. The Chaotic Tiger Demon Country was above all the powers here. These powers, in front of the Chaotic Tiger Demon Country, they had to lower their heads. This Old Country Advisor has actually broken through. The Chaotic Tiger Demon Country will be ranked in the top 5 in our region. In the Raging Flame Empire, the Emperor looked at the sudden change, his eyes gleaming. Little Yen, are you sure that the current Crown Prince of the Tiger Chaotic Demon Country is interested in you? The Emperor looked at the princess beside him, his eyes gleaming. Elder, I have a 90% chance. The princess nodded confidently. All right then. I'll betroth you to the current Crown Prince of the Tiger Chaotic Demon Country later. Once he agrees, we'll be able to rely on the relationship with the Tiger Chaotic Demon Country under the witness of all the powers. This will be very beneficial to our Flame Undying Empire. The Flame Emperor's eyes gleamed with heat. He didn't expect that the Tiger Chaotic Demon Country would actually have a warrior break through to Undying Level 7. The moment they got close to the Tiger Chaotic Demon Country, why would the Raging Flame Empire be afraid of the Dragon Palace? Why would they be afraid of the Dragon Emperor? When the time came, their position in the Star South Galaxy would increase by a lot. All right, the Raging Flame Princess nodded, her gaze looking towards the disciples of the Tiger Chaotic Demon Country. Let's go, let's send our gifts. The Raging Flame Emperor smiled, his body moving. He led the group and flew forward. Congratulations to Tiger Chaos Demon Country. The Flame Undying God Dynasty sends our congratulations. The Flame Emperor bowed respectfully to Tiger Chaos Country leader. Behind him, the Flame Emperor dynasty members were all holding their congratulations. Many thanks. Tiger Chaos Country leader nodded. Tiger Chaos Country leader. Our Flame Undying God Dynasty also has a special gift. After the gift was sent, the Flame Emperor smiled. The group didn't leave. Ah! The Tiger Chaotic Country leader raised his eyebrows, smiling at them. I have a great-granddaughter. Her talent is exceptional. She's quite famous in the Star South Galaxy. I heard that my daughter and the current Crown Prince of the Tiger Chaotic Demon Country like each other. Today my Flame Undying God Dynasty has betrothed my daughter to the Crown Prince. The Flame Emperor waved at the Flame Princess beside him, bowing and saying, "Oh!" Chaotic Tiger Country's monarch raised his brows as he looked over. Great-grandfather. I have long been in love with the Blazing Flame Princess. Great-grandfather, please grant my wish. When the Crown Prince of Chaotic Tiger Demon Country saw the scene, he revealed an extremely excited expression. He hurriedly walked out and shouted loudly, Great-grandfather, the Blazing Flame Princess has outstanding talent in our Southern Star System. She is very famous. She is a perfect match with Big Brother. Beside, a few princes raised their fists at the Crown Prince, smiling as they said, Hee, that's good too, it's even better. Tiger Chaos Country leader saw his disciple coming over to request. He was already in a good mood as he waved his hand and said indifferently, Thank you, grandfather. The Crown Prince revealed an excited expression. He looked at the Flame Princess beside him. Big Brother Tiger. The Flame Princess also called out softly. It's our honor for Crown Prince Tiger to be able to marry the daughter of our Flame Undying God Dynasty. The Flame Emperor said excitedly to the young Crown Prince, his face filled with a fawning expression. It's my honor. It's my honor. The young crown prince also nodded excitedly. Ha ha! On the stage, the monarch of chaotic tiger country and the experts of chaotic tiger demon country also smiled when they saw this scene. Today, chaotic tiger demon country was even happier. Great-grandfather, I have a presumptuous request. Please agree to it, great-grandfather. Suddenly, the crown prince looked at the monarch of chaotic tiger country on the stage and said respectfully, "Speak." The monarch of chaotic tiger country said with a great expression, "Please exterminate the dragon palace. I beseech grandfather to destroy the dragon palace." A remote power in the southern star system, the dragon palace, is brutal and merciless, destroying the alliance of the raging flame god dynasty. And now they want to destroy the raging flame god dynasty. Yesterday, when the punk and his brothers met the dragon palace dragon emperor, he immediately cut off one of my arms and heavily injured the raging flame princess. Attacking in our tiger chaotic demon country, he didn't even put our tiger chaotic demon country in his eyes. A force with only 4 to 5 undying level 5 dares to act so arrogantly here. I beg grandfather to destroy the dragon palace. The tiger chaotic demon country's crown prince said coldly to the tiger chaotic demon country leader, "Grandfather, they are right there." At the end, he pointed at the high platform where the dragon palace was. If the tiger chaotic demon country was still the tiger chaotic demon country of the past, he would never dare to ask his grandfather to destroy a force, even if it was a force from a remote place. However, things were different now. The birth of an undying level 7 warrior had made the tiger chaos demon country one of the top forces in the region. Against a force of only 4 to 5 undying level 5, it was easy. Along with the ancestor and the others being in a good mood, that was why he dared to bring it up. His words made the blazing flame princess and the blazing flame divine emperor look extremely excited. They looked at the high platform of the dragon palace malevolently, their faces filled with awe and excitement. What's going on? Which faction dares to injure the disciples of the Tiger Chaos Fey Kingdom here? Dragon Palace? What faction is this? Why haven't I heard of it? It should be a small faction in a remote area. This faction is probably going to be in trouble. The Raging Flame Divine Dynasty has found a backer. Now, they might even be able to help their opponent, the Chaotic Tiger Demon Kingdom. When the surrounding factions saw the scene, their faces were filled with astonishment. They looked at the members of the Raging Flame Divine Dynasty with envy. The Chaotic Tiger Demon Kingdom dared to kill a bunch of experts from the demon sect and wipe out a small faction easily. However, when he said that, the expression of the Chaotic Tiger Demon Kingdom's monarch suddenly changed. Every word he said made the expression of the Chaotic Tiger Demon Kingdom's monarch turn even gloomier. Upon hearing that, the Heaven Demon Imperial Preceptor's brows immediately furrowed. His expression turned cold when he looked at the Crown Prince of the Chaotic Tiger Demon Kingdom. Oh! Hu Lingya's expression changed slightly when she saw her elder brother making such a request. Her expression changed as she stood there stiffly. She looked at the high platform of the Dragon Palace. Dragon King. At this moment, when the experts of the Dragon Palace heard the words of the current Crown Prince of the Chaotic Tiger Demon Kingdom, their expressions turned cold. They gathered behind Wang Xian and exuded a murderous aura. Leader of the Chaotic Tiger Empire, nearly a year ago, the Blazing Flame Divine Empire wanted to kill me. I must destroy them. Wang Xian looked at the leader of the Chaotic Tiger Nation and spoke without any expression on his face. Outrageous! How dare you act so arrogantly in front of us now? Dragon King, you... Shut up! The Crown Prince of the Chaotic Tiger Demon Nation immediately looked in the direction of Wang Xian. He pointed at him and shouted with a cold expression. However, before he could finish his words, a cold shout exploded in his mind. His face changed, a sweet taste in his mouth, blood slowly flowed out. He stared wide-eyed, his face filled with shock. I'm sorry, Dragon King, for making such a joke. We really didn't know that the Raging Flame Undying Empire had a grudge with your Dragon Palace. Even though we haven't known each other for long, we are still friends. Forget about the current Crown Prince of the Tiger Chaos Demon Country and the Raging Flame Princess of the Raging Flame Undying Empire. Also, Dragon King, If you have any needs, feel free to tell me directly to avoid any misunderstandings. The leader of the chaotic tiger demon kingdom looked at Wuxia, cupped his fists, and said apologetically. He did not expect such a thing to happen today. He also did not expect his own disciple to be such a troublemaker. Even though they did not know much about the Dragon Palace, they were not some small faction with 4 or 5 Immortal King level 5. Just what they knew, there were 2 of them. This power was about the same as the Tiger Chaotic Demon Country from before. Even if the Dragon Palace had nothing to do with them, they wouldn't offend them, much less destroy them. Now that their battle with the Demon Slayer sect was about to begin, provoking other powerful factions was the unwise choice. The words of the chaotic tiger demon kingdom shocked the surrounding factions. Everyone from the Raging Flame Divine Dynasty was completely stunned when they heard the words of the chaotic tiger demon kingdom's monarch. They gaped as they watched in astonishment. The chaotic tiger demon kingdom was acquainted with the Dragon Palace? From the looks of it, the chaotic tiger demon kingdom attached great importance to the Dragon Palace. The chaotic tiger demon kingdom and the Dragon Palace are friends. Those who bewitch the disciples of the chaotic tiger demon kingdom should be beheaded. At that moment, the sword general beside the chaotic tiger Fey kingdom had a cold expression on his face. A sharp sword was unsheathed as it slashed straight at the blazing flame princess. Not good. The blazing flame divine emperor was horrified as he hurriedly retreated. No, patriarch, father, save me. The blazing flame princess felt the sword beam of death as she roared in horror. Buzz. The sword gleam flew past and the raging flame divine emperor and the rest dodged to the side. However, the raging flame princess and some of the weaker ones were not so lucky. The sword gleam swept past and turned them into ashes. Everyone was shocked when they saw the general of the Tiger Turmoil Demon Nation making a move. Thank you for giving us face from the Tiger Turmoil Demon Nation. We will settle the matter of the Raging Flame Divine Empire on our own. Wuxia smiled when he saw General Jian making his stance clear. With a wave of his arm, the 5 elements grinding mill headed straight for the Emperor of the Raging Flame Celestial Empire and the rest. Buzz. Rays of light landed on the Emperor of the Raging Flame Celestial Empire and the rest, causing them to be slightly shocked. They could sense that these rays of light could actually tear apart the space around them. Run! The Inferno Divine Emperor was filled with shock and anger when he saw this scene. They never expected that they would be able to cling onto the Tiger Chaos Fey Kingdom. They never expected that the Tiger Chaos Fey Kingdom and the Dragon Palace were on the same side. Now that the other party was attacking them, they were completely doomed. Now they only wanted to escape. They only wanted to save their lives. Crack, crack, crack. Oh no, what's going on? However, when they wanted to return to their divine kingdom, they suddenly couldn't sense the existence of the divine kingdom. Those rays of light seemed to be able to tear apart this space, causing them to be unable to sense their immortal divine kingdom at all. Withdraw! Wuxia shouted softly. The 5 elements millstone immediately released a powerful array formation. Within the 5 elements millstone, there were 5 clones controlling it. Each of them had the combat strength of an eternal god lord level 5. They had set up the formations to deal with the people from the Blazing Flame Empire. There was only one level 5 undying god king among them. It was a piece of cake. No! Sensing the terrifying suction force coming from within, the Blazing Flame Emperor roared in horror. Hiss, this technique! This terrifying divine artifact! When the surrounding factions saw this scene, their pupils constricted slightly. What weapon is this? It can actually suppress an undying level 5 warrior so strong. That Dragon Palace Dragon King isn't simple. This god weapon is terrifying. It's definitely from a huge inheritance. Casually suppressing an undying level 5 warrior. This strength. Around the Demon God Palace, all the warriors from the powers saw the scene and their pupils shrank. Their gazes were heated and shocked as they stared at the god weapon floating in the air. That Dragon Emperor's strength should be at undying level 5. But that treasure is terrifying. An undying level 6 old man muttered. What a powerful god weapon. In front, the Tiger Chaos Demon Country leader, Imperial Preceptor, and the rest of the warriors saw this scene and their pupils shrank. They looked at each other and let out a sigh of relief. When they went to the Dragon Palace to buy war pets, they had investigated the Dragon Palace and found out that it had a terrifying array that could restrict the undying emperor from escaping back to his god country. This array had the same effect as the imprisonment ring. They were extremely shocked. The imprisonment ring they had used to kill the warriors from the demon sect was something they had paid a huge price for. In fact, they didn't even get the Undying God King level 6 imprisonment ring. It was too rare and expensive. The weapon that the Dragon King used now had such an effect, it was terrifying. No, no, no. At this moment, the Crown Prince standing in the center saw the scene. He shook his head and muttered with a pale face. His face was filled with fear. Just now, the woman he liked wanted to marry him. With the powerful Fey Kingdom, his status had risen. Now, the woman he liked was killed by the Fey Kingdom's experts on the spot. The Inferno God Dynasty's experts were instantly suppressed. He looked up in confusion and looked at his grandfather. The current Crown Prince's character is too weak. He was bewitched by her and was stripped of his position as the Crown Prince. He has been imprisoned for 5,000 years. Unless he has stepped into the undying godly monarch realm, he is not allowed to come out early. Heaven Fey Imperial Preceptor glanced at him and said coldly, "Yes." Two soldiers immediately walked over and looked at the Crown Prince sympathetically before suppressing him. The current Crown Prince of the Tiger Chaos Demon Country was not honorable. He could be abandoned unless he stepped into the godly monarch realm. The descendants of the Tiger Chaos Demon Country's king would number at least 800,000 if not millions. They would not offend a powerful faction just to obtain a disciple. The princes of the chaotic Tiger Demon Kingdom trembled when they saw the scene. They looked at the high platform where the Dragon Palace was located and their eyes were filled with respect. As expected, the Dragon King and the rest are very strong. How can our chaotic Tiger Demon Kingdom become enemies because of him? Kulingya heaved a heavy sigh of relief. Looking at his brother who was being imprisoned, a smile appeared on his face instead. Ha ha ha! Dragon King, what a good move! The king of chaotic Tiger Nation laughed out loud and said to Wang Xian. Hee hee. Wang Xian laughed and waved his hand at Prime Minister Goe. Congratulations to the founding of the chaotic Tiger Demon Nation for 20 million years. Congratulations to the old national master for his breakthrough in cultivation. Prime Minister Goe led a group of experts from the Dragon Palace and flew over to the king of chaotic Tiger Nation. Ha! Dragon King is thoughtful. When chaotic Tiger Country's leader saw how the Dragon Palace was giving him face, he laughed out loud and cupped his hands towards Wang Xian. Heaven Demon Imperial Preceptor also laughed. The Dragon Palace's strength isn't very weak, at least at the peak of the third rate. If there isn't an Immortal King level 6 powerhouse, it should be at the peak of the third rate. However, it seems like it has a good relationship with the chaotic Tiger Demon Country. Now that the chaotic Tiger Demon Country and the Demon Slayer sect are going to war, the chaotic Tiger Demon Country needs a few allies too. As everyone knows, the chaotic Tiger Demon Country has fewer friends. The surrounding forces were discussing in hushed tones. The chaotic Tiger Demon Country was giving face to Wang Xian, so Wang Xian naturally gave face to the chaotic Tiger Demon Country too. Face was a mutual thing. The following celebration did not have any unforeseen circumstances. Each and every force sent their congratulatory gifts. An hour later, the chaotic Tiger Demon Nation served their food, and a simple exchange ended. The entire celebration lasted for 2 hours. In 2 hours, everything that the chaotic Tiger Demon Nation wanted to show had already been shown. Dragon King, please forgive us for today's unexpected incident. After the celebration ended, the National Master came to the palace where Wang Xian was staying and said to him with a smile, Haha, Imperial Preceptor, I'm not that stingy. Wang Xian smiled and said nonchalantly, Dragon King, we've been busy for the past few days. We're going to attack the demon-slaying sect soon, so we can't receive you. Please forgive us. The Imperial Preceptor said, It's all right. We have something to settle immediately. Wang Xian shook his head. Dragon King, we have another request. Of course, we also want to buy a treasure from you. Heaven Demon Imperial Preceptor looked at Wang Xian and said expectantly, Oh? What are you buying? Wang Xian asked him doubtfully. Dragon King, We found out from your starry sky that your dragon palace has an array formation that can trap immortal godly monarchs. We know that the price of this item is very high, but we are willing to pay a huge price to purchase it. The Imperial Preceptor of Heaven Demon looked at him and hesitated for a moment before continuing. Of course, we also know that this treasure is extremely precious. Even if the Dragon King doesn't sell it to us, he won't hurt our feelings. I can sell it to you. Wang Xian pondered for a moment before speaking. Now, Wang Xian not only had a black hole spatial disturbance formation that could trap his enemies, but the Divine Emperor of Heaven Array had also developed another one during this period of time. This research could be considered to be due to the fact that he was currently in a soul state. The newly developed formation was called the Spatial Lock Formation. Not only could it prevent him from sensing the Divine Kingdom, it could also restrict him from moving. The Spatial Lock Formation was much more powerful than the Black Hole Spatial Disturbance Formation. With the Spatial Lock Formation, Wang Xian could basically give up on the Black Hole Spatial Disturbance Formation in the future. However, Wang Xian knew how powerful and terrifying this formation was. He didn't want too many people to obtain it. I can give you 5 formation compasses, each covering an area of 100 million kilometers. They can trap a level 5 immortal king. As for the reward, I want you to kill the corpses of your enemies. As long as they are corpses, you can take away their treasures. Be careful. This kind of formation can be easily broken by a level 6 immortal king. Wang Xian hesitated for a moment. He looked at the items in the mother nest and handed them over to him. All right, 5 is enough. Heaven Demon Imperial Preceptor's face was filled with excitement. Once they obtained such a terrifying formation, they would be able to kill their enemies hundreds of times over. Thank you, Dragon King. We, the Tiger Chaos Demon Nation, are bound to be your friends. If you have any matters in the future, you can come to us directly. We will not decline. The Celestial Demon Imperial Preceptor cupped his hands at Wang Xian and said solemnly, "All right." Wang Xian smiled and shook his hand. It could be considered as a complete friendship between the two major factions. Then I shall not disturb you, Dragon King. We will be sending out our troops soon. After the Celestial Demon Imperial Preceptor finished speaking, he immediately walked towards the core palace of the Demon God Palace. The war between the Tiger Turmoil Demon Nation and the Demon Slayer sect had already begun. He wanted to participate in the war personally. Brother, grandfather, old country leader, we got the array 5, Dragon King gave 5. The highest can trap an undying level 5 warrior. It can cover an area of over 100 million kilometers. Within the core palace of the Demon God Palace, the group of Undyings from the Tiger Chaos Demon Country gathered. Heaven Demon Imperial Preceptor walked in, his face filled with excitement. 5. All right. This time, we will make the demon-slaying sect pay a heavy price for what they have done to us over the past 10 million years. On the main seat, the old king immediately stood up with an excited expression. A violent, baleful aura surged out of his body as he roared coldly. What conditions does the Dragon King want? The old Imperial Preceptor suppressed the excitement in his heart as he asked. Grandfather, the Dragon King only wants the corpse of the enemy we killed. He only wants the corpse, nothing else. The National Master said with a smile. Oh? Although the corpse of an expert is a good material, the things he wants are too low. It seems that our chaotic Tiger Demon Nation owes him a favor. The old National Master said with a smile. It seems that befriending the Dragon Palace is a wise choice. At least the Dragon King is very magnanimous. The leader of the chaotic Tiger Nation said with a smile on his face. Let's put aside the other matters and prepare for the battle. This time they have slaughtered the people of our 2 planets from the demon sect. Today, they will pay with blood. The old national advisor stood up slowly and roared with a murderous look on his face. Pay with blood. The rest of the people roared. Dragon King, the chaotic Tiger Demon Nation, has started to take action. This is the history of the chaotic Tiger Demon Nation. In a palace in the Demon God Palace, Wang Xian and Prime Minister Gui were standing on the 2nd floor of the main hall. They were looking at the murderous army outside. This Demon Slayer sect really deserves to die. The chaotic Tiger Demon Nation has practically grown to this stage under their oppression. Wang Xian took a look at some of the things about the chaotic Tiger Demon Nation. In the southern star system, the heaven demons were relatively weaker. Many of them were captured and used as mounts. Led by the Demon Slayer sect, they hunted the sky demons crazily and sold them. Meanwhile, the chaotic tiger demon kingdom, which was established by the sky demons, was gradually growing up to compete with the Demon Slayer sect. This confrontation would last for tens of millions of years. The Demon Slayer sect will have to pay a heavy price this time. The chaotic tiger demon kingdom is also a major force. The upcoming war will probably affect many planets. Prime Minister Gue said. This matter is beyond our control. Wang Xian said. Let's go, let's go. Auntie Ying has already discussed with some forces on Xinghua planet. The concert will start in 2 days. Let's go to Xinghua planet. At this moment, the voice of the Imperial Star Lady came from behind. Oh? Are you ready? Let's go then. Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and said with a smile. Let's go. We need to familiarize ourselves with the venue when we get there. Di Xingnu urged. Got it. Wang Xian nodded and gestured to Prime Minister Gue at the side. The group walked out of the palace. After sending a message to the Imperial Preceptor of Heaven Demon, Wang Xian flew directly to the teleportation formation. There are millions of people in a small concert. I'll be a little nervous when I get up on stage. Sister Inxian, it's not that I want to say this, but once you become a singer, I'll be ranked behind you in the future. With your strength and sound waves, you can totally make people fall into an environment. It's still too early for me to reach this stage. But this time, with Sister Inchuan's group of dolphin sisters accompanying me, I think this concert will be very perfect. The two girls were chatting excitedly at the side. This was the first time Tang Inxian had performed in front of so many people. And the Imperial Star Lady was excited because she had a group of Immortal God King level grandmasters accompanying her. Wang Xian looked over and smiled. Through the teleportation formation, the group was directly teleported to Xinghua planet. Xinghua planet, one of the 5 major commercial planets. The 5 major commercial planets of the Xingnan galaxy were each controlled by powerful forces. Xinghua planet was controlled by 3 forces. They were the Jianhua Group, the Black Forest Group, and the 3 Seas Gate. The 2 major groups and 1 major sect. These 3 forces were comparable to the Tiger Chaos Demon Nation. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to control a commercial planet. As for the other 4 commercial planets, they were controlled by the pinnacle forces of the Star Southern Galaxy. These 4 forces had an Immortal King level 7 powerhouse for a long time. Let's wait here. Someone will be coming to pick us up soon. Empress Star Lady looked at the AI and said to Wang Xian and the rest. Auntie Ying had already come here to settle some matters. All of their matters were arranged by someone. The Imperial Star Lady was one of the top female celebrities in the Imperial Star region. Any force would welcome her warmly if she were to hold a concert here. Not only could the entrance tickets be sold for a large number of divine stones, but there were also some One could also earn a considerable profit. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Not long after, a sky-blue luxurious fleet of cars drove over. The cars stopped neatly beside Wang Xian and the rest. Aunt Ying walked out from one of the cars and walked towards Di Xingnu. This is the goddess of stars who changed her appearance. Aunt Ying walked over and a group of young men and women walked out from the other cars. They followed her and looked at Di Xingnu as they asked hesitantly. Yes. Di Xingnu nodded coldly at them. Wow, goddess of stars. Can you give me an autograph? A girl couldn't help but exclaim. All right, miss, let's go. Let's rest for a while and take a look at the venue. Aunt Ying gestured to the girl to put her things away and said to Di Xingnu. Di Xingnu nodded slowly and walked straight to the car in front. Wang Xian and the rest followed behind with a smile. This superstar was quite stylish. I've already taken out my things. She didn't even give me a name to sign. When the girl saw Di Xingnu completely ignoring her, she said with slight displeasure. That's right. She's completely disguised. There's no way to tell that she's the star goddess. I want to take a closer look at the star goddess. A young man beside him shook his head. Don't think too much about it. Not to mention that she might have a deep background. Just her influence alone isn't something we can withstand. A young man reminded them to the side, afraid that they would go overboard. Brother Song, we naturally know about this. The group of young men and women nodded. Although they were all heaven's favored disciples of this generation of the three major forces, their statuses could not be compared to the Empress. Perhaps with the Empress's appeal, some of the young disciples of the central region of the Imperial Star region would lead experts to come and annihilate them. They still knew some propriety. Let's go. Although we can't get close to her, at least we can properly admire the Empress's appearance in the first row. A young man said with a smile. Not bad, Star Goddess, you're very cool. In a luxurious car on Xinghua planet, Wuxia looked at Di Xingnu and teased her. Di Xingnu rolled her eyes at him and ignored him. Sister Xingnu is at least a famous celebrity in the Imperial Star field. What do you mean by very cool? Tang Yinxian, who was beside him, rolled her eyes at him as well and spoke on behalf of Di Xingnu. Hee. Wang Xian smiled. A top-notch celebrity like Imperial Star Lady had fans all over the entire Imperial Star region. Her fans numbered in the trillions. Naturally, she could ignore fans like that when she met them. It wasn't that she was arrogant, but as the one who set up the venue, she should have this rule. The luxurious car quickly drove towards the center of Xinghua planet and entered a villa. Miss, the other party has already prepared a banquet. Let's go to the venue to have a look. The car door opened and Auntie Ying said softly. All right. Imperial Star Lady nodded and the group walked into the villa. Welcome, Star Goddess. It is our honor for the Star Goddess to be able to choose our Xinghua planet to hold a concert. When they entered, the group immediately came over to welcome them. The group was a middle-aged man and woman, and there were two old men among them. They wore black and blue clothes, and they should be the people from the Black Forest Group and the Three Seas Gate, two of the forces that controlled Xinghua planet. Everyone, it is a pleasure to work with you. The Imperial Star Lady smiled politely and returned to her original smile. It's a pleasure to work with you. Come to the Celestial Goddess, we've had a long journey. Let's prepare the most popular delicacies on Xinghua planet. A hint of experience flashed across everyone's eyes when they saw Celestial Goddess Emperor returning to her original appearance. A hint of passion flashed across the eyes of many middle-aged men as well. With her perfect face and body, coupled with the aura of a top-tier celebrity, she was truly a goddess that could topple countries and cities. So beautiful! A group of young men and women who followed behind entered. When they saw the face of the Empress, they were unable to extricate themselves. Wang Xian curled his lips slightly at the side. The Empress' face was just like Yin Xian's. It was just that she had the aura of a celebrity. Wang Xian was very satisfied with the delicious meal. After the meal, the Empress and the group of people formed a shadow and looked at the location of the venue. The venue was located in a stadium on Xinghua planet. Millions of people could watch it at the same time. They took a simple glance and returned to the villa where they were staying. After that, Wang Xian became bored. Yin Xian asked the Empress Star Lady some questions on the stage. He turned on his AI and looked at all kinds of information. On the second day, a piece of information shocked the entire star southern galaxy. The Tiger Chaos Immortal Demon Country and the Demon Slayer sect had completely erupted into a war that destroyed the stars. In just 10 hours, the Tiger Chaos Immortal Demon Country had destroyed the 3 vital planets of the Demon Slayer sect. The planets exploded and billions of people died. Under the leadership of the Level 7 Undying Godly Monarch, the Tiger Chaos Immortal Demon Country slaughtered more than 100 Undying Godly Monarchs of the Demon Slayer sect. Now, the Demon Slayer sect was being defeated one after another. This is war. Wang Xian watched indifferently. The war between the two forces was just so cruel. In the war, there were innocent people, but in the war, there were no innocent people either. Looks like the chaotic Tiger Demon Nation is going to win this war. Wang Xian mumbled. Quick, quick, quick. Wang Xian, let's go. In the evening, a voice came from outside. Wang Xian smiled and walked out of his room. The concert will start in half an hour. We have to rush over. Celestial Maiden urged him. All right, let's go. Wang Xian nodded and looked at Yin Xian. Wow, honey, you look so beautiful tonight. He was dressed in sky blue clothes with a pink dolphin embroidered on it. It made him look noble and beautiful. He could not help but walk over and hugged her body. All right, Stargirl is still watching. Let's hurry up and leave. Tang Yinxian was a little shy as she struggled free. Dog food. Di Xingnu, who was at the side, pouted and muttered. Everyone immediately rushed to the concert venue. They arrived at the back of the stage 5 minutes earlier. When Wang Xian and the rest arrived, there were already many people waiting backstage. Star Goddess. There are only 5 minutes left. A middle-aged man walked over and said while looking at Di Xingnu, "She's so pretty. She's even prettier than yesterday. If only I could gain the admiration of the Star Goddess." "You? Don't even think about it." Beside them, a group of young men whispered to Di Xingnu while looking at her. Look at the girl beside the Star Goddess. She's also very pretty." "Hiss, that's true. I didn't notice it earlier. She's not inferior to the goddess of stars at all. It's not just her. Look at the 5 girls holding musical instruments behind her. They're also very beautiful." Conversations rang out one after another. It wasn't just the young men. Some middle-aged men and girls also glanced at them from time to time. Everyone had a heart for beauty. Wang Xian smiled and looked at them from the side. "It's about to start. I'll go on stage first. Sister Yinxian, you wait here now." Very soon, the concert began. Di Xingnu walked onto the stage. The millions of people in front immediately cheered. "Yinxian, don't be nervous. Let me tell you, you're much better than that girl, Xingnu. You sing much better, and you're even prettier than her." Wang Xian walked to Tang Yinxuan's figure and said to her, "You've been bad-mouthing Xingnu ever since she left." Tang Yinxian rolled her eyes at him and said with a smile, "Hee, I'm telling the truth." Wang Xian said with a smile, "All right, look at Xingnu's singing. Look at her perfect performance on stage." Tang Yinxian looked ahead. With the technology of this dazzling world, they could see it clearly from the back. Moreover, even if Imperial Star's back was facing them, the power of the technology made it seem as if they were facing them head-on. No matter from what angle they were facing them head-on. Everyone looked at the perfect star girl on the stage and listened to the beautiful song. This time, with the accompaniment of 5 beautiful dolphin girls, it was even more fascinating. Compared to the previous performance on Planet Dongqi, it was several times better. Young Master Ji. Young Master Ji is here. Hello, Young Master Ji. At this moment, voices of greetings came from behind. Wang Xian took a glance. A young man was walking over. He was dressed in sky-blue clothes. His face was a little long and he was wearing a pair of boots. His hair was tied up and there was a haughty look on his face. It was obvious that he had an extraordinary status. When he walked over, be it the young man, the middle-aged man, or even a few elders, all of them called him Young Master Ji. The young man nodded indifferently, and his gaze fell on the chair at the side. At the side, a few young men immediately poured wine for the young man, and a few middle-aged elders came behind him. TSK as expected of the Celestial Emperor's daughter. She's really perfect. Only a woman like her can make people feel the desire to conquer her. He raised his head and drank a cup of wine. Young Master Ji. She's the Star Goddess. She has a huge amount of popularity, and according to rumors, her background is extremely deep. The manager beside her has always been Undying Level 6. The youth leaned on the sofa, shaking the wine glass in his hand. An old man beside him immediately bent down and said bitterly, It's a pity that our 3C sect is still too weak. I know my limits when it comes to some matters." The young man said coldly and placed the cup in his hand heavily on the table. The people around lowered their heads slightly and did not dare to speak. The strength of the eternal God Lord actually made the immortal king so respectful. Wang Xian swept his gaze across and raised his eyebrows. His eyes revealed a look of surprise. Any faction would always respect strength. Take the current crown prince of the chaotic tiger demon nation as an example. His status was respectable enough. However, in reality, he was not as respectable as an expert who had just stepped into the immortal godly monarch realm. Even if he was a core disciple of a big family, his status was not as respectable as an expert. Of course, an existence as monstrous as invincible in battle techniques was an exception. There is a special aura on his body. It's as if he has been revived after the fall of an expert. Wang Xian thought to himself and didn't pay too much attention to it. I met a good sister here in the Southern Star System. The fans who are paying attention to me should know something, right? That's right. It's our dolphin princess, Inxian. Next, we will perform a song together. After nearly an hour, the Imperial Star Lady on the stage spoke. She turned around and looked at Tang Inxian. Little Xian, I'm going on stage. Tang Inxian said to Wang Xian nervously. Inxian, you're the best. You're 10 times more powerful than Di Xingnu. Wang Xian immediately cheered her on. You're bad-mouthing Xingnu again. Tang Inxian rolled her eyes at him and felt a little relieved. She walked up to the stage gracefully. After all, Tang Inxian was an undying God King-level powerhouse. She could easily handle such a situation. Hello, everyone. I'm Tang Inxian. Tang Inxian walked onto the stage and waved at everyone, following which she and Emperor Star Lady began to sing. The moment her voice was heard, the powerful use of sound waves immediately entered everyone's minds. Imperial Star's singing could make people feel happy. When they entered an illusion, Tang Inxuan's singing could do the same. Furthermore, it gave people a more realistic and shocking feeling. Oh, what a beautiful singing voice. At the back of the stage, a group of young men and women heard the singing voice. Their faces were filled with shock as they looked forward. So beautiful, her singing voice is so beautiful, she's so beautiful. She's so beautiful. Who is she? She doesn't seem to be any worse than Imperial Star's singing. In fact, she's even more outstanding. She's so beautiful. In the future, she'll definitely be a top-notch singer, no weaker than Imperial Star's goddess. Exclamations rang out one after another. At the same time, in the audience stands, everyone was somewhat stunned when Imperial Star's goddess suddenly called a beautiful woman to sing together. However, when they heard this singing voice, their eyes widened and their mouths slightly opened. She was not inferior to Star Lady at all. Almost everyone was certain that the beautiful woman next to Star Lady might not be inferior to Star Lady in the future. Gulp! At the back, young Master Ji's eyes flickered as he stared at the stage in front of him. He slowly picked up the wine cup on the table again. He swallowed all the wine in one gulp, and his eyes flickered with a fiery expression. Who is that woman? He looked at the few middle-aged elders beside him and said indifferently, This, young Master Ji, we don't know either. But just now, the Star Lady introduced that she should be from our South Star system. An elder frowned slightly and shook his head. Do you guys think this beauty will be popular in the Imperial Star Field? Young Master Ji slowly sat up and asked the young men and women beside him. Young Master Ji, according to my guess, she should be. Her singer is simply too beautiful. She is not inferior to the Star Goddess at all. Her appearance is not inferior to the Star Goddess. Her figure is perfect. She will definitely be popular. A few young men beside him spoke with almost certainty. I think so too. She's another perfect woman. Young Master Ji narrowed his golden eyes slightly and his eyes sparkled. The concert continued. Tang Inxuan's appearance did not cause the audience to feel the slightest bit dissatisfied. Instead, they all watched with fiery eyes. The entire concert lasted for a total of 70 minutes. Tang Inxian and the Emperor Star Lady sang 3 songs together and 2 songs alone. Goddess of Stars, Goddess of Stars. Goddess of Inxian, Goddess of Inxian. After the concert ended, the audience erupted into an earth-shattering roar. Emperor Xingnu and Tang Inxian smiled, bowed, and retreated to the back of the stage. Voila! At the back, young Master Ji saw that they had retreated and immediately stood up. His gaze fell on Tang Inxian and his eyes sparkled as he walked straight over. Young Master Ji. Behind him, a group of middle-aged men called out softly. Shut up, I know what I'm doing. Young Master Ji said indifferently, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Little Xian, The singing of the 2 beauties is simply too perfect. Hello, ladies, my name is Young Master Ji Jian. You can just call me Young Master Ji. Tang Inxian walked towards Wang Xian excitedly. At this moment, a few figures walked over. The corners of Ji Xiaojian's mouth curled up slightly. He extended his hand and said to Tang Inxian, Tang Inxian looked at Ji Xiaojian and the rest and was slightly stunned. Then she nodded her head politely. Thank you for your compliment. As she spoke, she walked straight ahead. This beauty, do you have time for dinner? Seeing that Tang Yinxian didn't extend her hand, Ji Xiaojian continued to speak. No, please make way. At this moment, Wang Xian walked over and gave Ji Xiaojian a nonchalant glance. Ji Xiaojian's body paused as he looked at Wang Xian. Xiao Xian. Tang Yinxian walked over, held his hand and asked, how was my performance? Perfect. 100 times more perfect than Star Lady. Wang Xian said with a smile. Wang Xian, I think you want to die. At the side, the celestial maiden heard it and glared at Wang Xian fiercely. Haha, all right. Let's go and find a place to celebrate. Wang Xian smiled and said to them, Two beauties, our 3C sect has prepared a banquet. Give us some face. At the side, Ji Xiaojian spoke to them without any expression on his face. There's no need. Let's go. Di Xingnu glanced at her and completely ignored her. Tang Yinxian didn't even look at her. Let's go. Wang Xian didn't bother with the fellow at the side as he led them out. Hehe. You're really not giving me face. Ji Xiaojian stood there as his face slowly darkened. Young Master Ji. The star goddess is not someone we can offend. An old man said in a low voice. You don't have to remind me again, I know. Then, what about the other one? He. What about the other one? Ji Xiaojian's words caused the surrounding youths and middle-aged elders to be slightly stunned. The other one, they naturally knew who he was referring to. The woman who had just appeared. The woman who possessed a strength that was not inferior to the star goddess. Young Master Ji. For that woman to be able to be together with the star goddess, I'm afraid. A middle-aged man frowned and said in a low voice. The star goddess is the star goddess and the others are others. Didn't you hear that the woman is from the southern star system? Why? Are they still from the four forces? Ji Xiaojian's face turned cold as he looked at the middle-aged man and said, Young Master Ji, let's immediately investigate the identity of that woman. The old man beside bowed and said immediately. Immediately. Ji Xiaojian said coldly. Yes. The group of middle-aged men nodded respectfully. Only a lady like this can make people want to conquer her. Ji Xiaojian licked his lips and laughed coldly. The surrounding youths all looked at Ji Xiaojian respectfully. They were already core disciples of the 3C sect. However, compared to this youth before them, their statuses were a million miles apart. He was not on the same level as them. He was the son of their 3C sect leader, a former Undying level 5 warrior. After his death, he had been revived with blood, and he had yet to fully recover his memories. His sect leader's father was an Undying level 6 warrior. His grandfather was also an Undying level 6 warrior. The current him, in the entire 3C sect, even the Undying level 4 and 5 warriors had to treat him with respect. Congratulations on our Yinchuan's stunning performance. A perfect debut. On the top floor of a building on Xinghua planet, Guan Shuqing and the other girls raised their glasses and congratulated Tang Yinxian. He. Thank you, sisters. Tang Yinxian smiled. From now on, we can let the big stars perform live for us. Feng Luan and the rest joked with him. Of course, there's no problem. Let Xiao Xian dance with us in the future. Ha. This can be done. The group of girls chatted happily, while Di Xingnu sat at the side and watched with a smile. They are so nice. If my father could also deal with the relationship between my mother and the other aunties like this. Di Xingnu glanced at Wang Xian and said softly. However, she soon shook her head slightly. Her father, a woman, was 10 to 100 times more than Wang Xian. It was impossible to handle things like this. After Tang Yinxian finished chatting with the group of girls, she started chatting with the Emperor Star and Wang Xian. Everyone was in a good mood. Bang! Everyone, sorry to disturb you. Congratulations to Beauty Tang Yinxian for her perfect performance tonight. At this moment, the door was suddenly opened. Ji Xiaojian was standing at the door with a smile on his face. Beside him, a waiter was pushing a dining table. There was a huge and exquisite pastry on it. Around him, there were more than 10 middle-aged and elderly people. Ha! The people who came in all of a sudden stunned Wang Xian and the rest. Since the gift is here, I won't disturb you anymore. Ji Xiaojian took a look at Tang Yinxian before turning around and leaving. Miss, this is a gift from Ji Xiaojian to you. The waiter pushed the gift in front of Tang Yinxian and said with a smile on his face. Please return the gift to him. Tang Yinxian frowned when she saw the gift being pushed over and said directly, I'm sorry, miss. We are only responsible for sending the gift and don't dare to return it. The waiter shook his head bitterly and sped up his pace to leave. Wow, Sister Yinxian, you've only appeared once and someone has already sent you a gift. Hee. Di Xing, who was at the side, was rather used to such things. She smiled and said to Tang Yinxian, Little Xian, get someone to send it back to them. Tang Yinxian shook her head and said bitterly to Wang Xian, They sure are generous. Wang Xian smiled faintly and looked at the huge cake that was being pushed over. He waved his arm and opened it. There was a flower inside. 9 fireworks. A level 2 Immortal King level godly flower. Wang Xian looked at the flower and said indifferently, This is such a valuable item. Tang Yinxian was slightly stunned. Wow, I didn't expect Sister Yinxian to attract such a rich fan. It's an Immortal King level godly flower. Empress Star Lady was also surprised. When he was in the central area, the disciples of the big sects might not even be able to get such a valuable gift. However, here, someone had gifted such a precious godly flower. Prime Minister Gue. Go and check the identity of that person. Wang Xian ordered Prime Minister Gue, who was beside him. It's the Dragon King. Prime Minister Gue nodded his head. He is our great Dragon King jealous? Di Xingnu teased from the side. Sigh, I can't help it. My woman is too outstanding. I want to take good care of her tonight. Wang Xian smiled and put his arm around Tang Yinxuan's shoulder as he teased her. Heartless. When Di Xingnu saw this scene, she felt a deep blow and her face turned dark. Ha ha. Wang Xian laughed out loud. The few of them played until late into the night. After that, they started to stay in the guest room of this building. At night, Wang Xian had a good time enjoying being a superstar. The next morning, Wang Xian and the rest headed outside and prepared to return to the Dragon Palace in the Tianzi continent. The Empress changed her appearance and the group of them headed outside. They're out. They're out. Just as they were about to come out, a voice suddenly sounded. In an instant, they could feel the petals falling from the sky. Wang Xian and the rest were slightly stunned as they looked around. The petals decorated the surroundings, making the entrance exceptionally beautiful. There were 3 flowers in front of them. Each of them was emitting powerful vitality and energy. All of them were at the Immortal King level. At the very front, a young man stood there and looked at Tang Yinxian with a smile on his face. Around them, a group of people were surrounding them. Some of the young men, middle-aged men, and old men in sky-blue clothes had smiles on their faces. Some of the middle-aged men's smiles were filled with helplessness. They also didn't expect young Master Ji to be so devoted to a woman that he actually wanted to confess to her in public. They could only blame it on the fact that young Master Ji's memories hadn't completely recovered after his resurrection. I didn't expect this noble young master to confess to a girl in such a grand manner. This is Goddess Yinxian, who became famous overnight last night. My grandfather's eyes were wide open when he saw her. With young Master Ji's status, there's a very high chance of him getting the beauty back. It's almost 100%. After all, everyone knows young Master Ji's personality. Some of the middle-aged youths who were watching the commotion whispered among themselves. This. Tang Yinxian was stunned when she saw the scene. Her face was slightly embarrassed. Wang Xian frowned and a cold expression appeared on his face. Beauty Tang Yinxian, hello? At the entrance of a building on Xinghua planet, Ji Xiaojian looked at Tang Yinxian, picking up the 3 Undying God Emperor-level flowers in front of him and walking over. Too romantic. Look at the flower in that handsome guy's hand. What level is that? To actually be able to condense flower petals in space? It's too beautiful. That's an Undying Emperor-level flower. I've never seen it before. This is a very high-position young master of the 3 Seas sect. Everyone else calls him Young Master Ji. When Ji Xiaojian brought the Undying Emperor-level flower over, The surrounding spectators all revealed shocked expressions. This level of confession, who can withstand it? A girl couldn't help but say, could it be that goddess Yin, who became famous yesterday, wants to be taken? Some young men mumbled, Little Xian, let me handle it. Tang Yinxian looked at Ji Xiaojian, who was walking over, and whispered to Wang Xian. Wang Xian nodded his head slightly. Tang Yinxian moved her palm, and the 9 fireworks that was sent over yesterday appeared in her hand. Huh? What's going on? Could it be that goddess Yinxian and young Master Ji are already on good terms? Everyone was slightly stunned when they saw a flower suddenly appear in Tang Yinxuan's hand. Young Master Ji Jian, who was walking over, raised his eyebrows slightly and walked over with a smile on his face. I'm sending you 3 flowers, goddess Yinxian. Let's have breakfast together. Young Master Ji Jian looked at Tang Yinxian, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he spoke. Thank you for the flowers yesterday. They're too expensive. Here, we have something to do. We'll be leaving soon. Please excuse us for a year. Tang Yinxian waved her arm and the flowers floated in front of him. Ha! His words made Ji Xiaojian frown. He forced a smile and said in a low voice, Goddess Yinxian, I invited you in public, but you rejected me like this. It's embarrassing. This time, please give me, Ji Xiaojian, some face. As he spoke, his eyes sparkled. I'm sorry. Tang Yinxian shook her head. What's going on? Goddess Yinxian seems to be rejecting young Master Ji. I think so. No way. With young Master Ji's status in the 3C sect, she actually rejected him. What a personality. Some of the people around were slightly surprised when they saw the situation in front of them. Miss Tang Yinxian, please give the 3C sect some face. Ji Xiaojian's expression turned cold as he spoke again in a low voice. Hee. So what if I don't give it to you? Wang Xian laughed when he heard Ji Xiaojian's words. He stood at the side and spoke indifferently. Dragon King, right? Ji Xiaojian raised his head slightly when he heard Wang Xian's words. He looked at him and asked, Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, right? It's a force from a remote place. The strength is not bad. However, this is planet Xinghua. It's our territory. A strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Moreover, your dragon palace cannot be called a strong dragon either. Hee. As he spoke, there was a hint of a smile on his face. He looked at Tang Yinxian again and said, It's just a celebrity. If you have a background, you are a celebrity. If you don't have a background, you can either find a background or pay something. Is that so? A person who almost died dares to be so arrogant here. Upon hearing his words, Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and said mockingly, Who are you talking about? Upon hearing this, Ji Xiaojian raised his head abruptly and shouted at Wang Xian with a murderous aura. Ha ha ha! Who are you talking about? A crippled guy who is still acting so arrogantly here. Why don't you take a look at yourself in the mirror? Wang Xian continued to mock him. A guy who had lived for an unknown number of years and was exterminated. Now that he was resurrected, he still wanted to pursue Yinxian. He was really courting death. You're courting death. He threw the flowers in his hand onto the ground and stared at Wang Xian with a murderous look. Boom, boom, boom. In the next moment, the experts from the 3C sect instantly arrived behind Ji Xiaojian. Young Master Ji. They roared with a slightly embarrassed expression. Dragon King, do you know that your words will make the entire Dragon Palace history? Ji Xiaojian raised his head and stared at him with a ghastly expression. Hee. I really don't believe the words of a person who was almost killed. Wang Xian shook his head contemptuously. You're courting death. When Ji Xiaojian heard Wang Xian mentioning his sore spot again, his eyes were filled with killing intent. A sharp sword appeared in his hand. Young Master Ji. The expressions of the people beside him changed slightly. Young Master Ji, this is a commercial planet. In the surrounding area, an old man dressed in black frowned and spoke immediately. A surge of energy stopped the sharp sword in his hand. Very good, very good. Dragon King Tang Yinxian, you are the first people who didn't give me face. Very soon, you will kneel down and beg me. Ji Xiaojian's expression changed. He stared at Wang Xian and Tang Yinxian without concealing his killing intent. I'm looking forward to how you will look like when you kneel down and beg me." As he spoke, his expression turned ferocious. This faction has completely offended young Master G. I didn't expect it to end up like this. This young Master G is too powerful. What faction is that? I'm afraid it's going to be a disaster. I think it's going to be over. Since young Master G and the rest dared to threaten us, they must have some understanding of this faction. When the onlookers saw this scene, they were slightly shocked. A confession had turned into a threat. Only someone like young Master G could do such a domineering thing. Ha ha! Upon hearing his words, Wang Xian let out a maniacal laugh. Young Master G, right? I think it's the best choice for you to become a dead man. Wang Xian was a little angry. A fellow who had died once only possessed the strength of the Eternal Lord. How dare he be so arrogant in front of him? And he even dared to threaten him. A strong dragon can't defeat a local snake? In my eyes, you are not considered a local snake. As soon as he finished his sentence, the 5 elements millstone appeared above his head. Oh no! You're courting death. How dare you attack? The moment Wang Xian attacked, the expressions of the 3 Seas Gates people changed drastically. A terrifying law burst out from the bodies of the 3 Seas Gates powerhouses. Buzz. However, at the next moment, the 5 elements millstone shot out rays of light. A terrifying law of annihilation engulfed them. Not good. He actually dared to make a move on Xinghua planet. Is he courting death? Everyone was shocked when they saw Wang Xian making a move. It was forbidden to make a move on commercial planets. Once they made a move, they would be hunted down by the planet's controller. Those who controlled commercial planets were all the top forces in the Southern Star System. No one dared to cause trouble here. Even young Master G had to abide by the rules here. Boom! A power of law that had been destroyed landed on everyone from the 3 Seas Gate. They didn't even have time to react as they stood there with faces full of fear. An incomparably terrifying energy swept past and rapidly extinguished their vitality. Standing in front of him, young Master G's eyes were wide open, filled with panic and despair. Boom! As the energy swept across, a muffled sound rang out in front of Xinghua Planet's building. Everyone from the 3 Seas Gate who was covered by the 5 elements grinding mill was instantly killed, including 4 immortal godly monarchs. Ji Shaojian's body landed heavily on the ground. His eyes were wide open and filled with shock. HMPH, a piece of trash. How dare you threaten me? Wang Xian glanced at the corpses with contempt. He waved his arm and kept them away. Let's go. He spoke to the celestial maiden of Inxian and the members of the Dragon Palace and immediately flew into the void. Hiss, they actually killed young Master G. They actually dared to kill people on Xinghua planet. Do they not want to live anymore? When everyone around saw this scene, they were shocked. Young Master G, a group of experts from the 3 Seas sect were killed on the spot. This was a commercial planet. You guys are courting death. How dare you kill people on Xinghua commercial planet? Around them, the immortal godly king dressed in black had a drastic change in expression. He shouted at Wang Xian and the rest. However, he did not rush over. After witnessing Wang Xian's terrifying strength, he immediately took out an item. Buzz. With a handle in his hand, he pressed a button. Buzz. 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 At the next moment, an alarm bell rang in the air. The alarm bell instantly spread across more than half of Xinghua planet. Ha! This is? An expert broke the rules on Xinghua planet. Everyone was slightly shocked. Upon hearing the alarm, some of the experts immediately flew into the sky. Whoosh! 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 At the same time, the alarm rang. Terrifying battleships flew out from the sky one after another. Among them, there was a battleship that was at least 1,000,000 kilometers in size that crawled out from a crack in the void. The cannon barrels on it contained an ice-cold aura. You're courting death. In the sky, Wang Xian saw the entire planet operating in an instant. War machines appeared one after another and a hint of shock appeared on his face. The commercial planet is indeed powerful. His eyes sparkled as he saw the figure of an expert flying out from the spaceship. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He thought that he was the controller of the commercial planet and dared to threaten him. If all of you were to make a move, Wang Xian would definitely not show mercy. All members, get ready, Wang Xian said coldly. Damn, Wang Xian killed well just now. That guy is too arrogant. I have been a celebrity for so many years, but this is the first time I have met such an arrogant guy. Auntie Ying, help me to amplify my voice. At the side, the Imperial Star Lady looked a little embarrassed when she saw the scene. She spoke to Auntie Ying directly. Okay. Auntie Ying nodded. I am the Imperial Star Lady. Today, the master of Xinghua planet, young master 3 sees Gate G, is lustful. He directly threatened Yin Xian and even said that he wouldn't agree to destroy her power. How interesting. My Imperial Star Lady has held thousands of concerts and has visited all the major commercial planets in the Imperial Star area. This is the first time I have seen such a person and seen such a planet. What a joke. Commercial planets. Everything is equal. Xinghua planet. What a piece of trash. The celestial maiden's face was filled with anger as she spoke directly. Under Auntie Ying's loudspeaker, everyone on Xinghua planet could hear her clearly. When her voice resounded throughout the entire planet, everyone was slightly taken aback. Their faces revealed an incomparably shocked expression. What? What's going on? What the fuck? Xinghua planet's master, young master 3 sees Gate G, is lustful and wants to do something to goddess Yin Xian, and he even directly threatened her. Xinghua planet actually did such a thing. Fuck. Is this even a fucking commercial planet? Bullshit. The space battleships in the sky are targeting our star goddess. Fuck, damn it. At this moment, the entire planet Xinghua was slightly agitated. Most of the people who watched the concert last night did not leave. Now that they heard the star goddess voice, they were all extremely furious. Boom. 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 In the next moment, tens of millions of people flew into the sky in anger. One must not underestimate a celebrity's fans. Sometimes, some fans' actions were extremely crazy. Oh no! When this voice rang out, the faces of the Jianhua group, the Black Forest group, and the 3 Seas Gate who controlled Xinghua planet changed drastically. How did they offend the star goddess? Are they attacking the star goddess and her people now? Their faces changed drastically, and the disciples of the 3 forces raised their heads and flew towards the direction of the signal. Stop the attack. In the sky, inside the spaceship, an old man stood in the command room with a gloomy face. His face was extremely gloomy. Was the star goddess down there? There were people in the AI saying that the star goddess had a deep background and she might be a disciple of the imperial court. Now, regardless of whether it was true or not, they could not attack rashly. If the star goddess died here, then the fans in the central area would destroy them. Stop the attack. In other places, battleships and experts also received the message, and their faces were extremely gloomy. The star goddess words were definitely a great blow to Xinghua planet. Commercial planets were supposed to be safe, everyone was equal, and everything was done fairly. Otherwise, if you couldn't even guarantee the safety of others, who would dare to do business with you if you couldn't even do justice? If one day you directly snatched the treasure, who would they look for to reason with? No one would come to an unfair commercial planet. Once the population of the commercial planet was lost, it would basically be useless. Star Lady's words had a great impact on Xinghua planet. After all, no one would think that Star Lady was lying. Damn it, what did the 3 Seas Gate do? The experts from the Jianhua group and the Black Forest group were extremely embarrassed as they cursed angrily. If they didn't handle this properly, it would have a huge impact on Xinghua planet. Eh? You're good, Star Lady. In the sky, Wang Xian saw the spaceship stopping and the experts standing in the void. He raised his eyebrows slightly and said to her with a smile, HMH, don't look down on me. Emperor Star Lady raised her head slightly and said coldly to him, You're panting when I say you're fat. All right, let's go. Wang Xian smiled and flew rapidly into the void. Although the 3 major forces on Xinghua planet did not have a level 7 Immortal King, they still had to be careful. Of course, if it was not for the fact that they did not want to ignore Emperor Star Lady and the rest, Wang Xian and the rest could have returned to the Dragon Palace in an instant. However, Wang Xian wouldn't take the initiative to run away before the other party had an absolute suppression. This wasn't his personality. He would bring the members of the Dragon Palace to make a scene. Buzz. As soon as Wang Xian and the rest left, more than 100 figures flew over. There's no need to chase after them. Among them, there's a level 5 Immortal King powerhouse. An old man in black looked at the disappearing figures with an extremely embarrassed expression. 3 Seas Gate, what are you doing? In space, the warriors of the Jianhua Group Black Forest Group were questioning the warriors of the 3 Seas Gate angrily. That Dragon Palace Dragon King killed our young Master Ji and a few Undyings, and we're just going to let them go? An elder of the 3 Seas Gate roared angrily. Damn it. Now the Star Goddess has announced to the entire planet that we are threatening people. We have to reduce the impact of this matter. Otherwise the impact on Xinghua planet will be huge. Beside him, an old man from the Black Forest Group roared coldly. Immediately come and discuss this matter. The warriors from the Jianhua Group said with a dark expression, immediately flying towards the battleship in the sky. The faces of the warriors of the 3 Seas sect changed, and they also flew over. This time it was the 3 Seas sect who caused this. Pooh! Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, you deserve to die. Deserve to die. I want to kill you. I want to destroy you. At the same time, in a vast ocean, a young man was in a sky-blue underwater palace. He spat out a mouthful of blood and let out a furious roar with a ferocious expression. When the guards outside heard these voices, their faces were filled with fear. Jenner, what's wrong? At this moment, an old man walked in and said to the figure in the room, Father, the avatar created by the deity Lotus Root was killed. I was killed. Ji Shaojian's eyes were bloodshot as he spoke to the old man. What? The old man's body froze, and a terrifying murderous aura instantly erupted from his body. The last time his son died, he did not hesitate to take out the incomparably precious deity Lotus Root to create 2 bodies for him. This was to prevent something like this from happening again. This kind of precious treasure was incomparably rare and incomparably precious. But that wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that someone dared to kill his son. If he didn't have the treasure, his son would have died completely this time. Wang. Right at this time, the AI on his body trembled. When he saw the information on it, his expression changed slightly. Jian this father of yours will avenge you. As he spoke, his figure vanished instantly. Within the space crevice of Xinghua planet, close to 200 Undying fighters sat there. The 3 powers were all in the same position. The 3 Seas sect leader is here. The Black Forest leader looked at the 3 Seas sect leader and said indifferently, anyone who dares to cause trouble on Xinghua planet, kill without mercy. The 3 Seas Gates leader's face was filled with killing intent as he directly opened his mouth and roared. We'll talk about this matter later. Now let's settle the matter of the Star Goddess influence. The elder leading the Jianhua group said with a gloomy face. When the 3 Seas Gates leader saw that the 2 great forces were staring at him, his expression changed as he sat on his seat. Now, because of the Star Goddess words, it has a great impact on us. Look at the evaluation of us on the AI. Look at the turmoil of some of the Star Goddess fans on Xinghua planet. The old man who was the leader of the Black Forest Corporation waved his arm. The incident regarding planet Xinghua on the AI had gone crazy. Because of the Star Goddess influence, all of them were cursing planet Xinghua. There were even quite a number of fans from the central region who came over to curse them through a location search. The entire planet Xinghua had instantly become an existence that everyone was shouting at. Moreover, the other 4 commercial planets in the southern star system might as well have been secretly adding fuel to the fire. One by one, all the non-sensational information was revealed. If it was not handled properly, the entire planet Xinghua would suffer a huge blow, and at least half of its people would be lost. If so many people were lost, then their planet Xinghua would become more and more declining. The losses were hard to calculate. Now we have to stabilize the situation. The leader of the Jianhua group said, they killed people on our commercial planet, my son and my subordinates. The other party broke the rules first. What do we have to be afraid of? The leader of the 3 Seas Gate said coldly, the influence of the Star Goddess is too great. We have to explain. However, we have evidence here. The situation is still acceptable. As for what happens next, this matter was caused by your 3C sect. Take care of the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, and let them know the consequences of violating the rules of our Xinghua planet. The elder leading the Black Forest group said to the sect master of the 3C's sect. Don't worry. Leave the Dragon Palace to us. I want to make them suffer so much that they wish they were dead. The sect master of the 3C's sect roared coldly. Also, issue an arrest warrant for the Southern Star System. If the other forces see them, they won't let them enter the planet even if they won't be captured. The old man who was the leader of the Black Forest group continued to add. Upload the footage of the Dragon King and the others killing on Xinghua planet to the AI and make it more vivid. After saying that, the old man disappeared. The people on the side immediately took action. They edited the footage taken by the satellite and immediately uploaded it to the AI under the name of Xinghua planet. Please watch the video. The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace killed the people from Xinghua planet and violated the rules. We will judge them according to the rules of Xinghua planet. As soon as a video was uploaded, it immediately spread crazily on the AI. At the same time, in the vast starry sky, Wang Xian and the rest were shuttling through the universe, flying towards the direction of the life planet. They were going to use the teleportation formation on the life planet to make a transfer. Little Xian, it's all my fault this time. Yeah, it's all your fault, Yin. You're too beautiful and too likable. In the universe, Tang Yin had just started to reprimand herself when she was interrupted by Wang Xian. This made her glare at Wang Xian and a smile appeared on her face. It's just the 3C sect. We are not afraid of the three major forces on Xinghua planet. Wang Xian stroked Tang Yinshuan's head and continued to speak. These guys are too arrogant. I've been a celebrity for so many years, but I've never met such a bastard. Humph. Di Xingnu, who was standing at the side, spoke with slight dissatisfaction. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, Imperial Star's daughter looked at the AI that was trembling non-stop. Apparently, there were many fans sending messages to her. Huh? Those bastards from Xinghua planet actually sent the video of Wang Xian killing someone to the AI to guide public opinion. When she saw the message on the AI, she raised her eyebrows slightly. Oh? They must be afraid of your influence. Wang Xian frowned slightly and took out the artificial intelligence system. As expected, there were countless heated discussions about Xinghua planet on the artificial intelligence system. A video posted on Xinghua planet was very popular. The video was the scene of Wang Xian killing the powerhouses of the 3C sect. Oh? So it was the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace who made the first move? This is obviously a confession from a disciple of the 3C sect to Goddess Yinshian. He even gave her such a precious gift. The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace actually killed them cruelly. This Dragon King is so cruel. Other people only confessed, but he actually killed all the disciples of the 3C sect. It's them who violated the rules of Xinghua planet. No voice, no comment. What do you mean no comment? Can't you see the picture? No matter how wrong the disciples of the 3C sect are, they can't kill people. If they violated the rules of the commercial planet, they should be punished. The goddess of Star is obviously favoring them on purpose. Information was spreading crazily on the AI. There were countless comments below the video released by Planet Xinghua. Planet Xinghua represented the three major forces, and the disciples of the three major forces were naturally speaking up for their own forces here in their homeland. Moreover, not everyone was a fan of Planet Imperial's daughter. As soon as the video was released, countless people condemned the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace for being extremely cruel and wanting to kill people at the slightest disagreement. Many people supported Planet Xinghua to punish the Dragon Palace. They wanted to let them know the consequences of violating the rules of Planet Xinghua. Countless people condemned him one after another. Among them, there were some who said that the Star Goddess had deliberately twisted the truth because she had many fans. Planet Xinghua. When Wang Xian saw the video, a hint of coldness appeared in his eyes. This bunch of despicable guys. Humph, humph, humph. Fortunately, I held back and fought with me. This time, I will let all of you suffer heavy losses. All of a sudden, Di Xing'er, who was at the side, smiled slyly and started to fiddle with the AI. Ha! Wang Xian looked at Di Xing'er. Let's go. Let's hurry back to the Dragon Palace so that we can enjoy the food while watching the show. Very soon, Di Xing'er urged him. On Di Xing'er's homepage, a video was also posted. The name of the video was given by her, Bully. Is this the so-called rule of Xinghua Planet? The scene in the video was the same as the one released by Xinghua Planet. The only difference was that Xinghua Planet was using a satellite to record the scene, so no sound could be heard. The video was from the perspective of Imperial Star Lady, so everyone could clearly hear her voice. In other words, the entire process was recorded down. The influence and speed of transmission of Imperial Star Lady was not something that Xinghua Planet could compare to. One piece of information about her was known by the entire Imperial Star Field. Awesome, a small and remote place actually has such a bully. I've seen it for myself. If such a retard was placed in our central region, he would have been killed long ago. Well killed, arrogant? This kind of person still dares to be arrogant. He's simply courting death. Planet Xinghua still wants to conceal it. What a joke. Look at the faces of Xinghua's 3 Seas Gate disciples. Are they that powerful? The disciples of Xinghua Planet's 3 great forces must obey any woman they see, or else they will threaten to destroy you. Soon, the entire video went viral. The video that Xinghua Planet had just posted was instantly smacked in the face, and it instantly caused Xinghua Planet to curse. Bastard. Look at what your 3 Seas Gate has done. When the Black Forest Group and the Jianhua Group saw this video, all of the experts were incomparably furious. With this video, they could not even make sense of it. With the influence of Imperial Star Lady, and with the other 4 commercial planets in the Southern Star System secretly competing, Xinghua Planet would definitely suffer heavy losses this time. The profits of a commercial planet were extremely terrifying. Otherwise, a group of top-tier forces would not have established a commercial planet. The higher-ups of the Black Forest Group and the Jianhua Group immediately rushed over. At the same time, they also called the experts of the 3 Seas Gate over. The 3 Seas Gate will be fully responsible for the losses this time. The 2 higher-ups of the Black Forest Group and the Jianhua Group stared at the leader of the 3 Seas Gate and roared with cold faces. We will naturally be responsible for the losses this time. The leader of the 3 Seas Gate leaned back on his chair and roared in a low voice with a gloomy face. Everything was because of his son, and there was nothing he could do about it. We will bear all the losses from now on. The leader of the 3 Seas Gate suddenly stood up and left immediately with a gloomy face. He really gave birth to a good son. It's a good thing that the 3 Seas Gate is controlled by their generation. Otherwise, why would the others agree to it? The 2 higher-ups of the Black Forest Group and the Jianhua Group frowned as they watched the 3 Seas sect master leave. All the disciples of the 3 Seas sect, follow me on my expedition. An hour later, the 3 Seas planet's ocean area occupied 90%. The sect master of the 3 Seas sect hovered above the surface of the ocean and roared with a murderous look on his face. It's the sect master. Within the ocean, warriors dressed in sky-blue armor flew out, their faces filled with rage. Every one of them were like the top hunters in the ocean, vast and powerful. 3 Trident Army. Mad Shark Army. Raging Wave Army. The undying fighters of 3 Seas sect all let out a cold roar. Behind them, the soldiers lined up neatly, all of them were eternal godlords. 3 of the 5 armies of the 3 Seas Gate, each army had 150,000 people, each army had 30 undying emperors. Leader. Leader. Following which, silhouettes flew over and shouted respectfully at the leader. 40 to 50 silhouettes, including 7 to 8 undying level 5 emperors. Dragon Palace Dragon King killed our 3 Seas Gate warriors, disregarding Xinghua Planet's rules, going to destroy the palace. The sect master of the 3 Seas sect roared with killing intent. Yes, all the experts of the sect and legion immediately roared loudly. Sect master, the relationship between the Dragon Palace and the chaotic Tiger Demon Nation is quite good. Should we investigate further? An elder of the 3 Seas sect frowned slightly and walked over to say in a low voice, "Ignore him. The chaotic tiger demon nation is in a great war with the demon slayer sect. They will not participate in it. Board the sea god worship. The sect master of the Three Seas sect glared at the old man coldly and roared. The old man was slightly helpless. The sect master had absolute authority and control over the Three Seas sect. No one could change his words. Fortunately, the sect master was quite wise. This time, his anger was only directed at a remote faction. There would not be any problems. Boom! 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 At that moment, an enormous warship rose up from the ocean. The warship was about 600 kilometers in circumference. It emanated the brilliance and weight of metal, making it look extremely terrifying. Hua! 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 In the next moment, all the disciples of the Three Seas sect flew toward the warship. A faction from a remote place dared to kill Jian and cause trouble on planet Xinghua. Did the Stargirl give you the courage? Or did the Tiger Demon Nation give you the courage? Even if I can't destroy all of you, I will destroy all of your planets. The sect master of the Three Seas Gate stood at the forefront of the warship as terrifying energy burst out of his body. Let's go! Boom! 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 The sea god warship emitted brilliant blue light as it flew into the void. It was impossible to hide such a huge commotion happening on the Three Seas Gate side. Soon, the news of the Three Seas Gate leader leading an army into the starry sky spread through the AI. Now, the reputation of the AI was one-sided, and Xinghua planet was being cursed everywhere. Humph, no matter what, we didn't kill anyone on Xinghua planet. If the Dragon King dares to violate the rules of Xinghua planet, he will have to pay the price of destruction. However, some disciples of the Three Seas Gate, one of the three forces on Xinghua planet, let out a final roar with cold faces. Anyone who violates the rules of Xinghua planet will have to pay the price in blood. The experts of the Three Seas Gate were going to destroy the Dragon Palace. At this moment, planet Xinghua made another statement. We will not allow anything to happen on planet Xinghua that violates the rules of the commercial planet. This time, the disciples of the Three Seas Gate didn't do anything either. Anyone who tries to break the rules of planet Xinghua will have to pay an unacceptable price, including the three forces of planet Xinghua. The public opinion had already collapsed. Planet Xinghua had no choice but to change their target. This statement told everyone that although the disciples of the Three Seas Gate were in the wrong, they had not broken the rules of the commercial planet. Similarly, anyone who broke the rules would have to pay a heavy price. Their voice was to appease some of the merchants on planet Xinghua and the people of the Southern Star System. As long as Xinghua planet was not regarded as an unruly planet, that would be enough. In the future, they could slowly recover. Although the fans of the Imperial Star Lady did not buy Xinghua planet's announcement, some factions in the Southern Star System also knew that this matter could not affect the foundation of the Southern Star System. After all, the people of Xinghua planet did not break the rules this time. We're back. Wang Xian, get someone to prepare some delicious food. We're ready to watch the show. The Imperial Star Lady, who had traveled for more than 10 hours, spoke up the moment she returned to the Dragon Palace. She immediately took out her artificial intelligence to take a look. However, when he took out his artificial intelligence, he frowned slightly. Wang Xian, there's something bad. The Imperial Star Lady looked at the information on the artificial intelligence and immediately spoke to Wang Xian. Oh? What's the matter? Wang Xian looked over and immediately walked to her side. The leader of the Three Seas sect has personally brought experts to destroy the Dragon Palace. They said that they want to make the Dragon Palace pay a terrible price. Di Xingnu looked at him with a serious expression. Prime Minister Gue, I asked you to investigate the situation of the Three Seas sect. How's the investigation going? Wang Xian immediately asked Prime Minister Gue, who was beside him. Dragon King, according to our investigation, the strength of the Three Seas sect is a little stronger than the previous chaotic tiger demon country. There are 4 level 6 immortal godly king powerhouses and more than 400 other powerhouses. Prime Minister Gue immediately reported. 4. Wang Xian raised his eyebrows slightly. It's impossible for all 4 of them to come. At most, there will be 2 of them. The strength of our Dragon Palace is so weak in their eyes. They shouldn't send too many peak powerhouses. However, they shouldn't send too few other powerhouses. After all, they want to destroy us. Prime Minister Gue smiled faintly. He didn't feel that there was too much danger. Even if all of them come, we aren't afraid at all. Wang Xian squinted his eyes slightly. Although there was only one level 6 Immortal King powerhouse in the Dragon Palace now, there were many level 5 powerhouses. There were more than 40 of them now. With the strength of the Dragon Palace's experts, 10 of them could easily fight against 4 level 6 Immortal King experts. In addition, there were more than 1,000 Immortal Kings in the Dragon Palace. Even if the entire Three Seas Gate came, he wouldn't be afraid. However, since the other party wants to destroy us, we should prepare well and give them a surprise. Wang Xian's eyes sparkled. According to my speculation, they should be coming from the direction of the Lorman Desolate Beast Park. When the time comes, the previous Iron Blood Alliance will be the front line. Dragon King, we can set up a formation there and wait for them to arrive, so that we can give them a fatal blow. Prime Minister Gue said, "Let's go over immediately. Since they are courting death, we will fulfill their wish. This time, everyone below level 6 Immortal King will die." Wang Xian's face was filled with hatred. The disciples of the Three Seas sect dared to covet Tang Yinxian and act so arrogantly. They were the ones who were courting death. Now, they even dared to make a big fuss and attack the Dragon Palace. Then, they would know the price for everything. Yinxian, all of you stay in the Dragon Palace. Prime Minister Gue, bring everyone from the Fire Hammer clan. Wang Xian said immediately and walked towards the teleportation formation. Fire Hammer clan, Fire Gold Dragon Seed. The dragon seed with the strongest forging skills of the divine dragon clan. Now, they had been learning the Dao formations. The old clan leader of the Fire Hammer clan and Duan Jin Ming both possessed level 5 Immortal King combat strength. They also controlled the Black Hole Space Disturbing Formation and the Space Locking Formation. This time, Wang Xian wanted to cover the entire starry sky with this formation. It's the Dragon King. Prime Minister Gue nodded immediately and informed him. Immediately, 30,000 Fire Gold Dragon Seeds rushed to the teleportation formation. 30,000 Fire Gold Dragon Seeds. The weakest among them was at least level 5 of the Eternal Lord. Buzz. Wang Xian and the rest moved their bodies and were immediately teleported to a planet of the Iron Blood Alliance. Seal the starry sky, set up a black hole space-disturbing formation, set up a space-locking formation. Wang Xian brought them to the void. In the void, there was a line of defense that the Iron Blood Alliance used to defend against dire beasts. Wang Xian and the group of Fire Gold Dragon Seeds flew over and immediately gave the order. It's the Dragon King. The group of Fire Gold Dragon Seeds immediately nodded and began to set up a formation in the void. Wang Xian moved his arm and a formation compass appeared in his hand. Immediately, he began to inscribe a formation on the formation compass. Buzz, buzz, buzz. All the Fire Gold Dragon species and Wang Xian immediately took action. 5 hours later, the entire void was filled with densely packed formations. There were only 2 types of formations, the Black Hole Disturbance Formation and the Space Locking Formation. The main purpose of setting up so many formations was to deal with the destruction of a level 6 Immortal King. After the 2 formations were set up, the old chief and Duan Jin Ming began to set up the Concealment Formation. The Concealment Formation they set up would only be discovered by a level 6 Immortal King after careful investigation. At the back, Wang Xian directly made more than 100 formation compasses. All of them were capable of trapping a level 6 Immortal King and below. Prime Minister Gue, send all the members of the Dragon Palace over. Send over 100 Immortal King first. The rest will hide in the surrounding Dragon Palace and wait for reinforcements. Wang Xian set up the array compass and ordered Prime Minister Gue. It's the Dragon King. Prime Minister Gue nodded his head. Soon, 200,000 members of the Dragon Palace flew over from the surrounding planets. These 200,000 members of the Dragon Palace belonged to the weaker group of dragons. The truly powerful ones were all waiting for orders in the Dragon Palace. Wow, Wang Xian, you are too cunning. You are actually waiting here. Emperor Star Lady followed the members of the Dragon Palace over. She looked at Wang Xian, who was standing in front of the battle line, and said with a smile, "Hee hee." Wang Xian smiled. Waiting for a rabbit is a good word. He narrowed his eyes slightly and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He looked at the void in front of him and waited quietly. At the same time, an incomparably huge sea god battleship whizzed past in the sky above the Lorman Desolate Beast Park. Sect Master, in another 5 minutes, we will step into that remote area. In the battleship's main command room, an elder reported to the 3 Seas Sect Master. I want to destroy all their territories. The 3 Seas Sect Master raised his head slightly, his face filled with a sinister expression. Sect Master, the Dragon Palace is not weak either. We need to be careful. On the huge sea god battleship, the 3 Seas Sect's elder sensed the Sect Master's violent killing intent and reminded him in a low voice, I will defend against all their experts. The rest will be left to you. The 3 Seas Sect Master stared ahead and said coldly, It's the Sect Master. The elders of the 3 Seas Sect nodded slightly. This time, they didn't attack to destroy the Dragon Palace. It was very difficult to destroy a force of this level. Once the godly king hid, it would be very difficult to find him. Their main goal was to destroy the bases and planets of the Dragon Palace and make them pay a heavy price. If the Dragon Palace dared to resist, with the leader personally making a move, resisting would be courting death. The sea god battleship howled. The 3 Seas Sect's god kings stood in the command room, staring coldly ahead. The distance was getting closer and closer. D. For minutes later, a notification sounded from the battleship. Leader, we've discovered a huge energy ripple ahead. About 200,000 people in space have discovered a huge array ripple. It should be lying in wait for us. An Undying controlled the ship. Seeing the information on it, he immediately notified. They actually dare to welcome us here, setting up an array in the space and waiting for us to charge in? Childish. The 3 Seas leader's face was filled with mockery. Clear the array. The leader said coldly. Yes. The Undyings controlling the ship nodded, a look of mockery on his face. Wang. He pressed a button. A red energy channel appeared in front of the ship. Wang. The next moment, a red beam tore through space and shot straight ahead. The beam covered hundreds of millions of km. Pong, pong, pong. When the beam entered the area of the array, the sound of the array exploding could be heard. Leader, the 200,000 people in front have been distributed. There are over 150 Undying Emperors. The rest are all at the Eternal God Lord level. The 3 Seas Sect elder's voice sounded with a smile on his face. A bunch of suicidal things. Get ready. The Eternal God Lords will all stay here. Leave that Dragon King to me. The Sect Master of the 3 Seas Sect revealed a ghastly expression. Wah. In the next moment, the sea god battleship rose one deck after another. The disciples of the 3 Seas Sect stood on it and stared at the front coldly. Is there a problem? Wang Xian stood at the front line of the Ironblood Alliance in the past. The corners of his mouth curled up as he spoke. No problem. I'm the Celestial Emperor. It's impossible for me to break my concealment formation with just this little bit of technology. Even if the robot race is here, it won't work. A voice entered Wang Xian's mind, causing him to smile. His eyes sparkled as he watched the gigantic sea god battleship enter the area in front of him. Attack! When Wang Xian saw the battleship in front of him, a grim expression appeared on his face as he commanded loudly. Roar! 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 The members of the Dragon Palace let out a roar as they charged straight at the sea god battleship to attack. A bunch of reckless fools. Kill! In the command room of the sea god battleship, the leader of the 3 Seas Sect had a look of disdain and a grim expression on his face. He moved his body and locked his gaze on Wang Xian. A confinement ring appeared in his hand. You dare to kill my son? Today I will make you wish you were dead. His eyes were bloodshot as he instantly appeared in front of the sea god battleship. Buzz. The moment he appeared, the confinement ring in his hand instantly fell towards Wang Xian. Sea god battleship divine wave cannon attack. The immortal god king who was controlling the sea god battleship had a look of excitement in his eyes. He immediately pressed a few buttons. Ka. The sound of metal clashing resounded. In the next moment, A terrifying law cannon shot straight ahead, covering an area of over 100 million kilometers. If this attack landed on a planet, it could destroy a planet. The attack of the ship was equivalent to the full strength of 20 Undying Level 4 warriors. This was the power of the Sea God battleship, the strongest battleship of the Three Seas Gate. Huge waves rumbled in the air. Some warriors on the surrounding planets felt the terrifying energy, their faces filled with shock. Hiss, what level of battle is this? Someone is fighting the Dragon Palace warrior. They were filled with shock, looking up into the air. Roar! Leave it to us, the Imperial Dragon Clan, to defend. At the front, the leader of the Saturn Turtles saw the attack of the warship, and his eyes were calm. He roared and waved his arm. Around him, the Saturn Turtles that had evolved into the Imperial Dragon Clan also waved their arms. A mysterious gray shield appeared in the sky, and the dragon turtle on the shield appeared. Boom! 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 The godly wave cannon was easily blocked. What? It was blocked. On the Sea God battleship, the undying godly monarch was stunned. Humph! You have some strength. Outside the battleship, the sect master of the Three Seas sect saw this scene and his face turned cold. He waved his arm and the surrounding space began to collapse. The imprisonment ring flew through the cracks in space and instantly appeared above Wang Xian's head. I've locked onto it. Ha ha ha! Dragon King, you must die today. When he saw the imprisonment ring landing on the Dragon King's head, the leader of the Three Seas sect could not help but laugh maniacally. His voice resounded throughout the entire sky. Everyone has entered the range. At this moment, Wang Xian looked at the imprisonment ring above his head and revealed a sneer. Buzz! 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 The next moment, the entire space underwent a huge change. Black holes appeared out of thin air, covering an area of several billion kilometers. This black hole was even more terrifying than before. Other than the strange black hole, there were also countless rays of light. White rays of light pierced through the entire world. The world instantly changed. What? Wasn't the array formation completely cleared out? What strange array is this? The moment the space appeared, everyone was shocked. Be careful. This array can trap an undying. An elder from the Three Seas sect saw the change in the world. His pupils dilated as he roared loudly. Good, good, good. I never thought there would be such a method. However, with just these arrays, can they stop your destruction? The leader of the Three Seas sect was filled with killing intent. He waved his arm. Crack, crack, crack. One by one, the formations collapsed. Trash! The leader of the Three Seas sect said scornfully. His body moved and he charged toward Wang Xian. He tie him up in an area. Don't let him wreak havoc. Wang Xian stared at the leader of the Three Seas sect. His yin-yang and five elements dragon eyes scanned the surroundings. He didn't see a second level 6 Immortal King powerhouse. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly. Kill all the members of the Dragon Palace. Leave no one alive. Wang Xian immediately roared. Roar, roar, roar. In the ocean of the former planet of the Iron Blood Alliance, roars could be heard. The true combat strength of the Dragon Palace flew over at a terrifying speed. Roar! As the experts of the Dragon Palace roared, Ao Yao immediately turned into a terrifying, devouring dragon. A brutal aura that belonged to the Bug Clan and the pressure of the divine dragon surged out. His 10,000-meter-long body directly attacked the Three Seas Gate Master. At the same time, the Three Seas sect leader who had been talking about the rubbish arrays around him felt Aosia's aura and his pupils shrank. His expression changing. Not good, sect leader, we've been ambushed. There are more powerful warriors from the Dragon Palace flying over. At this time, the Three Seas sect elder's anxious voice could be heard from behind. They saw 300 undyings flying over. 300, a total of 300, their entire Three Seas Gate only had 400 undyings. This time they had 150, 50% of the undyings were at level 5. However, they realized that the warriors in the Dragon Palace weren't weaker than them. There were more of them. This caused the Three Seas Gate elders' expressions to change. How could there be so many warriors in the Dragon Palace? The Three Seas sect leader's gaze swept over, his expression turning ugly. Howl. However, at this time, a terrifying 1000 field claw swept towards him. Feeling the space around him explode, the Three Seas sect leader's expression changed. The enemy has an undying level 6 warrior, you guys retreat first. At this moment, the Three Seas sect leader's expression was extremely dark as he roared madly. In a remote place, to them to have an undying level 5 warrior was already strong enough. And they knew what happened in Tiger Chaos Demon Country. The Dragon King had a powerful god weapon. Even so, many people could confirm that the Dragon Palace was only at level 5 undying. The Dragon Palace Dragon King was obviously the king of an organization with level 5 undying, and according to their investigation, this organization had just been established not long ago. He was definitely the strongest. And now, an undying level 6 warrior suddenly appeared. He was obviously the Dragon King's underling. A level 6 undying working for a level 5 undying? This? Retreat, retreat. The words of the leader of the Three Seas sect caused the expressions of everyone in the Three Seas sect to change slightly. Immediately, they shouted loudly, "Retreat? Can we retreat?" Wuxia revealed a mocking expression. Around him, numerous level 5 immortal godly monarchs were attacking the sea god battleship with terrifying attacks. Beep, beep, beep. Defend. The sea god battleship issued a warning sound. The immortal godly monarch who was controlling the sea god battleship immediately activated his protective shield with an embarrassed expression. They didn't expect the Dragon Palace to have so many warriors. So. However, the moment they activated their defenses, over 300 undyings rushed over, of which 15 were Eternal God level 5. This was double the Three Seas gate. Shit. Retreat quickly. I'll help you block them for a few seconds. The Three Seas sect master sensed the figures rushing past him. His expression changed drastically, and he immediately roared. You won't be able to block them for a second. When Ao Crab heard the Three Seas sect master's words, a cold expression appeared on his face. His incomparably huge body directly coiled towards the Three Seas sect master. Get lost! The Three Seas sect master roared wildly, wanting to force Ao Crab back. However, how could the swallowing dragon be so easy to deal with? Rumble, rumble, rumble. At this time, terrifying attacks landed on the ship. The huge ship immediately started to emit large amounts of sparks. Shit! In front of the ship, the Three Seas sect elders' expressions changed. Looking at the warriors from the Dragon Palace attacking them, their expressions were extremely ugly. Eternal God disciples, immediately flee back to your god country. There were too many undyings in the Dragon Palace. They could only retreat now. Shit, elder. We can't sense our eternal god country. The surrounding space is blocking us. Very quickly, the group replied in panic. Damn it! Warriors above deacon level. Break the surrounding arrays. An old man immediately roared. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The undyings of the Three Seas gate all rushed towards the surrounding space to attack. Some arrays were broken, but the strange space didn't disappear. There are many of these strange arrays. It will take some time to break them all. Some warriors saw the scene and immediately roared. Those who dare to attack our Dragon Palace, you all can stay here. At this time, Ao Chi-Tian and the rest flew over. They immediately became powerful and terrifying dragons, their brutal energies attacking the Three Seas gate. Not good. All the warriors of the Three Seas gate felt a chill in their hearts when they saw this scene. Pung, 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 pung. The Dragon Palace sent out 15 undying level 5 warriors, 30 undying level 4, and the rest over 200. With such power, it was double the strength of the Three Seas sect. Terrifying law energies shot out. Everyone in front flew backwards. No, elder. Save us. The eternal godlords roared in shock. Against 300 undyings attacking at the same time, if they were hit, they would be killed. Especially in this strange space, they couldn't escape at all. Damn it. All undyings retreat and return to the undying country. An old man from the Three Seas gate immediately roared. Flee! The other undyings all had dark expressions. Their bodies shook. Pung, pung, pung. Just as they felt their undying country wanting to return, they felt the energy blocking them. They immediately charged. The arrays quickly crumbled. However, this peculiar space still existed. This made all the Undying's expressions change. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Right at this time, the ocean god battleship beside suddenly exploded, shooting out all sorts of metal. So. At this time, the array compasses flew over, suddenly raising the peculiar array spaces. Leave no one alive, kill. When the array space covered everyone again, all the warriors of the Dragon Palace rushed over. Not good. Shit, we've been ambushed. Defend. When the 3C's sect members saw this scene, they were shocked, shouting in shock. Rumble, 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 rumble. However, in the next moment, terrifying attacks covered them all. Ah! Screams resounded. The Eternal God Lord and even the Undying Emperor all revealed looks of despair under another round of attacks. The difference in strength was more than double, completely crushing them. Other than the Undying level 5 and 4 that could defend, the rest couldn't survive the aftershocks. It's over. Find a chance to break the array. Break the array. Otherwise, all of us will die here. Sect Master, find a way to break the array. Otherwise, the disciples of the 3C's gate will be finished. In front of the Lorman desolate beast garden, the sea god battleship collapsed, turning into a huge fire that burned in the starry sky. The other disciples and warriors of the 3C's gate, under one wave of attacks, 50% of them died. This was also the reason why the 7 level 5 Undying God King warriors had to use their full strength to block all the attacks and take out a defensive treasure. If it wasn't for them, no more than 20 of them would have survived. Even so, they couldn't withstand too many attacks. Damn the Dragon Palace. All of you deserve to die. Break. When the leader of the 3C sect saw this scene, his eyes turned blood red and his entire body went berserk. Crack, crack, crack. Under the impact of his terrifying aftershock, the black hole disturbance formations collapsed one after another. However, the formations that Wang Xian and the rest had set up here amounted to hundreds of thousands. All the members of the Fire Hammer clan, including him, had destroyed less than 200,000 of them. The black hole disturbance array that could trap a level 5 Immortal King was even less destroyed. Ha ha ha, leader of the 3C's sect, don't worry. We don't have the strength to kill you today. But everyone else from the 3C's sect must stay here and watch them die. Wang Xian stared at the leader of the 3C's sect with cold eyes. Dragon King, I will definitely kill you. The leader of the 3C's sect's eyes were filled with blood red. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the space beside them trembled and terrifying law energies attacked everyone from the 3C's sect once again. There were over 400,000 people from the 3 armies and only half of them were left. When they saw the attacks of the 300 undying godly monarchs, their faces were filled with despair. We can't hold on anymore. An undying level 5 warrior roared with a trembling body. We can't hold on anymore. The opponent's strength was more than double their own. If they could hold on once, it would be hard to hold on twice or thrice. No, no, no. The 3C's sect disciples roared with despair. Rumble. Ah! The attack landed, the remaining half, 90% of them died again. No. The 3C's gate master's body trembled as he was entangled by AO Crab. His heart was bleeding. This time, he had brought nearly half of the 3C's gate's strength. If all of them died here, the 3C's gate would not be able to withstand it. Shadowfish, destroy the surrounding array formation. His body suddenly trembled, and a blurry shadow appeared behind him. This shadow was transparent all over like a transparent fish. Whoosh. His body moved and instantly darted around the surroundings. Crack, crack, crack. Soon, the sound of the formation breaking could be heard. The strange black hole in the sky was rapidly decreasing. This is a battle pet. A level 5 Immortal King level battle pet. Wang Xian looked at the shadow and a glint flashed across his eyes. Haha, thank you for the gift of a war pet from the leader of the 3C sect. Wang Xian squinted his eyes and laughed out loud. He waved his arm and the 5 elements grinding mill went straight for the shadow. Woo woo. The shadow fish felt threatened and its body trembled slightly. In the next moment, it transformed into tens of thousands of bodies in the void. Every single body was extremely real and hard to differentiate. Thousands of bodies immediately attacked in all directions. All of them possessed terrifying offensive power. Oh, this talent is not bad. However, I still have to thank the leader of the Three Seas sect for his gift. Wang Xian smiled. The five elements millstone landed on the sky above a shadowfish. The white space lock immediately imprisoned it. Buzz. Woo woo woo. The next moment, a horrified sound rang out. The shadowfish was directly absorbed into the five elements millstone. The rest of the shadowfish collapsed rapidly. How is this possible? Seeing the shadowfish being captured rapidly, the Three Seas sect master's expression changed drastically. No, no, no. Save me, sect master. Save me. At this moment, screams of agony rang out one after another. His eyes swept across the scene and his body trembled. Bang! He was distracted and a terrifying dragon tail swept across his body, causing him to fly backward. No, no, how can the Dragon Palace be so strong? They have such strength. Why are they still hiding in this small place? The leader of the Three Seas sect didn't understand. With such strength, they weren't weak even in the center of the southern star system. How could such a powerful force stay in such a remote place? He couldn't understand it no matter what. Rumble, rumble, rumble. It's over. Beside the destroyed battleship of the Three Seas Gate, the warriors of the Three Seas Gate all stared at the attacks in front of them. After a few waves of attacks, the rest of the disciples had all been killed. Even the 100 over Undyings, only about 10 were left. The rest were all dead. Looking at the 15 level 5 Undyings charging at them, 30 to 40 level 4 Undyings, their faces were filled with despair. When they came here, they thought that they would destroy the planets and cause the Dragon Palace to flee crazily. But now, they didn't even have the chance to escape. Kill! The level 5 Immortal King level masters from the Three Seas sect revealed a look of death and madness as they charged forward. Boom boom boom. The battle and killing continued. However, it was true that the experts from the Three Seas sect were gradually dying. Wang Xian waved his arm and the five elements millstone appeared in his hand. He looked at the level 5 battle pet of the Immortal King, Ingyu, and the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. These Three Seas sect are really good people. If I sell this battle pet, I will be able to truly step into the Immortal King realm. Wang Xian's eyes were burning with passion. He was now at level 9 of the Eternal Lord realm. There was no peak Eternal Lord realm in the Divine Dragon transformation. In other words, he would directly step into the Immortal King realm. Once he became the Godly King, he would have the combat strength of a level 7 Immortal Godly King. At that time, only a few people in the Star Southern Galaxy could be his opponent. Hee hee. Wang Xian looked at the battle in front of him and a smile appeared on his face. There was no need for him to make a move in this battle. As for the Three Seas sect, the only one who could escape alive was the sect master of the Three Seas sect. The rest of them had to stay here. In the following battle, there were no surprises. Gradually, level 5 Immortal King experts of the Three Seas sect perished. With each death, the Three Seas sect became even more desperate. Dragon Palace, Dragon King. When the sect leader of the Three Seas sect saw that he was bound to lose, his body trembled and his eyes were filled with blood. I won't send you off. Wang Xian looked at the leader of the Three Seas sect and said calmly, I will avenge today, I will avenge today. He screamed shrilly, but in the next moment, his figure slowly disappeared. Useless roar. Wang Xian mumbled. The remaining 4 immortal godly monarchs lost their will to fight when they saw their leader escaping. Reporting to Dragon King, all the enemies of the Three Seas Gate have been annihilated. 5 minutes later, the last 4 Immortal King level 5 warriors were killed. Prime Minister Gui reported with a smile on his face. Put away all the spoils of war. Also, in the name of the Dragon Palace, spread the word on the AI. Tell everyone that our Dragon Palace is not so easy to bully. Wang Xian smiled and said to Prime Minister Gui, All right, Dragon King. Prime Minister Gui nodded his head. You guys take care of this. Aohe, come with me. Wang Xian looked at Aohe and said directly, Little Xian, where are you going? Beside him, a group of girls asked him curiously. I'm going to the Southern Star System. If everything goes well, my strength will be able to achieve a breakthrough. Wang Xian said with a smile. The leader of the Three Seas sect was a good person. He even released the level 5 Immortal King War Pet. Now that the War Pet was captured by him, he only needed to sell it and his strength would be greatly enhanced. This time, it was not to increase his combat strength by level 1, but by level 2. Wang Xian wanted to increase his strength quickly. Once he increased his combat strength, he could charge into Xinghua planet without any hesitation and destroy the Three Seas Gate. As for those who refused to submit, he would kill them. All right, be careful then. The group of girls nodded their heads. Wang Xian nodded his head and flew towards the Dragon Palace at the side with Aoxia. Through the Dragon Palace on that barren planet, they entered the center of the Star South Galaxy. The Three Seas Gate suffered such a heavy loss this time. I want to know if they will regret it later. Looking at the destroyed warship in front of them, Celestial Goddess D gloated. She had lost almost half of the Three Seas Gate's power because of a sect disciple. The leader of the Three Seas Gate was probably vomiting blood now. Take a few pictures and get some close-ups. Prime Minister Gue smiled as he walked over and opened his AI to take some pictures. Especially the corpses of the undying level 5 warriors of the Three Seas sect. They were all close-ups. Following which he took out his AI and sent a message in the name of the Dragon Palace. The Three Seas sect leader has led over 150 undying and over 400,000 eternal God Lord level warriors to invade our Dragon Palace. Our Dragon Palace can only welcome them warmly because of the arrogance of a disciple of the Three Seas sect. This is the price they have to pay. After editing a message, Prime Minister Gui immediately sent it out. On the side, Emperor Star Lady watched from the side. Seeing the message from Prime Minister Gue, the corners of her mouth curled up. Prime Minister Gue, your attention isn't high. Come. I'll give you a thumbs up. Star Lady Emperor took out her artificial brain, her eyes shining. Star Lady, what you did was so beautiful, haha. All the girls came over. They didn't like a force that threatened their Dragon Palace and even sent troops to attack them. After Star Lady Emperor gave a thumbs up, all her fans could see the message. In 2 to 3 hours at most, this news would spread throughout the entire Star Southern Galaxy and even the Imperial Star Field. At the same time, on the barren planet in the Star Southern Galaxy, Wang Xian and Ao Crab came out from the ocean. Their bodies moved and they immediately flew towards the nearest planet. Without the Imperial Star Lady, Yin Xian, and the rest, Wang Xian and Ao Crab were very fast. They arrived at a human planet in half an hour. It was a small planet, but there was a teleportation formation inside. Through the teleportation formation, Wang Xian and the rest made a transit. Wang Xian's destination this time was the commercial planet of Tian Shan. The commercial planet of Tian Shan, one of the 5 major commercial planets, belonged to the Tian Shan Sword sect. This was a top force in the Southern Star System. It had an Immortal King level 7 powerhouse overseeing it. It had been awe-inspiring in the Southern Star System for 50 to 60 million years. Their background was not something that the Tiger Turmoil Demon country could compare to. It was also not something that the Three Seas Gate and the rest could compare to. This was a true old-school faction. Through the teleportation formation, Wang Xian instantly sensed that he had appeared on an incomparably prosperous planet. Just from the surroundings of the teleportation formation, one could tell that it was a level higher than Xinghua planet. Warning, the wanted criminals of the Southern Star System have entered. Warning, the wanted criminals of the Southern Star System have entered. Just as Wang Xian and the rest came out, the mechanical voice suddenly sounded. This made Wang Xian slightly stunned. Many people in the surroundings looked at him with vigilant expressions. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, one figure after another flew over. There were even small battleships among them. The Immortal King, who was in charge of the teleportation formation, immediately appeared in the sky. His gaze was locked onto Wang Xian. Wang Xian frowned slightly when he saw this scene. Huh? Dragon King of the Dragon Palace? The elder from Sky Mountain Sword Sect looked at the AI in his hand and then at Wang Xian. Dragon King, you disregarded the rules of Xinghua Commercial Planet and killed someone on the spot. You are now wanted by Xinghua Commercial Planet. Although our Tianshan commercial planet will not arrest you, due to your performance, you are classified as a dangerous person. You are prohibited from entering Tianshan commercial planet. If you forcefully enter the planet, we will punish you according to the rules of Tianshan commercial planet. The old man stared at Wang Xian coldly and said directly, "He is the Dragon King? Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, why is he here? Didn't the Three Seas sect attack them already? Could it be that they are trying to hide? It's possible. However, the commercial planet of Tianshan seems to have listed him as a prohibited person. Although it was the disciple of the Three Seas sect who provoked him first on Xinghua planet, the Dragon King should be listed as a dangerous person since he killed someone directly. It's only right that the commercial planet of Tianshan doesn't allow him to enter." The surrounding people looked at Wang Xian and whispered among themselves, "Forbid him from entering?" Wang Xian immediately frowned when he heard the old man's words. "That's right. Please teleport back immediately. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude." The old man stared at Wang Xian coldly and said, "All right." Wang Xian's eyes flickered. He stepped into the teleportation formation with a solemn face and left immediately. The Heaven Mountain Sword Sect is so powerful. That Dragon King is also a force. If he says he can't enter, then he can't enter. It's the Dragon King who broke the rules of the commercial planet. With the resources of the commercial planet, there's no need to put the Dragon King in his eyes. It's normal that he won't let us in. Everyone around shook their heads when they saw the Dragon King and the others leave. The commercial planet of Tianshan is still safe. Even the leader of a force cannot enter the commercial planet and support the planet. Following which, some people exclaimed. They gave a thumbs up for Tianshan business planet. "Elder, this Dragon King is also a peak level 5 Undying God King warrior. Won't he be denied entry?" In the air, a middle-aged man walked to the old man's side and said softly, "It's just a third-rate pinnacle force. Don't worry about it." The old man waved his hand, completely disregarding the Dragon Palace Dragon King. The matter on planet Xinghua had become so big that everyone in the entire Star South galaxy knew about it. This matter had caused a great impact on planet Xinghua. At the same time, planet Xinghua had also issued a wanted order for the arrest of the Dragon King and his people. The weaker forces might not dare to arrest the Dragon King and forbid them from entering, but the other four forces, the four major commercial planets, did. In addition, they had also learned about the incident on Xinghua planet. Although the Three Seas sect disciples were extremely arrogant, it was a fact that the Dragon King had killed them directly. Therefore, they unanimously decided to forbid the Dragon King from entering their territory. They didn't need to pay too much attention to a faction like the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. They actually forbid him from entering their commercial planet. At this moment, Wang Xian, who was teleported out from Tianshan planet, had a slightly ugly expression. He didn't expect that Tianshan commercial planet would actually forbid him from entering. Once he wasn't allowed to enter, the war pet in his hands wouldn't be able to make a move. "Let's go to the other 3 commercial planets." Wang Xian looked at the artificial intelligence in his hands and said to Ao Crab. Following that, they began to transit through the planet's array formation. However, in the following few times, he was stopped before he could make a transit. That was because he had entered the territory of the other 3 forces. Out of the 5 commercial planets in the Southern Star System, other than Xinghua planet, which was jointly established by the 3 forces, the rest were established by the 4 forces, the Sky Mountain Sword Sect, the North Gate Immortal Dynasty, the Sky Eagle Cloud Group, and the 9th Grade Heaven Sect. Each force had a level 7 Immortal King Realm expert overseeing them. In the area of the Hunk planet, they were definitely the overlords. Each force had thousands of human life planets. Their Immortal King Realm experts numbered between 1,000 and 2,000. If Wang Xian wanted to enter the other 3 commercial planets, he had to go through the planets in the territories of the 3 forces. However, once he stepped into the territories of these 3 forces, he would be expelled. Wang Xian did not want to offend the 3 forces. Even the forces of the Dragon Palace were not their match. Furthermore, since the other party did not allow him to enter their planets, there was nothing he could do. "If I can't enter the commercial planets, it would be difficult to sell the war pets in my hands. Wang Xian's expression was a little ugly. After obtaining a level 5 war pet from the Master of Eternal God, he was so excited that he wanted to sell it immediately to increase his strength. However, he encountered such a situation. Unlike other items, war pets could be sold on commercial planets by other people. He needed to tame them himself. Let's go back first. Feeling slightly frustrated, Wang Xian could only return. Just as Wang Xian was about to return, a piece of information burst out in the Southern Star System. Look at the information released by the Dragon Palace. The leader of the 3C's sect led a group of disciples to destroy the Dragon King. In the end, almost all of them were annihilated. Only the leader of the 3C's sect escaped. What? What's going on? Just now, the 3C's sect and Xinghua planet announced that they were going to destroy the Dragon Palace. And now the 3C's sect has suffered heavy casualties. Not just heavy casualties. Look at the pictures. They are all top-level warriors of the 3C's sect. 8 undying level 5 warriors have died. Even the 3C's sect's Sea God battleship has been destroyed. It's said that 400,000 to 500,000 elite disciples and over 150 undying emperors were all killed by the Dragon Palace. The Dragon Palace definitely has an undying level 6 warrior. Otherwise, how could they kill so many warriors from the 3C's gate? The Dragon Palace is no weaker than the 3C's gate. The reason for the commotion was the message Prime Minister Gui had sent. The news of the 3C's gate warriors being destroyed. When everyone saw the pictures, their faces were filled with shock. The 3C's gate was one of the masters of Xinghua planet. They were able to control commercial planets, which showed their strength. They were ranked in the top 10 in the entire Star South galaxy. They had just sent a large number of disciples to destroy the Dragon Palace. In everyone's eyes, the Dragon Palace must have suffered heavy losses, and the planet must have been destroyed. However, the result was a crushing defeat. Only the 3C's gate master survived. This shocked everyone. The Dragon Palace's strength could destroy almost half of the 3C's gate's strength. How strong were they? At least they were not much weaker than the 3C's gate. In other words, the Dragon Palace's strength could almost be ranked in the top 10 in the Southern Star System. This caused everyone to be in an uproar. However, not long after, a piece of information attracted the attention of many people. The news was that the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace was refused entry to the commercial planet of Tianshan. This made everyone slightly shocked. However, when they thought about what happened on Xinghua planet, they understood it. Putting everything else aside, it was a fact that the Dragon King had killed people on the commercial planet. It was right to not allow him to enter. Sword King, we just received news that the Dragon Palace has destroyed almost half of the powerhouses of the 3C's sect. They should also have a level 6 Immortal God King guarding them. Should we not allow them to enter? However, at this moment, the old man who refused Wang Xian to enter the commercial planet of Sky Mountain respectfully reported the news to a phantom in front of him. He did not take the Dragon King's refusal to enter their commercial planet to heart at first. However, when he saw the news of the Dragon Palace destroying the powerhouses from the 3C's gate, the old man was slightly worried. The Dragon Palace's strength could be ranked in the top 10 in this region. It was enough for them to pay attention to it. It's alright, according to what I just learned, the North Gate Immortal Dynasty, Sky Eagle Cloud Group and Grade 9 Sky Sect have also banned the Dragon King from entering. Since we've made a decision, there's no need to change it. It's just a Dragon Palace. If we reject it, it'll be good for our Sky Mountain business planet's reputation too. The Shadow of the Sword King said to the old man. Yes. The old man nodded his head slightly. This was indeed a great boost to the reputation of their commercial planet. Moreover, if they were to publicize it, it would be more popular. Xiao Xian, what's going on? In the Dragon Palace, a group of girls had been paying attention to the information on the AI. They had also obtained the information regarding Wang Xian's refusal to enter the commercial planet. It's a little troublesome. Wang Xian shook his head and said, if they don't allow us to enter, we won't enter. What's the big deal? Guan Shuqing and the rest spoke on behalf of Wang Xian angrily. It's just a small matter. Let me handle this matter. Wang Xian smiled and shook his head. Prime Minister Gui. He called out softly and summoned Prime Minister Gui over. What instructions do you have, Dragon King? Prime Minister Gui asked respectfully. From all the corpses we have obtained this time, we will form a level 6 Immortal King member. Also, do you know anything about the situation at the chaotic Tiger Demon Nation? Wang Xian sat on the dragon throne and knocked gently as he asked. Dragon King, the chaotic Tiger Demon Nation is still seeking revenge against the Demon Slayer sect. However, it seems that the Demon Slayer sect has entered the 9th grade Heaven sect. Their battle has been temporarily alleviated. Did the 9th grade Heaven sect interfere in the war between the Demon Slayer sect and the chaotic Tiger Demon Nation? Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and asked Prime Minister Gue. They didn't participate. However, the 9th grade Heaven sect allowed the people from the Demon Slayer sect to enter their territory. This is also a form of protection. Prime Minister Gue replied. Is that so? Wang Xian pondered for a moment. The 9th grade Heaven sect protecting the Demon Slayer sect was also offending the chaotic Tiger Demon Nation. However, with the strength of the 9th grade Heaven sect, the chaotic Tiger Demon Nation wouldn't dare to offend them rashly. Although they had a level 7 Immortal King, they couldn't be compared to such a powerful force. Is the war over? Wang Xian took out his AI and sent a message to the Imperial Preceptor. The war has come to an end. Dragon King, we will send someone to send the corpse over soon. Not long after, the Imperial Preceptor of Heaven Demon replied to Wang Xian. I will make a trip to your chaotic Tiger Demon country. There are some matters. Wang Xian immediately told the Imperial Preceptor of Heaven Demon. All right. The Imperial Preceptor of Heaven Demon did not hesitate and agreed immediately. This time, the chaotic Tiger Demon country was able to kill so many people from the demon sect because of the formation that Wang Xian gave them. They would remember this favor. Let's go to the chaotic Tiger Demon Nation. Wang Xian stood up immediately and said to Ao Crab who was in front of him. Are they all so busy? Running around. At the side, Di Xingnu looked at Wang Xian and said, Yes, I'm a little busier. Wang Xian shrugged helplessly and left with Ao Crab and the rest. Celestial Emperor of Heaven's Formation, are you interested in joining our Dragon Palace? While they were on their way, Wang Xian suddenly spoke to Celestial Emperor of Heaven's Formation. Celestial Emperor of Heaven's Formation, who had been standing behind Wang Xian all this while, was suddenly taken aback. A virtual image appeared beside him directly. Dragon King, what do you mean? The virtual image of Celestial Emperor of Heaven's Formation trembled as he asked Wang Xian. If you are willing to join the Dragon Palace, I will be able to help you build your body very soon. Wang Xian said with a smile. Join the Dragon Palace and build your body. Upon hearing the words build your body, the phantom of the god of Heaven's Formation trembled a little. Do I have to submit to you completely just to join the Dragon Palace? However, the god of Heaven's Formation asked with a frown very quickly. After being in Wang Xian's body for so long, he could naturally tell that the members of the Dragon Palace were 100% willing to submit to Wang Xian. This kind of submission came from the soul. It was forcefully modified by the Dragon Palace. That's right, Celestial Arch of Heaven's Formation. You should also know that your upper limit is the Celestial Arch. If you join the Dragon Palace, you will have the chance to stand at the top of the universe. You will have the chance to become a great wizard or even an ancestral wizard. Wang Xian said indifferently. Wang Xian had been able to create a body for Celestial the Arch of Heaven's Formation in the past. However, he did not create a real body for him. The main reason was that it would consume too much energy to create a body for him. It would be better to increase the strength of the Dragon Palace. However, Wang Xian was prepared to create a body for the Celestial Emperor of Heaven's Formation. The prerequisite was that he was willing to join the Dragon Palace. The Celestial Emperor of Heaven's Formation would have great benefits if he joined the Dragon Palace. Wang Xian could create a body of the Divine Dragon for him. The Celestial Emperor of Heaven's Formation's expression changed. He did not agree immediately. Wang Xian didn't say anything either. If the Celestial Emperor of Heaven's Formation didn't agree, Wang Xian would probably create a body for him under the premise that the Dragon Palace would definitely suppress him. After all, the Celestial Emperor of Heaven's Formation knew too many secrets about the Dragon Palace. It took Wang Xian more than 10 hours to rush to the planet of the chaotic Tiger Demon Kingdom. Dragon King, I agree to join the Dragon Palace. When will you create a body for me? When he had just arrived at the chaotic tiger demon nation, the celestial arch of heaven's formation gave him a reply. This made Wang Xian smile. All right, I will use all the resources I got from the chaotic tiger demon nation to rebuild your body. Wang Xian's eyes were shining. Helping the celestial the arch of heaven's formation rebuild his body did not mean that he could directly restore his combat strength to the level of a celestial the arch. That would depend on how many resources the chaotic tiger Fey kingdom had. With more resources, Tianqian Divine Emperor would be stronger. With fewer resources, he would be weaker. As for returning to his peak, he would need to cultivate on his own or even more resources. All right. Tianqian Divine Emperor nodded his head heavily. He was filled with anticipation and excitement for his release. He had already figured it out in the past 10 hours. Even if he were to return to his peak, it would be difficult for him to take revenge. If he wanted to destroy the other party, he would need to possess greater strength and influence. The Dragon Palace had such potential. Welcome, Dragon King. In front of the teleportation formation, the experts from the chaotic tiger demon nation who had been waiting here saw Wang Xian and immediately went forward to welcome him. All right, lead the way. Wang Xian nodded his head and followed the experts from the chaotic tiger demon nation as they flew towards the demon god palace. Welcome, Dragon King. Ha ha. When Wang Xian and the rest entered the palace of the demon god palace, the imperial advisor of the heaven demon nation, the king of the chaotic tiger demon nation, immediately stood up and said with a loud laugh, their battle had just ended. Could be said to be a great victory. They had already learned about what had happened at the Dragon Palace. Imperial Preceptor, Monarch. Sorry to disturb you. Wang Xian cupped his hands at them. Haha, we won't disturb you. This time, we should go over personally to thank you, Dragon King. The monarch of Chaotic Tiger Nation smiled and said, Dragon King, this is the enemy that we have beheaded this time. The Imperial Preceptor of Heaven Fei threw a few interspatial rings to Wang Xian. Wang Xian swept his gaze over them. His eyes were filled with astonishment as he nodded slightly. Dragon King, I heard that you guys have been having some problems recently? The leader of the Chaotic Tiger Nation gestured for Wang Xian to sit down and spoke. Some small matters can be handled by our Dragon Palace. Wang Xian smiled and looked at them. I've asked the leader of the Chaotic Tiger Nation and the National Master to come over this time. There's another matter that I want to discuss. Of course, the prerequisite is to see if you guys agree or not. Oh? What is it? The leader of the Chaotic Tiger Nation raised his eyebrows slightly and asked in puzzlement. I want to build a commercial planet. I wonder if you guys are interested in joining the Chaotic Tiger Demon Nation. Wang Xian's eyes flickered as he replied indifferently. Build a commercial planet. The leader of the Chaotic Tiger Demon Nation was slightly taken aback as a contemplative look appeared on his face. One could imagine the profits of a commercial planet. Even those forces with deep foundations could not help but join in. It was impossible for the Tiger Riot Demon Kingdom to say that they did not want to own a commercial planet. However, because they belonged to the Heavenly Demon Clan, they were at a disadvantage in terms of race. In addition, they had been constantly fighting with the demon-slaying sect. It was impossible for them to build a commercial planet. What about now? Dragon King, it's not that easy to build a commercial planet. With our strength, we can do it, but honestly speaking, the Tiger Riot Demon Kingdom can't do the operation. Also, the most important thing about a commercial planet is its safety. The Demon Slayer sect will cause trouble here. Besides, the Three Seas Gate will not allow our commercial planet to be built on your side, Dragon King. The leader of the Chaotic Tiger Nation said with a frown. I can solve all these problems. A hint of confidence appeared on Wang Xian's face. Since the commercial planet would not allow him to enter, he would build a commercial planet. When Wang Xian was refused entry to the commercial planet of Tianshan, he had been thinking about this problem. He had to help tame the Dragon Palace's war pets for sale. The best place to sell a war pet was the commercial planet. This was because the commercial planet was safe and had many people. Now that the commercial planet did not allow him to enter, he could only sell it somewhere else. Since he wanted to sell it somewhere else, why not build a commercial planet? Wang Xian had seen how terrifying the profits of commercial planets were. An East Lake planet could bring huge amounts of resources. not to mention the commercial planet at the center of the star South Galaxy. Furthermore, Wang Xian had the confidence and ability to build a powerful commercial planet. However, he was not too familiar with the star South Galaxy and did not have any background. It would be best if he needed the help of a powerful force to settle some matters. Chaotic Tiger Demon Country was a good choice. Dragon King, can you settle these matters? Just the safety of the commercial planet is a huge problem. If the Immortal God King wants to cause trouble, he can just run away after killing people. There's nothing we can do. Chaotic Tiger Nation's leader frowned and asked again in disbelief. Don't worry, since I'm thinking of building a commercial planet, I've considered all of this. I'll solve this problem. Also, I can also solve the problem of the customers of the commercial planet. I know the star goddess. The current goddess Yin Xian is also a member of the Dragon Palace. In addition, she's our Dragon Palace's war pet. Wang Xian smiled faintly at the king of the Chaotic Tiger Demon Nation. There was a strong sense of confidence on his face. If the Dragon King is confident, the Chaotic Tiger Demon Nation will naturally agree. However, our Chaotic Tiger Demon Nation might not be able to produce many things. However, there shouldn't be any problem for the old Imperial Preceptor to suppress the commercial planets. The Imperial Preceptor of the Heaven Demon Nation stood up immediately. His eyes were shining brightly. The significance of a commercial planet was too great. Xinghua Planet, the weakest commercial planet in the Southern Star System, was enough to feed the three major forces. If their Chaotic Tiger Demon Nation could have a commercial planet, they would be able to obtain an endless stream of resources. We still need some time to prepare for the specifics. I will tell you when the Dragon Palace is ready. Wang Xian smiled and said, All right, our Chaotic Tiger Demon Country will definitely not decline when the time comes. The leader of the Chaotic Tiger Demon Country promised. All right, by the way, leader of the Chaotic Tiger Demon Country, I have a level 5 Immortal King War pet here. I wonder if you guys can help me sell it. Wang Xian hesitated for a moment and said to them, by exchanging the level 5 Immortal King War pet for resources, his strength would be able to increase. A qualitative increase. This Dragon King, our Tiger Chaotic Demon Country, cannot eat this battle pet for now. The old country advisor's breakthrough consumed too much energy. Even though we gained a lot from this battle, many of our soldiers have fallen. Our Tiger Chaotic Demon Country doesn't have many friends to begin with. It will be hard to find a buyer for you. Tiger Chaotic Country leader shook his head slightly. It's all right. I can wait a little longer. When the commercial planet opens for business, there will be a war pet sale. Wang Xian shook his head slightly in disappointment. After having a simple conversation with them, Wang Xian rushed back to the Dragon Palace. Dragon King, you can rebuild your body now, right? The moment he returned to the Dragon Palace, the Celestial Emperor of Heaven's formation could not help but show a phantom image as he spoke to Wang Xian with burning eyes. I can do it now. Wang Xian nodded and immediately flew towards the direction of the Dragon Transformation Pool. Prime Minister Gue, tell the members of the Dragon Palace in the Dragon Transformation Pool to leave for the time being. As he spoke, he waved his arm and placed the corpses in his interspatial ring to the side. The corpses were quickly absorbed and turned into dragon blood. Out of the 10 interspatial rings, there were a total of 1,000,000 corpses. Among them, there were more than 200 corpses of the Immortal King. There were 10 Immortal God King level 5 corpses. There were also 500,000 to 600,000 Immortal God King corpses. It was obvious that the Tiger Chaos Demon Country had spent a lot of effort and cost to kill so many powerful warriors from the demon sect. Walala! In the next moment, a large amount of dragon blood gushed out from the mouths of the 9 dragons that were coiled around the dragon pillars. Come! Wang Xian's body moved, and he immediately flew into the Dragon King Palace. Whoosh! The incorporeal holy wings appeared behind him. When you come out from the incorporeal holy wings, the soul returning wood will directly absorb you and turn you into a soul returning fruit. The resources in the Dragon Transformation Pool are sufficient to allow you to evolve as you wish. You can choose any type of dragon. Wang Xian said to the Tiancheng God Emperor. All right. The Tiancheng God Emperor immediately broke free from the incorporeal holy wings. The soul returning would trembled slightly and took away his soul. A fruit was slowly born. 10 hours later, Wang Xian plucked the fruit and threw it into the dragon transformation pool. I hope you won't disappoint me. Wang Xian waved his arm again and threw a fruit into the pool as he muttered to himself. The main reason why he rebuilt the body of the Tiancheng celestial the arch at this time was to prepare for his next plan, a commercial planet. The Tiancheng celestial emperor was indispensable to the creation of a commercial planet. Prime Minister Gue, send the deviant demon, the Fire Hammer clan, Ao Chitian, and the others to capture the desolate beasts in the Lorman Desolate Beast Park. While the Tiancheng celestial emperor was rebuilding his body, Wang Xian gave an order to Prime Minister Gue. The commercial planet initially wanted to attract a large number of customers, mainly by relying on war pets. A large number of war pets. The Fire Hammer clan knew about array formations. With the 5 elements grinding mill and the experts from the Dragon Palace, they could enter the Lorman Desolate Beast Park and capture desolate beasts without restraint. It's the Dragon King. I will make the arrangements immediately. Prime Minister Gue replied immediately. Following that, Wang Xian waited silently for the body of the Divine Emperor of Heaven Array to be reconstructed. Roar! A month later, an earth-shattering roar resounded throughout the entire Dragon Palace. The sudden sound startled all the members of the Dragon Palace. Wang Xian's body moved and he immediately arrived at the location of the Dragon Transformation Pool. He stared straight ahead. Ha! Wang Xian looked straight ahead with a look of astonishment in his eyes. What is this guy doing? In the Dragon Transformation Pool, 9 heads were suspended in the air. Each head had a different attribute. The head looked exactly like a dragon's head and had a 9-colored body. There were no such dragons in the Dragon Palace at the moment. It was not possible to have any attribute just by remolding the body. However, the god of formation had indeed created 9 attributes. Wang Xian could clearly see that these 9 attributes were not connected together. It was a little strange. This was because with these 9 attributes, this physical body could not be compared to the body of the divine dragon. In fact, it was far from being comparable. Xiao Xian, what happened? At this moment, a group of girls and Prime Minister Gue rushed over and asked with astonishment. Wang Xian shook his head and did not speak. He looked at the dragon transformation pool quietly. Roar! At this moment, the 9 dragon heads changed. The 4 dragon heads on the left and right were separated. The water elemental dragon heads were located in the middle. The other 8 dragon heads looked more like a weird arm now. Crack! 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 The transformation of the strange creature in the dragon transformation pool was not over yet. His 9-colored dragon body slowly extended out. The dragon body was not long. It was only about 20 meters long, while the dragon tail was only 2 meters long. Under Wang Xian's senses, this dragon body was extremely weak. He could easily destroy it. Crash! Crash! At this moment, the dragon blood in the dragon transformation pool surged into his body at a terrifying speed. The dragon blood, which was enough to produce 500 to 600 undyings in the Dragon Palace, and increase the combat strength of 2 to 3 level 6 undyings in the Dragon Palace, surged into that strange body. When the dragon blood entered the body, the strange creature did not become bigger or smaller. Other than the glow, Wang Xian did not notice that it had gotten stronger. The strength of my body is equivalent to an ordinary Immortal King level 5. Wang Xian sensed it and frowned slightly. Roar! At this moment, the water elemental dragon in the middle raised its head and let out a roar. Its eyes opened slowly. Ding! Dragon Palace has added a new dragon species. Dragon Wizard Dragon Species. Congratulations, host! At this moment, the system's voice suddenly rang out, causing Wang Xian to be slightly stunned. A new dragon seed? Dragon Wizard? Dragon Wizard, a weak physical body with the ability to utilize the low-grade 9 attributes. You are not allowed to fight beyond your level. Wang Xian looked at the introduction of the Dragon Wizard and his face instantly turned black. Dragon Wizard, a weak physical body with the ability to utilize the low-grade 9 attributes. You are not allowed to fight beyond your level. This was the most useless dragon seed in the dragon palace, right? Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. I, the god of heaven's formation, have finally revived. I have finally revived. Ha ha ha, it has been millions of years. I have been silent for millions of years. Members of the Witch Formation Association, please wait for me. Please wait for me, the god of heaven's formation, ha 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 ha. At this moment, a maniacal laughter and even a deranged voice rang out. Wuxia looked over. The water elemental dragon head in the middle had turned into a human head. It had the appearance of an old man. He had a long white beard and a long white head. He looked like a celestial being. However, his body looked extremely ferocious. He had 2 strange arms, and each of his arms had 4 dragon heads. Together with the dragon body and tail, he looked extremely strange. Oh! What? Tianchun God Emperor. However, Tianchun God Emperor's words caused Di Xingnu and Ant Ying by the side to reveal an incredulous expression. Tianchun God Emperor, they knew exactly what kind of existence he was. Back then, the Battle of Fallen Emperor had erupted in the Emperor Star Field. Void God Emperor Tianchun God Emperor had single-handedly fought against the 3 God Emperors and the entire Magus Union. That spot where the sun and moon had no light changed color. According to what they knew, there were hundreds of thousands of undying godly monarchs who had died. Most of them were existences above level 5 undying godly monarchs. That was because the weaker ones were equivalent to cannon fodder. That spot caused the resplendent starry sky to tremble. In the end, Heaven Array God Emperor had fallen and the Magus Union had suffered heavy injuries. Up until now, the Magus Union had yet to recover to its peak. During that battle, tens of thousands of stars were destroyed. However, this weird old man in front of him actually claimed to be the celestial emperor of Heaven's formation. This Heaven's formation, how did you create such a body? Wuxia couldn't help but interrupt when he saw the laughing celestial emperor of Heaven's formation. Dragon King. When the celestial emperor of Heaven's formation saw Wuxia, his face was filled with respect. His body moved and flew towards Wuxia. Dragon King, this body is perfect for me. It has the ability to sense all kinds of attributes. With thousands of years of wisdom, I have turned my body into a wizard artifact. Although I only have the strength of a level 5 immortal king, I can feel that I am extremely powerful. As long as I have sufficient resources, I will be even stronger than my previous self. The god of formation reported to Wuxia excitedly. Transforming my body into a magic weapon? Wuxia frowned slightly. The resources that the god of formation consumed this time could be said to be extremely terrifying. There should be something special about it. Is there any use for it? Wuxia sized him up and asked. Dragon King, the strongest effect can increase the power of my formation and increase the speed of my formation. Although I am only at level 5 Immortal King, I can fight and even kill a level 7 Immortal King. And that is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that I feel that I still have a huge upper limit. The more formations I control, the more levels I can surpass. In the future, I can even surpass 3 or even 4 levels to fight and become a real wizard. The Celestial Emperor of Heaven's formation said with some excitement. Is that so? Wuxia's eyes lit up. You are really the Celestial Emperor of Heaven's formation. The Celestial Emperor of Heaven's formation who is so awe-inspiring. At this moment, Di Xingnu walked over and asked him with a face full of disbelief. It's me. I have been dead for thousands of years. I didn't expect that someone would still remember my name. The Celestial Emperor of Heaven's formation smiled and said to the Imperial Star Lady, This is simply unbelievable. The Imperial Star Lady widened her eyes while Ant Ying's body trembled slightly. This was a legendary figure. Now he was right in front of them. As expected of a Celestial Emperor of a region, he possesses great wisdom. He actually created such a body and gave birth to a dragon with such potential in the Dragon Palace. Wuxia sighed slightly in his heart. All right, Sky Array. Since you have reconstructed your body, it's time to get down to business. Wuxia said to the Sky Array Emperor with a smile on his face. It's the Dragon King. Sky Array nodded. He had been following Wuxia all this while. Naturally, he knew the plan. Buzz. His body moved and transformed into an immortal-like old man. He landed respectfully beside Wang Xian. Dragon King, are we going to build a commercial planet next? Tian Chun asked with a smile. Yes, the most important thing to build a commercial planet is the defense and safety aspects. Of course, it's best to have the design of the entire planet as well. Can you handle this? Wang Xian asked him directly. Dragon King, this is a small matter. Leave everything to me. Hee. The Tiancheng God Emperor said confidently. A void God Emperor who had lived for tens of millions of years and fallen for tens of millions of years. The things that he controlled were definitely not something that Wang Xian could imagine. All right, prepare a plan immediately. The faster the commercial planet is built, the better. Wang Xian immediately instructed him. Yes. The Tiancheng God Emperor bowed and immediately flew into the distance. With his elevation, the Dragon Palace would automatically assign him a dragon cave. Wang Xian, is he really the Celestial Emperor of Tianqing who died thousands of years ago? Seeing the Celestial Emperor of Tiancheng leaving, Di Xing came to Wang Xian's side and asked again. How many times have you asked? Wang Xian looked at her speechlessly and patted her shoulder. Follow me, Dragon King, and you'll have a good life in the future. With that, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Dragon King, I have already prepared the plan to build a commercial planet. Half a month later, Tianjun came to the Dragon Palace with a smile on his face and spoke to Wang Xian respectfully. Oh, are you ready? Wang Xian immediately stood up and walked over with a face full of respect. Dragon King, please take a look. Tianjun waved his arm and a planet appeared in front of him. Dragon King, this is the commercial planet we are going to build. I can use the array to cover this planet. Maintaining the consumption of the array requires a large amount of God stones. In order to prevent the consumption of God stones, I will sacrifice 9 life planets to maintain this commercial planet. 9 lives as energy encircling the 9 planets, setting up the sky-locking array. The heaven-locking formation. With my current strength, I can seal 20 Immortal King level 7. As long as the heaven-locking formation is activated, all Immortal King level 7 will be sealed inside. Other than that, in order to prevent experts from coming to cause trouble and kill, I can set up the heaven-locking formation to be activated once the life force in a certain area disappears. The heaven-locking formation spoke confidently to Wang Xian. As a former Celestial the Arch, he was very thorough when it came to safety. There were all kinds of formations one after another. Apart from the sealing formation, there were also attack formations, illusion formations, trapping formations, and more. This kind of formation was different from the ones used in battle. The formation needed to be maintained with divine stones. Once the divine stones were activated, it would consume a lot of energy. However, its power and coverage were both terrifying. Dragon King, I can guarantee your safety. Unless an undying level 8 warrior destroys it, there won't be any problems. Other than safety, I've created an array on the commercial planet that can attract countless people, the training array. Within the training array, through the consumption of God stones, it can unleash energy comparable to an undying level 6 or 7 God country. And I'll split it into 9 attributes. In other words, cultivating in the cultivation formation, even an Immortal King's cultivation speed will be faster than cultivating in his own divine kingdom. Of course, this cultivation requires a large amount of divine stones. Entering the cultivation field, they will need to pay a certain amount of divine stones. We can also cut off half of the divine stones used for consumption. As Heaven's formation spoke, a smile appeared on its face. Training formation. Wang Xian was slightly moved. In other words, as long as an eternal god has enough divine stones, he can enjoy the rich energy training environment in the 6th or 7th level immortal god realms? Yes, Dragon King. However, this requires a lot of divine stones. However, this training ground is a fatal threat to many people. Heaven's formation said with a smile. Indeed. How many people can the training ground support? Wang Xian asked. 10 million people. Heaven's formation replied. 10 million people. If you pay a certain amount of divine stones to enter, this is a terrifying amount of resources. Also, they have to take out their own divine stones to cultivate. If you take half of them, It will be another terrifying amount of income. Wang Xian's eyes were burning. If the cultivation room was full, wouldn't the amount of divine stones in a day be counted as 1 billion? The value of a level 1 Immortal King level battle pet was equivalent to 1 billion divine stones. 1 billion divine stones to buy medicinal pills could produce 10 Immortal Kings in the Dragon Palace. Hiss! Wang Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. This was more profitable than capturing a battle pet. Of course, Dragon King, there is a flaw. I need to be there to maintain it. At this moment, the Arch of Heaven formation added on. Wang Xian nodded his head slightly. Although the income was terrifying, it required the maintenance of a terrifying formation master like the Arch of Heaven formation. The Cultivation formation set up by the Arch of Heaven formation could only be set up by the Arch of the Formation Sorcery Association in the entire starry sky. This was equivalent to the Arch sitting there and making money with the Cultivation formation. Dragon King, the Cultivation formation is a very important place. Next is the Commercial Center. The Heaven formation waved the simulated planet in front of him. Wang Xian nodded his head in satisfaction. After discussing for half an hour, Wang Xian was impeccable with the Heaven formation's plan. First, we need 10 life planets. 9 of them must be uninhabited and used for sacrificial purposes. These 10 planets should be easy to prepare in the chaotic tiger demon nation. Wang Xian mumbled and immediately sent a message to the Imperial Preceptor of Heaven Demon Nation. The construction of commercial planets had begun. The chaotic tiger demon nation quickly agreed. 10 life planets were still very easy for them. This time, the attack on the beheading demon sect had occupied hundreds of life planets. Next, I need to confirm the location of the commercial planet. Wang Xian opened his AI and looked at the star map of the southern star system. Since that's the case, let's do it here. Soon, Wang Xian confirmed the location of the commercial planet. It was located not far from Xinghua planet. This location was not far from the chaotic tiger demon nation. Moreover, the rise of this commercial planet meant that there would definitely be other commercial planets in decline. Now, Wang Xian would find the easiest person to bully first. Once they dare to cause trouble, I'll give them a surprise. The corner of Wang Xian's mouth curled up slightly. Wang Xian was even certain that Xinghua planet would definitely come to cause trouble. When that time came, he would have a good reason to do so. Sky Array. Let's make a trip to the chaotic tiger demon kingdom first. As Wang Xian spoke to the Sky Array, he immediately rushed towards the chaotic tiger demon kingdom. After the planet is confirmed, the first thing to do is to build a dragon palace there. It will save a lot of time. Wang Xian mumbled to himself. After traveling for more than 10 hours to arrive at the chaotic tiger demon kingdom, Wang Xian flew straight towards the demon god palace. Leader of the chaotic tiger demon kingdom. How are the preparations for the planet? Wang Xian entered the main hall and asked with a smile. Dragon King, everything is ready. The experts of our demon nation are moving the planet. They will arrive soon. The leader of the chaotic tiger demon nation went up to him and asked, Dragon King, are you confident? I won't do anything that I'm not confident about. Place the commercial planet not far from Xinghua planet. Wang Xian said to him confidently. Sure. Chaotic Tiger Nation's leader nodded his head. With the current strength of the chaotic tiger demon nation, apart from the 4 factions, he was not afraid of anything else. With an Immortal King level 7 powerhouse guarding the place, no one dared to provoke them. Leader, the planet has been moved to the space not far away. Not long after, a soldier came in to report. All right, Dragon King. We'll be counting on you guys. The monarch of Chaotic Tiger Nation nodded his head and looked at Wang Xian. Leave the rest to us. Wang Xian smiled. His body moved and he immediately flew into the void. After flying for more than an hour, they saw 9 planets floating in the starry sky. Heaven Array, let's begin your performance. Wang Xian looked at the Sky Array and said to him with a smile. Don't worry, Dragon King. Leave the rest to me. The Sky Array nodded heavily and flew directly toward the 10 planets. Wang Xian also entered the ocean of 1 planet and started to build the Dragon Palace there. Boom, boom, boom. In the void, a rumbling sound was heard. The sky formation was suspended in the void, and vast energy was emitted from his body. He stood on the planet in the center, and the 9 life planets around him were easily moved by him like dolls. Law that could be seen by the naked eye connected the 9 life planets in a straight line. From afar, it was filled with a shocking power. He was able to control the 9 planets by himself. This is, in the void, Chaos Tiger Monarch and the others who were following behind after hearing the news had shocked expressions on their faces when they saw this scene. That figure, his strength. Chaos Tiger Monarch and Imperial Preceptor's pupils constricted slightly as they looked at the sky array that stood on a planet. Their faces were filled with shock. So powerful. This power is not inferior to Grandpa. The expression of the Imperial Preceptor changed as he looked at the vast figure in shock. He is much stronger than us. Also, he is an array master, an extremely powerful array master. At this moment, the old Imperial Preceptor's figure appeared at the side as he looked forward with a twinkle in his eyes. What? Stronger than you, old nation master? How could the Dragon Palace have such a terrifying existence? Chaotic Tiger Nation Master's mouth was slightly agape. He felt that it was somewhat inconceivable. The Dragon Palace is somewhat inconceivable, the old nation master muttered. Wang! At this moment, the void trembled. In the sky, 9 stars revolved around a planet in the center. A vast wave of energy poured from these 9 planets into the planet in the center. This is? Drawing the energy from the 9 life planets to pour into the planet in the center. What array is this? How terrifying! The old Imperial Tutor stared wide-eyed. Shocked. Even though he had already reached Undying God King level 7, he was still shocked by the scene in front of him. The skylocking array was formed 5 hours later. The sky array moved and stepped into the planet in the center, changing the world. For half a month, the heaven-locking formation was transforming the entire planet. Buildings were erected one after another. The most important training ground took nearly 10 days. Later on, Wang Xian joined in to transform the planet. Half a month later, a brand new planet appeared. Wang Xian floated in the void and looked down with a smile on his face. The planet was in a mystical style. There were no metal buildings. However, due to the existence of various special formations, the planet was filled with fantasy. Boom! At this moment, the 9 planets around them trembled and the law beams slowly disappeared. Very good. Wang Xian revealed a satisfied expression and nodded his head slightly. Dragon King, these 9 life planets can only last for 50 years before they wither. When the time comes, we need to change the planets. The sky array flew over with a satisfied look on its face. It's enough. Wang Xian nodded his head. Dragon King, who is this? At this moment, the old Imperial Preceptor of the Chaotic Tiger Nation flew over. He looked at the sky array with fear and respect in his eyes. A member of the Dragon Palace. Dragon Witch. Wang Xian looked at the sky array and spoke directly. The sky array cupped its hands at them. I really didn't expect the Dragon Palace to have such an expert. The old national advisor cupped his hands at the sky array and sighed slightly. The planet has been built and is ready to open for business at a certain time. In addition, all the unique and valuable items in your Chaotic Tiger Demon Nation will be sold on the planet. Wang Xian said to the old national advisor and the rest. All right, we will prepare. The old national master nodded his head. Let's find a place to discuss about the business planet. Wang Xian said to them with a smile. Although the business planet was densely packed with formations, there was a need for law enforcement and deterrence. There was also a need for many talents and staff to manage a planet. All of this would be handled by the Chaotic Tiger Demon Nation. The other issue was the split. After a series of discussions, the Dragon Palace would be the sole owner of the training grounds while the rest would be split 60 to 40. 6 from the Dragon Palace and 4 from the Chaotic Tiger Demon Nation. This split was given by Wang Xian. In his opinion, 40% from the Chaotic Tiger Demon Nation was already quite a lot. After all, the most important thing on a commercial planet was the entire formation. Get the staff ready as soon as possible. We will set the opening time. Set up the teleportation formation now. Wang Xian said to the upper echelons of the Chaotic Tiger Demon Nation. Don't worry, Dragon King. Leave this to us. The old national master of the chaotic tiger demon nation and the rest nodded immediately. All right, I'll head back first. Wang Xian smiled and flew towards the Dragon Star immediately. The Dragon Star was the commercial planet that they had built. After entering the ocean of the Dragon Star, Wang Xian was immediately teleported to the Dragon Palace in the Tianzi continent. Prime Minister Gui, how many desolate beasts have Ao Qitian and the rest captured during this period of time? Wang Xian immediately came to the Dragon King Palace and asked Prime Minister Gui. Dragon Palace, in 2 months, they captured 500,000 Eternal God Lord Desolate Beasts, more than 150 Immortal King Desolate Beasts, 20 Immortal King Level 4 Beasts, and 1 Immortal King Level 5 Beast. Prime Minister Gui reported with a smile. With the space-locking array, they did not need to use bait to capture beasts like before. As long as they found desolate beasts, they could immediately seal off the surrounding space to prevent escape. This time, the Dragon Palace had sent out the Fire Hammer clan, Ao Qitian and the rest of the Berserk Dragon species and the Strange Demon clan. With over 100,000 members working together, it took them 2 months to capture such a God King Desolate Beast in the Lorman Desolate Beast Park. This was an extremely terrifying income. Bring it over immediately. I'll tame some of them first. With so many war pets, it would take Wang Xian at least a few months to tame all of them. However, Wang Xian did not plan to sell all of them at once. One of the reasons for selling war pets was to exchange for resources. Another reason was to increase the popularity of commercial planets. He was prepared to take out some of them and sell a fixed number of them every day in order to attract more people to the commercial planet of Dragonstar. Handsome Wang Xian, how is the commercial planet? Do you need my help? At this moment, the Imperial Star Lady ran over with a face full of hospitality and said to him, Yes, of course I need the help of our superstar. When the time comes, you and Inxian will hold a concert. Wang Xian immediately smiled and nodded his head. Don't worry. Leave this small matter to me. I will definitely do it beautifully. The Celestial Queen raised her head and patted her chest. So obedient. Wang Xian couldn't help but take a look and said with a smile, Hee, of course I'm obedient. I will hug the Dragon King's thigh tightly in the future. The Celestial Queen said without the slightest bit of anger. If it was in the past, she would have rolled her eyes at them. There was nothing she could do. Ever since she learned that the God of Heaven's formation had joined the Dragon Palace and became the Dragon King's subordinate, she had been prepared. She wanted to hug Wang Xian's thigh tightly. All right, I have nothing better to do. I have to get busy. You can discuss the concert with Yin Xian and the rest. Wang Xian said with a smile. There's something that made everyone rush here today. Just as Wang Xian was in the Dragon Palace and taming the dire beasts one by one, a warship was located in the void crack above Xinghua planet. The experts from the Jianghua Group, the Black Forest Group, and the Three Seas Gate were gathered together. The old man who was the leader of the Jianghua Group looked around and said faintly, Is there anything that requires all of us to come over? The Three Seas Gate's leader sat in the front and asked directly with an ugly expression. The Three Seas Gate had suffered heavy losses a few months ago, which had put him under a lot of pressure recently. Because of his decision, almost half of the elite disciples and experts of the Three Seas Gate had been killed. Many experts were already dissatisfied behind the scenes. If it wasn't for his and his father's strength, the sect leader of the Three Seas sect would have changed long ago. Even so, he was still in a bad mood. Right now, he only wanted revenge, but the Dragon Palace was in such a remote place and was so strong, how could he take revenge? It's not a big matter, but it's not small either. I'm not completely sure yet. The elder from the Jianhua organization looked at him. With a wave of his arm, a picture appeared in front of him. 500 light-years away from Xinghua planet, an undying level 5 warrior 5 to 6 hours away, 10 planets suddenly appeared. 9 planets guarding one of them. There are many sky demons from Tiger Chaos Demon Country on that planet. They are very close to Xinghua planet. We don't know what they are doing yet. The elder pointed at the image in front of him, saying indifferently, Oh? Why would the Tiger Riot Demon Nation put a planet there? An elder from the Black Forest Group asked with a frown. We don't know at the moment. We need to send someone to investigate with Xinghua planet's identity. The elder from the Jianhua Group said. They are so far away. What can happen? You can decide on this matter. Our 3C's gate agrees. The 3C's gate master glanced at him and left impatiently. The elder from the Janhua group and the elder from the Black Forest looked at him with a hint of displeasure. Let's send someone to go over the line. The elder from the Janhua group stood up and said, Okay. The other elder nodded. We can start the campaign now. Dragon City's commercial planet will open its doors in 1.5 months. At that time, the Star Goddess and Yin Xian Goddess will hold a large-scale concert with hundreds of millions of people. The concert will last for 2 hours. After the concert, the Dragon Palace will hold the sale of the Dragon Palace Battle Pets. There will be over 100 Undying Emperor Battle Pets and 500,000 Eternal God Battle Pets. Half of them will be sold on the first day. January 30th of them will be sold every day, sold out in 30 days. At the same time, in the Ocean Dragon Palace on Dragon Star's commercial planet, Guan Shuqing and the other girls, Prime Minister Gue and Chaotic Tiger Demon Country's imperial advisor sat around the Dragon Emperor Palace and discussed. Our Chaotic Tiger Demon Country may not be able to bring out so many good things, but we will also bring out all our specialties to attract people. Chaotic Tiger Country leader and the others were shocked within, saying from the side, Sure, Chaotic Tiger Monarch. Now that you still have quite a bit of influence in the Southern Star system, you should immediately start recruiting businesses and see if there are any forces willing to move into the Dragon Star. Prime Minister Gue said to them, All right, we will do our best for the next half a month. Chaotic Tiger Monarch and the others nodded heavily. Now that the Dragon Palace was in charge of everything on the Dragon Star, they would not have any objections. With the terrifying training ground on Dragon Star, they could predict that Dragon Star would become 100% popular. It would become the most popular commercial planet in the Southern Star system. Let's publicize it on the AI first. Prime Minister Gue nodded. Wang. At this moment, the AI of Chaotic Tiger Nation trembled, and he immediately opened it to take a look. Xinghua Planet's representative has come to pay us a visit. Chaotic Tiger Nation's leader slightly raised his eyebrows and said, Oh? Then directly tell them that we want to build a commercial planet. Prime Minister Gue slightly narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, Haha, good. As long as Dragon Star rises, Xinghua Planet's days in the future will be difficult. Chaotic Tiger Nation's leader nodded with a smile and immediately sent a message. At the same time, in the sky above the planet, the experts from the Janhua Corporation and the Black Forest were looking at the 10 planets around them with sparkling eyes. Everyone, our nation's leader has something to do. If you have something to say, please say it. Soon, a few Heaven Fae from the Chaotic Tiger Demon Nation flew over and said to the group, 10 planets suddenly appeared here. We are a little curious and came to pay a visit. An expert from the Janhua group asked with a smile, Oh, we are building our commercial planet. You should be able to see it on the AI very soon. The Heaven Fae expert replied with a smile. What? The words of the few Heaven Fae caused the faces of the Janhua group's Black Forest group to change slightly. A commercial planet? An expert asked again with a gloomy face. Everyone just wait for the news on the AI. You should know soon. The few sky demons left immediately after saying that. They were very clear about the relationship between the Dragon Palace and planet Xinghua. Furthermore, after their commercial planet was established, planet Xinghua had the greatest influence. The Tiger Demon Nation wants to build their own commercial planet. I think they are overconfident. Seeing the few sky demons leave, an elder could not help but growl in a low voice. That's right. With the Tiger Demon Nation's heritage, it's wishful thinking for them to build a commercial planet. We don't even need to do anything. The demon-slaying sect will not let this planet be peaceful. The few elders beside them nodded. No matter what, let's report this matter to the higher-ups first. Everyone's expressions were somewhat unsightly. No matter what, the establishment of a commercial planet here by the Tiger Riot Demon Kingdom would have some impact on planet Xinghua. However, just as they were rushing back, the Dragon Star commercial planet had already begun to make a commotion on the internet. This commotion, in just a short half an hour, spread throughout the entire Southern Star System's AI. 3 messages spread across the internet. The one-star goddess and Shen goddess immediately announced on the AI that they were going to hold a large-scale concert with over 100 million people. A free concert. The moment this news was announced, all the fans of the two-star goddess and Shen goddess went into a frenzy, and the venue was on the Dragon Star commercial planet. The second piece of information came from the Tiger Chaos Demon Country, and as the fifth organization to have an undying level 7 warrior, their influence was huge too. The Tiger Chaos Demon Country immediately announced that they would work together with the Dragon Palace to build a commercial planet, Dragon Star. The third piece of information came from the Dragon Palace. Ever since they destroyed half of the 3C sex forces, they were extremely famous too. And the Dragon Palace's information was that in a month and a half, they would be holding a battle pet sale on the commercial planet Dragon Star. There would be over 150 undyings and 2 level 5 undyings. Next, 500,000 Eternal God Lord level battle pets. The moment these three pieces of information came out, everyone was shocked. The Tiger Chaos Demon Country actually teamed up with the Dragon Palace to create the sixth commercial planet. This is too shocking. Creating a planet isn't hard. However, they can actually invite the Star Goddess and Shen Goddess to hold a large-scale concert, and it's free. Are they that powerful? It seems like the Dragon Palace's Dragon King knows the Star Goddess. The Dragon Palace holding a battle pet sale is shocking too. They actually sold over 150 Undying God King battle pets, 2 God Lord level 5. Over 500,000 Eternal God Lord battle pets. Are they crazy? This is too crazy. Over 150 pets, and look at the price. It's much cheaper than ours, 10 to 20% cheaper than even the Wizard Beast pavilions. Crazy. Over 150 pets. Damn. Can our South Star system produce an Undying God Lord pet in 10 years? 3 pieces of news spread out one after another, each with greater influence than the other. When everyone saw the news, their faces were filled with shock. The Star Goddess and Shen Goddess were holding a free large-scale concert on Dragon Star. The Dragon Palace was selling over 100 Undyings war pets. These pieces of news caused many people's powers to be extremely excited. An Undying's war pet, it was already good enough for one to appear in the entire South Star system in 10 years. As for an Undying's level 5 war pet, that was something that only appeared once every 10,000 years, right? This level of war pets were hard to capture. Taming was even harder. To tame an Undying level 5 war pet, what level of beast tamer grandmaster could do that? I have to go, damn. This Dragon Star is too strong. It's more than strong, this is simply heaven-defying. The Tiger Chaos Demon Country and Dragon Palace even said that there would be more shocking things happening on the Dragon Star, more shocking than 150 Undying war pets. There's still a month or so before we can get through the teleportation. I can't take it anymore. Some people were excited, be it the Star Goddess concert or the battle pets. They all attracted the attention of many people and even many powerful organizations. Damn. They actually built a commercial planet, the Star Goddess concert, 100 over God Emperor battle pets. Within the battleship in the space above Xinghua planet, the warriors of the 3 powers gathered once again. This time, there were 300 to 400 Undying Emperors gathered. They purposely placed the commercial planet not far from Xinghua planet. They are taking revenge. Peng, 3C's Gate, what you've done. At this time, the president of the Jianhua group personally arrived, glaring angrily at the 3C's Gate leader and shouting. The chairman of the Black Forest group also stared at the 3C's Gates group with a cold face. Hehe. What's the use of blaming our 3C's Gate now? The 3C's Gates leader said coldly. 3C's Gate, everything started because of you. Dragon Star will be able to enter in a month's time. You guys handle this matter. In short, we can't have another commercial planet in this area. The chairman of the Black Forest group said coldly. Don't worry. A commercial planet is not that easy to establish. Just the safety aspect alone is not that easy to resolve. The leader of 3C's Gate said with a face full of anger. Leader G, this commercial planet is an alliance between the Dragon Palace and the chaotic Tiger Demon Nation. We absolutely cannot let them know that it was us who made the move. Otherwise, we will not be able to withstand the fury of the chaotic Tiger Demon Nation. the president of the Janhua group said with a dark face. Don't worry. Not only will we not let them build it, the Demon Slayer sect will also not let them build it. The sect master of the Three Seas sect said coldly. That's the most important thing. Otherwise, our Xinghua planet will be finished. The chairman of the Black Forest group said in a deep voice. We don't want to make any more mistakes in this matter. The chairman said coldly, leaving immediately. The Black Forest group followed closely behind. Pung! The moment everyone left, the Three Seas sect leader slammed the table heavily, his body filled with a terrifying killing intent. Dragon Palace, Dragon King, just you wait. Immediately go to Black Cloud Planet and issue a bounty. After a month, every person killed in Dragon City will be rewarded with 100,000 Godstones. The Three Seas sect leader roared with rage. Leader, Black Cloud Planet might not dare to accept this mission. After all, Tiger Chaos Demon Country has an undying level 7 warrior guarding it. An old man said softly. Then we'll hire some forces from Black Cloud Planet. In any case, I don't want that dragon planet to exist for a day. The Three Seas sect leader clenched his fists and said coldly. Yes, the elders of the Three Seas sect answered. Black Cloud Planet was the shelter of sinners in the Southern Star System. The people there were all wanted by the forces of the big planets. Many forces on Black Cloud Planet gathered together to form a powerful force. There was no need for any force to be unwilling to offend them. The Tiger Demon Country wants to build a commercial planet? With just you? You killed so many people from the Demon Slayer sect. The Tiger Demon Country will not have a day of peace in the future. On a planet within the 9th grade Sky Sect's domain, more than 10 elders gathered together. Looking at the news ahead, their eyes were filled with a berserk aura. Send more than 10 undying godly monarchs to sneak in and make that place a purgatory field. The demon-slaying sect's ancestor closed his eyes, his tone cold to the bone. Purgatory field, hee, make their commercial planet a joke. The rest roared eerily. The Dragon Palace actually teamed up with the Tiger Chaotic Demon Country to create a commercial planet? Is it because we didn't let them enter back then? Maybe they actually managed to get over 150 undying war pets. It's shocking. And with the Star Goddess creating momentum for them, their commercial planet probably has a huge chance of rising. On a distant planet, at the peak of the Sky Mountain Sword Sect, 5 to 6 old men sat there drinking tea and chatting. If they really rise, it would be a huge blow to us here. If we knew that the Dragon Palace had so many war pets, An old man frowned. It's already happened, we don't need to worry about it, we can just ban it. The Dragon Palace and Tiger Chaos Fake Country have enemies, they won't watch it rise smoothly. A white-haired elder in the middle interrupted and shook his head. That's true. Many talents have appeared in the past tens of millions of years, but these are the only ones left in history. Hee. An elder said with a smile. Come to Old Sheen. Let's play a game of chess. At this moment, all the major forces in the entire Southern Star System were discussing the matter of the chaotic Tiger Demon Kingdom and the Dragon Palace working together to build a commercial planet. Some forces were solemn, some were embarrassed, and some did not take it to heart. Time passed slowly. As the opening of the commercial planet of the Dragon Star was getting closer and closer, the topic of the commercial planet of the Dragon Star was also increasing. The countdown began when the Dragon Star was officially born. Dragon King, everything is ready. Now we will officially start the teleportation in 2 days. In the Dragon Palace at the bottom of the sea on Dragon Star, Prime Minister Gue came to report with a smile on his face. Wuxia stood in front of a group of desolate beasts and paused for a moment. Is there anything wrong? He asked. Currently, everything is going exceptionally smoothly. We haven't encountered any problems. However, I have a feeling that Xinghua planet will definitely take action. Also, the Demon Slayer sect and the Chaotic Tiger Demon Nation have a deep enmity. I don't think they will watch our commercial planet rise smoothly. Prime Minister Gue said. What about the Heaven Array? Wang Xian asked Prime Minister Gue. The Heaven Array is ready. He said that no one will have any problems. As long as someone makes a move, they will definitely not be able to escape. Prime Minister Gue said. All right, you guys handle these matters. I will tame these desolate beasts first. Wang Xian opened his mouth and said. The next night, Wang Xian finally tamed more than half of the desolate beasts. He stretched his body and returned to the Dragon King's palace. Dragon King. At this moment, Prime Minister Gui Tiancheng and a group of girls were gathered in the Dragon King's palace. There were also many experts from the chaotic tiger demon kingdom around them. Okay. Wang Xian nodded his head and went to the dragon throne. The experts from the chaotic tiger demon kingdom took a look and did not have any objections. After all, there was an existence in the dragon palace who was stronger than them who had submitted to the Dragon King. The war pets are almost ready. Is there any problem with the chaotic tiger demon nation? Wang Xian looked at the leader of the chaotic tiger demon nation and asked, "Don't worry, Dragon King. We have recruited a lot of businessmen and corporations to move into our dragon planet. When they sensed the energy of the dragon planet, they even wanted to move their headquarters here." The leader of the chaotic tiger demon nation said happily. Not only was the Dragon Star's training grounds heaven-defying, its spiritual energy was also about 10 times that of other planets. This was comparable to some heavenly paradises. However, everything about the Dragon Star was kept secret. The others still didn't know. The most important thing tomorrow is safety. There might be an undying God King making a move. Everyone has to be careful. There will be a large-scale concert tomorrow morning. When the time comes, the crowd will be very dense. What about safety? As Wang Xian spoke, he looked at the sky array. When we enter tomorrow, everyone will be given a spirit token. Please rest assured about the safety, Dragon King. The sky array said confidently. All right. Then let's celebrate the glory of tomorrow's Dragon Star tonight. Wang Xian smiled and said to everyone. After a round of celebration, the night passed quickly. The next morning, Wang Xian led the members of the Dragon Palace and the experts from the chaotic tiger demon nation to a room in the teleportation formation. Dragon King, the teleportation formation will be activated in 1 minute. The concert between the Goddess of Stars and the Dragon Queen will be held not far away in 1 hour. Prime Minister Gui looked at the time and reported to Wang Xian. Wang Xian nodded and waited with a smile on his face. Dragon King, according to the information we received, there are at least 1 billion people lining up on the dozens of planets in our chaotic tiger demon nation waiting for the formation to be activated. The king of the chaotic tiger demon nation said excitedly from the side. The formation is about to be activated. The heavenly demon imperial preceptor said in a low voice. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the next moment, figures appeared on the teleportation formation on Dragon Star. Wow, what dense spiritual energy. The spiritual energy here is so abundant. This teleportation formation is so magnificent. It doesn't seem crowded even for the hundreds of millions of people here. This isn't a technological planet. Look around you. It's a magical formation. In an instant, figures walked out from the formation one by one. Some of them were discussing in astonishment. Some of them were even broadcasting through the AI. Wang Xian stood at a high place and looked down at the densely packed figures. At the same time, the dragon eyes of the 5 elements of yin and yang scanned the area ahead. Sky formation, can the Immortal King who has entered sense it? Wang Xian asked the sky formation at the side. Dragon King, no matter how hard they try to hide, they can't hide from the detection of my formation. All the Immortal Kings have locked onto it. There are people on the 9 planets on top who are monitoring their every move. The sky formation replied. Focus on that person, the fat old man, and that seemingly ordinary woman in white. Wang Xian's dragon eyes of yin-yang and 5 elements scanned around. With the heart of light and darkness, he could sense the good and bad of some people. This good and bad came from the evil and kindness in their hearts. Wang Xian asked the Heaven Array to focus on these people. It's the Dragon King. The Heaven Array nodded. At this moment, on the 9 planets around Dragon Star, the members of the Dragon Palace were located in an underground space inside the planet. In front of them was a huge screen that displayed everything on the entire Dragon Star. There were a few important spots that were locked onto one figure after another. They were all undying godly monarchs. When the Dragon Star had just opened, they had to be absolutely safe. The spiritual energy on this Dragon Star is so thick, about 10 times more than the other 5 commercial planets. That's right. The spiritual energy on Dragon Star far surpasses that of the other commercial planets. It seems that the Tiger Riot Demon Kingdom and the Dragon Palace have invested a lot. The concert will begin in less than an hour. After the concert begins, there will be a pet sale. Let's hurry to the concert venue and take up our seats. Countless people entered Dragon Star and were shocked by the spiritual energy on Dragon Star. Then they walked toward the concert. The concert of the Goddess of Stars and Goddess Yin attracted a lot of people. I didn't expect the Dragon Star to be so capable. A concert with hundreds of millions of people. I'd like to see who dares to come to the Dragon Star if hundreds of millions of people die here. When the time comes, let's make a move and leave immediately. Following the tens of thousands of people, more than 10 figures followed the flow of people and walked towards the concert ahead. They looked at each other and transmitted their voices. However, what they didn't know was that in an underground hall located on the surrounding 9 planets, their voice transmitted clearly. We have found 12 capable people. 3 of them can be confirmed. The eyes of a civil official of the Dragon Palace flickered. Buzz! The arm of the heaven array trembled where Wang Xian was. Dragon King, I have found 12 suspicious people. All of them are immortal godly kings. 3 of them have been identified. The corner of the heaven array's mouth curled up slightly. 12 images of figures appeared on his body, and he said to Wang Xian, Old National Advisor, leader of the chaotic tiger demon nation. The moment they make a move, the formation will seal them. I'll leave the rest to you guys. Wang Xian looked at the 12 figures in front of him and said to the people from the chaotic tiger nation, This, sir, is really impressive. Leave the capture to us. The experts from the chaotic tiger nation were slightly shocked. They looked at the sky formation in awe and nodded in agreement. The concert is about to start. Go, go, go. Wow. There are so many people. This sports square on Dragon Star is not bad. It's full of fantasy. It's so cool. At present, Dragon Star is not inferior to the other 5 commercial planets. It's even a few levels higher. Countless people rushed into the concert. The concert is full. We can take you to other places on the Dragon Star commercial planet. In less than 10 minutes, the concert was full of hundreds of millions of people. The staff of the chaotic tiger demon nation led the rest of the people to browse other places on the Dragon Star. Dragon King, more than 1 billion people have entered the concert in less than 10 minutes. Also, we have seen quite a few powerful forces coming. It is estimated that the daily flow of people can reach more than 10 billion. The people from the chaotic tiger demon kingdom said with excitement on their faces. The number of people could reach more than 10 billion. If these people could spend their money here, they would be able to obtain a terrifying amount of resources. The reason why the 4 major factions could be so powerful had a lot to do with the commercial planet they owned. The commercial planet was a cash cow. This is only the beginning. After the training grounds are opened, more people will come. Wang Xian smiled. The training ground of the Heaven Formation was very powerful and had a fatal attraction to cultivators. The concert is about to start. Let's go. The group chatted for a while. The time for the concert was almost up. At this moment, the concert venue was already packed. They were all sitting in their seats, waiting for the opening of the Goddess of Stars and Goddess Yin. Tang Yin had received quite a number of fans since her last appearance. Although she wasn't as famous as Goddess Star, she was still somewhat famous. Hello, everyone. Welcome to our concert. Emperor Star and Tang Yin appeared on time, and cheers rang out. Hundreds of millions of people. At this moment, what a huge number. At a glance, they were all densely packed with people. Let's start now. Wait a little longer. Goddess Star's singing is very beautiful. Let her singing accompany our slaughter. We will make the Tiger Riot Demon Kingdom pay a heavy price this time. Relaxed voices sounded one after another. More than 10 people glanced around. Seeing that they were not on guard at all, their faces were full of mockery. The heaven demons of the Tiger Demon Kingdom are all a bunch of idiots. So is the Dragon Palace. They thought to themselves, but the mockery in their eyes was not concealed at all. At this moment, the song had already sounded. The more than 10 people looked at each other. Ha ha ha. Go to hell. You will be buried with the trash planet Dragon Star. Such a trash planet still wants to become a commercial planet. When the song surrounded everyone's ears, suddenly, a voice resounded throughout the entire sky, completely covering the voices of the Imperial Star Ladies. In the concert, everyone was slightly shocked. Ha ha ha, die. Following that, everyone felt an incomparably terrifying pressure coming towards them, and the threat of death instantly enveloped their hearts. Everyone was shocked, their faces filled with shock. An undying god emperor has made a move. Within the concert, someone shouted out in fear. Feeling this unbridled aura, the other party was obviously about to start a massacre. Let's make a move too. At this time, another group of people hiding within the concert saw the situation and immediately communicated. They also instantly burst out with terrifying killing intent. It's time to make a move, ha, this place will soon become a purgatory field. I really didn't expect, not only did we send people, there were also over 10 undyings, Dragon Star. I want to see how you can become a commercial planet with so many people dead. Who else would dare to go to your place? This concert was broadcasted live by the AI. At this time, within a 9th grade sky sect domain planet, Xinghua Planet's 3 great powers saw the scene and couldn't help but reveal sinister smiles. This time, Dragon Star had completely fallen. It had just opened and was already heading towards destruction, he. The group's lips curled up, their eyes gleaming. Wong. However, in the next moment, terrifying beams of light descended from the sky. The law beams instantly trapped the undyings that were bursting with terrifying power within. Ha, a bunch of rascals. They actually dare to cause trouble on our Dragon Star commercial planet. They really don't know their limits. At this time, the Tiger Chaotic Demon Country's old country leader's voice resounded, entering everyone's ears. Everyone was shocked. What is this? At this time, the over 10 undyings from the Demon Slayer sect felt the light beams binding them, their faces filled with shock. The law light beams from the distant 9 planets above directly trapping him within. Damn it! Break for me! They heard the voice of the old national advisor of the Chaotic Tiger Demon Nation and saw the experts of the Chaotic Tiger Demon Nation flying over. Their faces revealed an anxious look. Boom, boom, boom. Waves of terrifying power attacked the nomological light beam. However, the light beam didn't have the slightest fluctuation. You want to escape? Since you are here, you still want to escape? Is that possible? Rumble, rumble, rumble. In the next moment, the Tiger Chaotic Demon Country's old country teacher led all the top warriors of the Tiger Chaotic Demon Country over, his face cold as he locked onto them. Damn it! Run. Run back to your undying country. Seeing them arrive, the Demon Slayer sect and one of the forces on Black Cloud Planet's faces changed, immediately wanting to escape. However, very quickly they were shocked to discover that they couldn't contact their god country at all. This caused their eyes to widen, filled with shock and despair. So. At this moment, the old Imperial Preceptor made a move. He extended his arm and grabbed a person's neck, his eyes filled with ice cold. The other experts also immediately made a move and captured him. They stared at the people from the demon-slaying sect's Black Cloud Star faction with killing intent. I'm sorry, Star Goddess, I've disturbed your concert, please continue. Chaotic Tiger Country leader looked at the stage and smiled at Star Lady, after which they left with the group. It's all right, don't panic. Within the Dragon Star, the Dragon Palace and Chaotic Tiger Demon Country can protect your safety. Look, those 20 over undyings were easily captured. They didn't even escape. Emperor Star Lady stood on the stage, smiling as she said to everyone, Damn, I almost pissed myself just now. These 20 undyings, it looks like they want to kill and make the Dragon Star suffer losses. It should be, what were those beams of light just now? They seemed to fall from the 9 planets in the sky. Too powerful, trapping 20 undyings. Luckily, the Tiger Chaos Demon Country and Dragon Palace were prepared. Otherwise, I would have been finished. As the Emperor Star Lady's voice fell, the shocked people were discussing with pale faces. The 20 over undyings that suddenly appeared were brutal and wanted to kill. The law light pillar that suddenly descended from the sky immediately locked them up. The events in the stadium shocked over 100 million people. Of course, in the end, What shocked them the most was the defense of the Dragon Star. The 20 over Undyings were locked up. The Tiger Chaos Demon Country Undying Level 7 Imperial Tutor flew over to capture them. This shocked many of the Undyings present. Over 20 Undyings couldn't even escape after being trapped. They were captured. What power was this? That law light pillar was able to make even Undyings unable to escape. The scene just now didn't just shock everyone in the concert. Those watching the AI live broadcast were all shocked too. Pong! Damn it, what is this thing? It can actually trap an undying god emperor. It failed. It actually failed. Above Xinghua planet, the three powers gathered in their battleships. Seeing the scene on the AI, they instantly stood up, their expressions extremely ugly. They stared at the disappearing beam of light, their faces dark. The Tiger Chaos Demon Country and Dragon Palace were prepared. The CEO of the Jianhua Group clenched his fists and said solemnly, "Our attack this time not only didn't cause Dragon Star to be heavily injured, it actually made them famous. Over 20 undying emperors attacking and being imprisoned at the same time, this is the best publicity for them." The Black Forest chairman frowned, his expression ugly. The other groups sent out are even stronger. They all have an undying level 5 and they are still trapped. An old man said with some fear. They had failed. This time's failure would actually make Longxing famous. Longxing had already proven that it had the right to become a commercial planet. With the Tiger Chaos Demon Country here, we can't come out in the open. We'll be in trouble. Everyone from the three major factions sat there with sullen faces, thinking of a solution. What? How is this possible? Oh no, Elder Li and the rest have been captured. What is this thing? How can it imprison more than a dozen of our experts? The chaotic Tiger Demon Country definitely doesn't have the strength. On a planet within the 9th grade Heaven Sect's domain, the people from the demon-slaying sect stood up, their eyes wide as they exclaimed in shock. They had been enemies with the Tiger Chaotic Demon Country for tens of millions of years. Even if a level 7 undying godly monarch appeared in the Tiger Chaotic Demon Country, the Tiger Chaotic Demon Country did not have the ability to do so. Beams of light trapped more than 20 undying godly monarchs. If the Tiger Chaotic Demon Country was that strong, their demon-slaying sect would have been defeated long ago. It's that Dragon Palace. Such a terrifying sealing technique must be the Dragon Palace's technique. Everyone, we've investigated some information about the Dragon Palace during this period of time. This technique definitely came from the Dragon Palace. The terrifying array formation that the Tiger Demon Nation created last time also came from the Dragon Palace. An old man said with a trembling body. The 5 terrifying array formations last time had caused countless casualties in the Demon Slayer sect. If not for the existence of the array formation, their Fey-slaying sect would not have been defeated so quickly and tragically. They had even nearly been annihilated. Damn the Dragon Palace. We have no enmity with them. Why are they targeting us? A female godly monarch roared with a ferocious expression. Ka ka ka. This time we failed. Elder Li and company were also captured. In the future, the sect master of the Demon Slayer sect clenched his fist and let out a crisp sound. A terrifying killing intent spread out in all directions. This time, not only did he suffer heavy losses, he even helped the other party. Sect Master, the future is long. We have the protection of the 9th grade Sky Sect. We have plenty of time to play with them. The Dragon Palace has caused us such heavy losses. Let's add the Dragon Palace next. An elder roared with a sinister expression. The Demon Slayer sect had been destroyed and countless disciples had died. They had to take revenge. They wanted to make the Tiger Riot Demon Kingdom pay a heavy price. This time, they would add the Dragon Palace as well. Ha ha, good. As long as we are here, the Tiger Riot Demon Kingdom and the Dragon Palace will never have peace. The sect master of the Demon Slayer sect roared ferociously. What happened at the concert infuriated the major powers. On the other commercial planets, when the major powers received the news from the Dragon Star, they frowned slightly and were filled with astonishment. No one expected that the Dragon Palace and the chaotic Tiger Demon Kingdom would have such capabilities. Dragon King. They have been captured. In the Dragon Star, A group of experts from the chaotic tiger demon nation flew over and spoke to Wang Xian. We know a few of them. They are from the Demon Slayer sect. HMPH, they are trying to come in and cause trouble by disguising themselves. The leader of the chaotic tiger demon nation spoke with a cold expression. Who are you people? Wang Xian looked at the other group of people with a cold smile. I didn't expect that we would die here. If you want to kill us, kill us. An old man laughed miserably and said with determination. Wang Xian looked at the old man with a mocking expression on his face. Soul catcher. He moved his palm and landed directly on the head of the old man. Ah! In an instant, an extremely tragic scream was heard from the old man's mouth. His eyes gradually turned dull. The pupils of the other 20 or so people who were captured by the old man shrunk slightly when they saw this scene. A hint of panic could be seen on their faces. The Skull Party from the Black Cloud planet? What kind of force is this? Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and looked at the people from the chaotic tiger demon nation in surprise. Black Cloud planet? It's a dark planet where many wanted people and forces gather. I've heard of the Skull Party before. It's a rather big force on the Black Cloud planet. They must have been hired by other forces. We have no enmity with them. It's impossible for them to offend us. The old national advisor said. That's right. They were hired. They don't know who hired them, but they can guess that it should be Xinhua planet. Announce immediately that the people who attacked us this time were the people from the Demon Slayer sect and Xinhua planet. Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and said to the chaotic tiger demon nation and Prime Minister Gue. They were slightly stunned as they looked at Wang Xian. Xinhua planet is not far from us. If they hire the forces of the Black Cloud planet to attack us, they don't need to exist anymore. Ask the 9th grade Heavens sect for an explanation from the Demon Slayer sect. If they protect our enemies, they are making an enemy out of us. The corner of Wang Xian's lips curled up slightly as he continued speaking to them. The people from the chaotic tiger demon nation were slightly shocked. Dragon King, are you going to directly question the 9th grade Heaven sect? The eyes of the old king flickered as he asked in a low voice. With us joining hands, why should we be afraid of the 9th grade Heaven sect? If the 9th grade Heaven sect continues to protect us, they will have to pay a price. Wang Xian smiled sinisterly. The Sky Array had reconstructed his physical body and possessed the combat strength of a level 7 Immortal king. In addition to the Tiger Turmoil Demon Nation, Wang Xian was not afraid of the peak strength of the old-timers from the Southern Star System. Even if the 9th grade Heaven sect had no enmity with the Dragon Palace, they were protecting the Demon Slayer sect and wanted to wreak havoc on his planet. They had to give an explanation. They had to chase the Demon Slayer sect out or suffer some consequences. Dragon King, if you are not afraid, what is there to be afraid of in the chaotic tiger demon nation? Furthermore, the Demon Slayer sect is targeting us. The eyes of the old king of the chaotic tiger demon nation sparkled as he spoke to Wang Xian. Send out the notice immediately. Also, Sky Formation, imprison them and prevent them from escaping. Hang them on Dragon Star as a warning. Wang Xian nodded with a smile and said to Sky Array. No problem. Sky Array nodded. With a wave of his arm, formation after formation entered their bodies. Leave it to us. Chaotic Tiger Nation's leader walked over and grabbed more than 20 immortal godly monarchs. His face was filled with fear. All right. Sky Array nodded. Whoosh. Chaotic Tiger Nation's leader moved his body and flew towards the teleportation formation with the rest of them. Let's go to the place where the battle pets are sold to get ready. Wang Xian took a look and flew down with a smile on his face. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hee. I'll nail you here in the next few days to let everyone know the consequences of daring to cause trouble on our Dragon Star. Wang. Chaotic Tiger Country leader came to the teleportation formation. Pillars rose one after another with a wave of his arm. Over 20 silhouettes were thrown onto it. After which, the nails pierced into their bodies, completely impaling them. That seems to be over 20 undying emperors. They are all nailed there. This is the undyings that wanted to massacre the entire Dragon Star. Who would have thought that they would be nailed there? This is an undyings. At the teleportation formation, Everyone looked at the rising pillar and the over 20 undyings nailed there, their faces filled with shock. Ah! At this moment, the over 20 undyings felt so humiliated, their bodies trembling nonstop. They were undyings, yet they had become prisoners for everyone to watch and mock. Look at the AI, Chaotic Tiger Demon Country, Dragon Palace and Dragon Star have all made a statement. At this time, a voice resounded. Everyone immediately opened their AI. On the AI, Chaotic Tiger Demon Country, Dragon Palace and Dragon Star all made the same statement. Today, the Dragon Star will be opened. The more than 20 undying godly monarchs who were preparing to massacre everyone at the concert have all been captured alive. They were sent by the demon-slaying sect and Xinghua planet. Very soon we will make you pay the price. Also, the demon-slaying sect is currently under the protection of the 9th grade Heaven sect. Now, the 9th grade Heaven sect requests that you expel them from your territory. Otherwise, you will have to bear the consequences. A notice was sent to the AI. With the popularity of the Dragon Star and what had just happened, everyone was paying attention to it. Seeing their statement, they were all shocked. I didn't expect that planet Xinghua would send people to the Dragon Star to cause trouble. Do they not want the commercial planet of the Dragon Star to rise? Xinghua planet's 3C sect and Dragon Palace have a conflict. Xinghua planet definitely doesn't want the planet to rise. Besides, it's normal for the beheading demon sect to send people to kill. However, the Chaotic Tiger Demon Country and Dragon Palace are so tough. They actually asked the 9th grade Heaven sect to give an explanation. What a tough Dragon Palace and Chaotic Tiger Demon Country. They actually said they would make them pay the price. And is this considered provoking the 9th grade Heaven sect? The 9th grade Sky sect is one of the 4 strongest factions in the Southern Star System. They don't only have a level 7 Immortal King guarding them. Have the Dragon Palace and Chaotic Tiger Demon Country grown too arrogant? All the factions in the Southern Star System discussed when they saw this news. They were very surprised by the strength of the Dragon Palace and Chaotic Tiger Demon Country. However, none of them thought highly of their provocation of the 9th grade Heaven sect. The 9th grade Heaven sect was one of the 4 strongest forces in the Southern Star System. They had an extremely deep heritage and no one knew that they had an Undying God King level 7 expert. No one knew exactly how powerful they were. However, they were definitely not something that the Chaotic Tiger Demon Country and the Dragon Palace could compare to. Oh no? They actually said that we sent people to kill wantonly. Do they have any evidence? Not far away on Xinghua planet, the 3 powers gathered together, seeing the news from the Dragon Palace and Tiger Chaos Demon Country. Their expressions were ugly. With their strength, they were no match for Tiger Chaos Demon Country. Even if the 3 powers joined forces, they weren't even enough to fight an undying level 7 warrior. Damn it! Our 3C sect sent people to contact the Black Cloud Star Skull organization. They don't even know that we hired them. How could they know it was our Xinghua planet? That Dragon King is purposely saying that we sent people to disturb them. The 3C's sect leader saw this information and was so angry that his body trembled. They want us to pay the price? What price? The expressions of the warriors from the 3 powers were extremely dark. They knew that they were in big trouble this time. The other side had the Tiger Chaos Demon Country and an Undying level 7 warrior. If they really wanted to pressure them, they wouldn't be able to withstand it. Immediately issue a statement, since the Dragon Palace and Tiger Chaotic Demon Country said it was our Xinghua planet. Then produce evidence. Without evidence, we cannot frame them. The president of the Jianhua group roared softly. Yes. A warrior beside immediately nodded. They had to give an explanation to the Tiger Chaotic Demon Country's warning and threat. However, they definitely wouldn't agree to hire the Black Cloud Skull organization to kill this time. Sect Master, this is the statement made by the Tiger Demon Nation and the Dragon Palace. The Demon Slayer sect sent people to the Dragon Star to prepare for mass slaughter and capture. Now, they are asking us to drive the Demon Slayer sect away. At the same time, on a prosperous planet far away, a 9th grade commercial planet, or even a commercial planet that had stood in the starry sky for 40 to 50 million years, had an extremely deep heritage. More than 10 elders rushed to the 9th grade Sky Sect's sect master's cultivation place and immediately reported. Oh, You want us to drive away the demon-slaying sect. Was this really done by an expert from the demon-slaying sect? A middle-aged 9th grade Sky sect master asked indifferently and opened his AI to take a look. It's sect master. The demon-slaying sect has indeed made a move. Everyone nodded. Hee, the juniors nowadays are so arrogant, just let them say that they won't expel us and let us bear the consequences. The sect master of the 9th grade Sky sect looked at the information on the AI, his face revealing a hint of mockery. Then sect master, we? An elder hesitated for a moment before asking. Just a level 7 undying god king holding down the fort thinks that he can be on equal footing with us. What a joke. Alright, you guys handle this matter. The 9th grade Sky sect leader said indifferently, waving at the group. His words also showed his attitude. Xinghua Planet has given an explanation claiming that they didn't send anyone to cause trouble on the Dragon Planet. If the Dragon Planet says they sent someone to cause trouble, please provide evidence. Xinghua Planet is giving in. Directly giving an explanation. Xinghua Planet's 3 powers don't have an undying level 7 warrior to protect them. They aren't a match for Tiger Chaos Demon Country. When the Dragon Star Goddess Yin Xian's concert was in full swing, when the Dragon Palace and Tiger Chaotic Demon Country made a statement, Xinghua Planet quickly gave an explanation. When everyone saw this explanation, they all discussed. The current situation was very clear to everyone. Xinghua Planet's 3 powers without an undying level 7 warrior guarding them were weaker than the Dragon Palace and Tiger Chaotic Demon Country. They had to respond to the questions from the Tiger Chaotic Demon Country and Dragon Palace. I wonder if the 9th grade Sky sect will respond. The 9th grade Sky sect shouldn't care about the Dragon Palace and the Tiger Chaotic Demon Country. After all, what would they dare to do even if they don't respond to the Dragon Palace and the Tiger Chaotic Demon Country? Xinghua Planet responded, and some people began to guess the situation at the 9th grade Sky sect. After all, the remarks made by the Chaotic Tiger Demon Nation and the Dragon Palace this time were very firm. Dragon King, Xinghua Planet has responded. They said they want us to produce evidence. At the location of the Dragon Star Battle Pet Sales counter, the Heaven Fei Imperial Preceptor walked over and said, "What evidence do you want? Just say that the members of the Black Cloud Planet Skeleton Society have admitted it. After we open today, send people to destroy Xinghua Planet tomorrow." The corner of Wang Xian's mouth curled up slightly as he said coldly, "Destroy planet Xinghua?" The Heaven Fei Imperial Preceptor's pupils constricted slightly. Following that, he nodded his head heavily. Once planet Xinghua was destroyed, there would only be one commercial planet in this region, the Dragon Planet. Furthermore, the powerhouses of the Black Cloud Skull Party were definitely hired by planet Xinghua. Therefore, they had to pay a heavy price. Dragon King, the concert has ended. Now, all the members are walking towards US under the guidance of the Star Goddess and Goddess Yin Xian. At this moment, Prime Minister GUI came over to report. All right, prepare to welcome the guests. Wang Xian smiled and nodded. Everyone, come and see what a paradise for battle pets is. Today, the Dragon Star has just opened. The Dragon Palace has taken out 250,000 Eternal God, main battle pets, and 75 Immortal God King battle pets. If you want a partner to fight side by side, if you want a powerful and cool mount, the Dragon Palace will definitely have a choice that you'll be satisfied with. Emperor Star Lady's voice resounded, followed by over 100 million people rushing over. As the space is limited, only about 100 million people can enter. Eternal God level 5 and above can enter directly, with a certain amount of God stones. Those who aren't qualified can watch from the screen outside. At this time, another voice resounded. Over 100 Undying Emperor battle pets, over 100,000 Eternal God Lord battle pets. This was a huge attraction to all the powers. It could be said that today, the number of people who came to Dragon Star for battle pets was much more than the Star Goddess and the rest. Many powerful powers headed in. In the past, there might not even be one Undying level 5 battle pet in 10,000 years, and now there were 2 for sale on Dragon Star. This made many organizations excited. Some of the strongest warriors were only Undying level 5. If one could buy an Undying level 5 battle pet, that would double their strength. Wow! So many battle pets. Simply too many. Look at the center. My God. Look, there are all undying war pets. When everyone entered the market, looking at the undying war pets around, the hundreds of thousands of eternal God Lord war pets around, their faces were filled with shock. Just the strength of these war pets combined, it's enough to destroy a pinnacle third-class warrior. Some factions swept their gaze over and their eyes were filled with fervor. Let's go and buy that level 5 Immortal King War Pet. I want to buy a level 1 Immortal King War Pet. I wonder if there are any war pet cubs that we can buy for our core disciples. Some of the powerhouses from the factions swept their gaze over their surroundings fervently and walked straight towards the group of Immortal King Desolate Beasts. Wang Xian swept his gaze across the powerhouses who were walking towards the Immortal King Desolate Beast and revealed a smile on his face. The number of Immortal Kings who came to Dragonstar this time could reach up to 2,000. Most of them were here for the battle pets. Dragon King. Someone wants to purchase that Immortal King level 5 battle pet. Not long after, Prime Minister Gue walked over and reported to Wang Xian. Good, good. Wang Xian's eyes sparkled. Prime Minister Gue, send someone to purchase elixirs immediately. Use all the god stones sold by the war pet to purchase elixirs and god herbs. Wang Xian instructed immediately. It's the Dragon King. Prime Minister Gue nodded his head. I want this Immortal God King war pet. Haha, this one is the best as a mount. I want this one. Give me the god stones. The Eternal Divine Lord's war pet. We, the East Hill sect, will take all 5,000 of this race. One war pet after another was quickly purchased. Those who did not have enough divine stones could only watch with excitement. On the AI, the matter regarding the Dragon Star had also attracted the attention of countless people. When someone posted a picture of each war pet, it caused countless people to be shocked. They had taken out more than 100 war pets at once. Now that they saw it with their own eyes, they were shocked. Many people looked at the war pets and their hearts were itching. I want to go to the Dragon Star. No one can stop me. Wow, this is so powerful. I want one to be my mount. The videos of the war pets were released one after another, and many people commented below. It was the first time for many people to see so many war pets. The Dragon Palace was too powerful. At the teleportation array, countless people were still swarming toward Longxing. Damn. Look, the 9th grade Sky Sect has responded to the Dragon Palace. It has responded. The 9th grade Sky Sect has responded. Anyone who makes us pay the price has become history. 9th grade Sky Sect's words must be domineering. Anyone who makes me pay the price has become history. Is this a warning to the Dragon Palace and the Tiger Chaotic Demon Country? As far as I know, the 9th grade Sky Sect had 3 Immortal King level 7 experts long ago. They have the right to say such words. As expected of one of the overlords with a deep heritage. They are so confident that they don't put the Dragon Palace and Tiger Chaotic Demon Country in their eyes at all. The declaration of the 9th grade Heavens sect made all the forces see the confidence of the old forces, and they were all in awe of it. Dragon King, this is the information that was just released by the 9th grade Heavens sect. It's obvious that they didn't put us in their eyes. They didn't give us any explanation regarding the Demon Slayer sect either. At the war pet sales counter, the king of Chaotic Tiger Nation walked to Wang Xian's side. He opened his AI and displayed the reply from the 9th grade Heaven sect. Hee. Wang Xian smiled when he saw the content. There's no need to pay attention to it for now. We'll deal with them one by one after today. Dragon King, are you really going to make an enemy out of the 9th grade Heaven sect? The leader of the Chaotic Tiger Nation frowned and asked with slight worry. Even though the Chaotic Tiger Demon Nation had a level 7 Immortal King, they were still fearful of the old 9th grade Heaven sect. If they were to really fight, the Tiger Chaotic Demon Country would definitely be destroyed. They might end up like the current Demon Slayer sect, becoming a stray dog. This isn't our problem. Right now, they are protecting the Demon Slayer sect, and they have an undying godly monarch level 6 powerhouse. Their sneak attacks from time to time will cause us a lot of losses. Therefore, either they chase away the people from the Demon Slayer sect and we continue to hunt them down, or an even bigger war will break out. Wang Xian said with a cold gaze. Right now, the 3C's sect, the Demon Slayer sect, and even the other 2 factions on Xinghua planet were all a great threat to them. If they did not eradicate them, they might one day cause huge losses to them. Wang Xian didn't like this feeling. Therefore, even if he offended a ninth-grade celestial sect, he would still be able to get rid of it. The most important thing was that once all the battle pets were sold today, the Dragon Palace's strength would receive a huge boost after the sale of the level 5 Immortal King battle pets. He could also step into the Immortal King realm and possess a combat strength that was comparable to a level 7 Immortal King. At that time, along with the Sky Array and the old Imperial Preceptor, he could totally clash with any force in the Southern Star System. Chaotic Tiger Country leader was silent for a while before nodding. Dragon King. The battle pets have already been sold 80%. The rest will probably all be sold within half an hour. The AI Upper Grade 9 SkySex announcement didn't affect the sale of the Dragon Palace battle pets. In less than an hour, they had already sold 80% of the battle pets. Very good. When all the war pets are sold out, tell the Heaven Array to advertise the training grounds. Wang Xian smiled and said, "It's the Dragon King." Prime Minister Gui nodded his head. Wow, the speed at which the war pets are sold out is too fast. There are no more of them now. It's only been an hour and more than 200,000 war pets have been sold out. This is too crazy. In an entire hour, everyone realized that all the battle pets had been sold out. According to the Dragon Palace's announcement, there was still half of the battle pets that hadn't been sold out. However, they had to be sold out in batches within the next 10 days. Even so, over 200,000 battle pets were sold out. It was extremely terrifying. There were over 70 Undying Emperor battle pets, 2 of them were level 5 Undying Emperor battle pets. Dragon Emperor. It's about to begin. At this time, Prime Minister Gui walked over and said, "Wang." The moment he finished speaking, a huge image appeared in the sky above Dragon Star. Within the image, a voice resounded in everyone's minds. Dragon Star Training Grounds. The training grounds for plundering the fortunes of heaven and earth. It's divided into 9 attributes, containing the law space. When the voice entered their ears, everyone couldn't help but be slightly shocked. What's happening? What's happening? Look at the sky. Is Dragon Star announcing something? Damn. So powerful. The entire sky is a picture. This ability is so abnormal. Dragon Star Training Ground, what's that thing? Everyone heard the voice and trembled slightly, looking up in shock, looking up at the sky. The Dragon Star Training Grounds can place God Stones into it to train. The density of the spirit energy inside can range from Undying Level 1 God Country Spirit Energy to Undying Level 6 Spirit Energy. Because the Dragon Star Training Grounds has all sorts of attributes, the speed of training is much faster than the Undying God Country. The voice continued to reach everyone's ears, slowly. Some of them stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with shock. How thick would the Undying God Country's spirit energy be? Many people understood it. However, how many people could actually train in the Undying God Country? The Undying God Emperor would place his God Country in a very safe and hidden space crack. No one would announce his Undying God Country. Because once it was announced, the enemy would be able to lock onto the God Country and attack. When the God Country was locked onto, the God Emperor would basically be useless even if he didn't die. Hence, the only people who could truly train within the Undying God Country were the close relatives of the God Emperor, otherwise they wouldn't even know where they were. As for the Sex Core Grotto Heaven, there were many that were comparable to the Undying God Country. However, how many people could enter? However, the Dragon Star Training Grounds actually had such a terrifying ability. Is this real or fake? How is this possible? If there was such a powerful training ground, wouldn't it attract countless warriors to train? How many God Stones would it take to enter such a terrifying training ground? Some people heard these words, their faces filled with shock. Even some warriors gaped. An Undying Level 1 could enter the Undying Level 6 God Country's training room. This was a huge opportunity for them. The specific effects, the specific price, everyone can go to the training grounds to try it out. Take a look, you'll know when you get there. Prime Minister Gui and the rest floated in mid-air, speaking to everyone. Then, the experts of the Dragon Palace and the Chaotic Tiger Demon Kingdom led them into the training ground. The enormous training ground covered an area of more than 1,000 kilometers. Around the training ground were all kinds of shopping malls. Everything revolved around the training ground. More than 1 billion people surged into the training ground. After they entered, a staff member gave a simple explanation. Some warriors couldn't help but enter to probe. However, very quickly, more and more people entered the training grounds. In less than an hour, the Dragon Star training grounds had exploded. Everyone who entered went crazy. The training speed in there is terrifying. The attributes are abundant. It makes my mind much clearer. This is 10 times stronger than our sect's grotto heaven-blessed land. Hiss, as long as I have enough god stones, I can reach the level of an undying level 6 god country. This is too terrifying. I feel that training here will not take me long to break through. The consumption of god stones isn't as much as I thought. But it's not little either, however the effects are too terrifying. I'm 100% sure that the Dragon Star is about to explode. Just with this training ground alone, it can explode the entire southern star system. Around the Dragon Star training ground, everyone was boiling and discussing in disbelief. Shocking. The Dragon Star has a heaven-defying training ground. It's extremely useful to even undying emperors. The safety of the Dragon Star, the heaven-defying training ground, the Dragon Star commercial planet will definitely rise in the future. There are too many heaven-defying training grounds. There will probably be many warriors coming. There are only 10 million training grounds. They will definitely fill up in the future. With the current situation on Dragon Star, the overall situation on Dragon Star is much stronger than the other 5 commercial planets. In the afternoon, Dragon Star's commercial planet completely shook the entire Star-South star system. Especially the Dragon Palace training grounds. It shook many powers. That powerful training ground was enough to quickly raise an undying God King, not to mention an eternal God Lord warrior. When this news spread to the other 5 commercial planets, it made everyone extremely moved. This time it was truly moving. Even the 9th grade Sky Sect and Sky Mountain Sword Sect frowned slightly. They were extremely shocked at the Dragon Star training ground. Ha, our Dragon Star has completely shaken the entire South Star. There are many warriors rushing towards our Dragon Star. In the Dragon King Palace of the Dragon Palace, the experts of the Chaotic Tiger Demon Kingdom were talking excitedly. Even if the training ground had nothing to do with them, they might be able to get 40% of the profits from other places. It was a huge gain for the Chaotic Tiger Demon Kingdom. In the future, the expenses of the Chaotic Tiger Demon Kingdom would be increased steadily with the help of the Dragon Star alone. Set up an upper line on the planet. Once this upper limit is reached, outsiders will be prohibited from entering. Wang Xian smiled and said to the Chaotic Tiger Demon Nation, "Good Dragon King, leave this to us." The leader of the Chaotic Tiger Demon Nation said with a smile. Reporting to Dragon King, some divine stones have been exchanged for elixirs. At this moment, a few experts from the Dragon Palace rushed in from outside and reported to Wang Xian. "Have you exchanged for it?" Wang Xian's eyes were filled with excitement. With a wave of his arm, he took the interspatial rings one by one. Leader of the Chaotic Tiger Demon Nation, make some preparations tonight. We will destroy planet Xinghua tomorrow morning. Wang Xian looked at the pills in the interspatial ring and immediately told all the experts from the Chaotic Tiger Demon Nation. "Shall we do it tomorrow?" "All right." The Chaotic Tiger Demon Kingdom nodded and said, "Let's go and prepare immediately." "All right, we will gather on the central planet above Dragon Star tomorrow morning." Wang Xian immediately made up his mind. The experts from the Chaotic Tiger Demon Kingdom nodded and did not stay any longer. They immediately headed towards the planet of the Chaotic Tiger Demon Kingdom. "With these elixirs, my strength will be able to improve qualitatively." Wang Xian mumbled and waved his hand. All the experts of the Dragon Palace retreated. "Roar!" He growled and immediately transformed into a divine dragon. A large number of pills were swallowed into his stomach. The pills in his hand were sufficient to increase his strength. He still had a large amount of dragon chi left. Roar! 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 Very soon, the shadows of the divine dragon circled around him. 7 colored rays of light illuminated the entire Dragon King Palace. Ding! Congratulations to host for your level increase. You have reached Immortal King level 1. Your divine dragon transformation has reached the 7th transformation. The system's voice rang out, causing Wang Xian to reveal an extremely excited expression. He had broken through. Roar! He couldn't help but let out a series of roars. Wang Xian could feel that his body was filled with destructive power. He even felt that he could easily destroy a huge life planet with a sweep of his dragon tail. Name Wang Xian. Race, Yin-Yang 5 Elements Divine Dragon, Man-Dragon Unity. Level, Immortal King Level 1, Divine Dragon Transformation 7th Form. Origin, 241444/100000000. Supernatural ability, ruling the water tribe below one's level. Devouring creatures to extract origin. Control of the 5 elements. Cultivation method, Divine Dragon Transformation. Supernatural ability, soul capturing, spirit attaching, Yin-Yang 5 elements dragon eyes. Aspect, 5 elements grinding, dragon kingdom in the palm, dragon head under the heavens, dragon body of 10,000 miles, Yin-Yang poles, Yin-Yang 5 elements alms bowl, divine dragon tail swing. Substantive law, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, light and darkness. Level 1. Divine Kingdom, Dragon Palace. Dragon Palace. Level 7. Members of the Dragon Palace. 389,842. Looking at his attributes, the corner of Wang Xian's mouth curled up slightly. The current him had reached a length of 15,000 meters, which was comparable to a small-sized void behemoth. However, his strength was much stronger than an ordinary void behemoth. This upgrade is a qualitative change. It allows my strength to stand at the peak of the Southern Star System. With my current strength, I can be unafraid of anyone. A smile appeared on Wang Xian's face. Next, I will sweep away all enemies, he muttered. With a move of his body, he immediately transformed into human form. The physical laws immediately transformed into a 7-colored dragon robe. Looking at it, it was filled with endless majesty. From God Lord to God King, it was a qualitative change. One could live for tens of millions of years and tear through space and enter the space crack. The undying God country could also directly enter the space crack. At this moment, Wang Xian could make the Dragon Palace hide in the space crack. Prime Minister Gue, he shouted softly. I'm here, congratulations Dragon King for your breakthrough. Prime Minister Gue entered and congratulated respectfully. Get all the members of the Dragon Palace to prepare to set off with me tomorrow to destroy Xinghua planet. Wang Xian said with a cold gaze. It's the Dragon King. Prime Minister Gue immediately nodded his head. In addition, we have sent the Deviant Demon and the rest to investigate all sorts of information about the 3 Cs sect today. This time, we will capture all of them in one go. Wang Xian sat there with his eyes filled with cold murderous intent. Prime Minister Gue nodded his head heavily and immediately retreated to issue an order. Wang Xian stood in front of the dragon throne and looked at the entire gigantic dragon palace. Unknowingly, in the past 20 years, he had gone from a nobody to the overlord of the world. We have already sent people to investigate. The effect of the training grounds is indeed heaven-defying. Next, our Xinghua planet may lose a large number of people. At that moment, in the warship above Xinghua, the 3 major forces gathered together and said somewhat helplessly, ever since the birth of the Dragon Star, they had been discussing various things. Seeing that the Dragon Star was exploding, the 3 major forces were filled with helplessness. Has the chaotic tiger demon nation continued to ask about our reply? The president of the Jianawa group rubbed his brows and said helplessly, there's no response at the moment. They are currently dealing with the matters on Dragon Star. They probably don't have the time to care about us. An elder said in a deep voice, now we can only take things one step at a time. The 3 major forces sat there helplessly and said in a low voice, faced with the rise of Dragon Star, they had no other options at the moment. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The next morning, everyone on the Dragon Star could see that the million soldiers of the chaotic tiger demon kingdom were flying toward a planet around the Dragon Star. Soon, they found that the powerful army of the Dragon Palace was also flying toward the planet in the ocean of the Dragon Star. Such a big movement had aroused the surprise and curiosity of many people. Dragon King, the million soldiers of the Tiger Chaotic Demon Country have all arrived. 200 Undyings. I'll listen to your orders today. On a planet in the middle of the Dragon Star, the million soldiers and 200 Undyings of the Tiger Chaotic Demon Country had arrived under the lead of the Old Country Advisor. Seeing the Dragon Palace warriors rushing over from the Dragon Star Ocean, his eyes gleamed with shock as he spoke. There are so many warriors from the Dragon Palace. The 200 Undyings of the Tiger Chaotic Demon Country looked to the side, their eyes filled with shock. The strongest side of the Dragon Palace were the leaders and Undyings of the Dragon Palace. With a glance, there were about 500 of them. And these were only from the Dragon Palace. There were only about 300 Undyings in the entire Tiger Chaotic Demon Country. From this, it could be seen that the Dragon Palace was much stronger than their Tiger Chaotic Demon Country. The old National Advisor had also realized that the overall strength of the Dragon Palace was much stronger than theirs. This made him glad that he had a good relationship with the Dragon Palace back then. All right, let's set off immediately. After destroying Xinghua Planet today, I will destroy the Three Seas Gate. Wang Xian said indifferently. Dragon King, you guys will be in charge today. We will be in charge of attacking. The old National Master said with a smile. Let's go. Wang Xian shouted softly, and everyone immediately flew towards Xinghua Planet. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as he said that, the million-strong army of the Tiger Chaos Demon Kingdom and the 200,000 members of the Dragon Palace immediately flew towards the void in front of them. On the left and right sides, the Immortal God King and all the God Lord powerhouses increased their speed. With their speed, they could reach Xinghua Planet in 10 hours. Within the Dragon Star, even though some people noticed movement, they didn't pay too much attention to it. We're almost there. After close to 10 hours, an incredibly prosperous planet appeared in their sight. Everyone get ready. Prime Minister Gue stared ahead and said indifferently, clang, clang, clang. In the next moment, all the members took out their weapons one by one. Beep, 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 beep. At the same time, inside Xinghua Planet. Xinghua Planet was a bit depressed today, but in comparison, it was also bustling and bustling. Suddenly, an extremely urgent sound rang out. The sound covered the entire planet directly, making everyone's faces alarmed. What's the situation? This is an alarm bell. This is an alarm bell that will only sound when we encounter a huge threat. The deafening voice caused everyone on Xinghua Planet to have extremely grave expressions, and some experts immediately flew towards the sky. Not good, there's a terrifying energy in the starry sky flying towards our direction. All disciples make preparations immediately. A powerful army is rushing towards our Xinghua Planet. All disciples of the three major forces make preparations. Urgent voices sounded from the battleship in the void crevice above Xinghua Planet. The experts of the three major forces who had been watching over Xinghua Planet immediately sent an urgent notice. All disciples of Xinghua Planet, get ready. All disciples of Xinghua Planet, get ready. In the next moment, another voice covered the entire planet Xinghua. Inside planet Xinghua, the disciples and experts of the three major forces were greatly shocked. Fly into the void immediately. All the disciples and experts immediately flew into the void. The experts from other places of the three major forces immediately teleported to planet Xinghua. As the three major forces that controlled the commercial planet, they each had three extremely powerful legions guarding this place. Furthermore, it was an urgent notice that the experts from the three major forces were rushing over here one by one. 3 minutes. In just 3 minutes, there was an army of a few million people standing in the sky above Xinghua Planet. Among them, the leaders of the three major forces were at the forefront. The leader of the Three Seas Gate, the president of the Jianhua Group, and the chairman of the Black Forest Group. The three great warriors had gathered around the top warriors of the three forces. The Undying God King warriors had gathered over 600 in a short period of time. Reporting to Sect Leader, according to our Xinghua Planet's Heavenly Eye surveillance, a terrifying power has arrived here within 3 minutes. An old man flew over with a solemn expression and reported loudly. The leaders of the three factions stared at the spot in front of them with a solemn expression. Their expressions were ugly. Have we detected any factions? Are they humans or large numbers of desolate beasts? The Black Forest Group's chairman asked with a gloomy expression. Reporting to chairman, we have not detected anything for the time being. This subordinate has already sent people to investigate. The elder immediately replied. Damn it! In that direction? The 3C's sect master looked forward, and his expression changed drastically. That direction was in the direction of the Dragon Star. However, the Dragon Star was currently flourishing, so they shouldn't be coming over. However, if it wasn't them, who else could it be? All soldiers, get ready. Regardless of who or what the other party is, it would be fine if they were just passing by. However, if they are threatening our Xinhua planet, kill them all. The chairman of the Jianhua group roared with a grim face. Yes. All the disciples of the three forces roared with cold faces. Whoosh! 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 Soon, they saw more than 1 million people flying in the sky. At the front, 2 huge flags were fluttering in the air. One was the image of a divine tiger and the other was a divine dragon. It's the tiger-infested demon kingdom, the tiger-infested demon kingdom, and the other could be the dragon palace. At this moment, an expert could not help but roar. Boom! 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 Dragon King, we have entered the enemy's range. Prime Minister Juai stared ahead and whispered, Old National Advisor, give the order immediately. Tell everyone on Xinhua planet to scram. In 5 minutes, we will destroy the planet. Wang Xian looked at the old national advisor beside him and said calmly, All right. The old national advisor nodded his head. His face was filled with a sinister expression. Everyone on Xinhua planet, listen up. In 5 minutes, my Tiger Turmoil Demon Nation and Dragon Palace will destroy Xinhua planet. You have 5 minutes to escape immediately. Otherwise, you will have to bear the consequences. A violent and domineering roar resounded across the starry sky. A terrifying wind and waves surged forward with the naked eye. The roar turned into a hurricane and swept toward planet Xinhua. The warning came before the arrival of the person. At that moment, everyone on planet Xinhua, whose faces were already filled with bewilderment, raised their heads and looked into the void. When a voice was heard, everyone was shocked. What? The Tiger Demon Empire and the Dragon Palace are attacking. They are going to destroy planet Xinhua. They are going to destroy the stars in 5 minutes. Are they going to start a war with the 3 major forces on planet Xinhua? The people on planet Xinhua were overwhelmed with shock. What? In the void, the 3 major forces' expressions changed drastically when they heard the old national advisor's roar. In an instant, an extremely violent murderous aura surged out of their bodies. The Tiger Riot Demon Nation and the Dragon Palace, are you sure you want to be enemies with our Jianhua group, the Black Forest group, and the 3C's Gate? Angry roars came out of their mouths. The 3 major forces of Xinhua planet, you have hired the experts from the Black Cloud Planet Skull Association to destroy our dragon planet. Do you think we don't know? Since you dare to cause trouble on our dragon planet, you will have to pay the price. Also, your 3C's sect, Wang Xian stared at them and smiled sinisterly. The experts from the 3 major forces stared at them with an extremely furious expression. Their bodies were filled with a murderous aura. When they heard Wang Xian's words, their chests kept heaving up and down. Dragon King, don't slander us. You said that we hired the experts from the Skeleton Society of the Black Cloud Planet to cause trouble on your Dragon Star. Please provide us with evidence. The president of the Jianhua group stared at Wang Xian with a gloomy expression and growled in a low voice. Evidence? The powerhouse from the Skull Union that we caught is the evidence. The old national master stared at them and said with a cold expression, I'll give you 10 seconds. If you dare to stop us in front of you, prepare to die. Wang Xian stared at the 3 major forces on Xinhua planet and warned them with murderous intent. You, Dragon Palace, Tiger Turmoil Demon Nation, don't think that we are afraid of you. If you dare to destroy Xinhua planet today, the 3 major forces will not rest until you die. The leader of the Three Seas sect glared at Wang Xian with a ferocious expression and roared crazily. Fight to the death. The one who will die will be the Three Seas sect. Wang Xian looked at the leader of the Three Seas sect and a cold glint flashed across his eyes. All the disciples of the Dragon Palace and the soldiers of the chaotic Tiger Demon Nation. Kill them all. Wang Xian raised his arm and the 5 elements millstone flew directly into the sky. Kill. Roar, roar, roar. The old king let out a roar and the clothes on his body turned into pieces instantly. He turned into a celestial tiger that was thousands of meters in size. Roar, roar, roar. The next moment, the members of the Dragon Palace and the members of the chaotic Tiger Demon Nation let out earth-shattering roars at the same time. HMsh. A bunch of people who are looking for death. Wang Xian's arm trembled and immediately turned into a dragon claw. Dragon Nation in the palm. He let out a low growl and used a Dharma idol that he had yet to use. The Dragon Nation in the palm was of little use to him now. However, in this starry sky and in this crushing battle, it was completely suitable. In an instant, a dragon claw that was tens of millions of kilometers long appeared in the starry sky. The entire dragon claw was extremely ferocious and contained an earth-shattering power. What? This power? The sudden appearance of the huge and terrifying dragon claw caused everyone to be shocked. Even the old imperial preceptor looked over at Wang Xian, his eyes filled with shock. This is an Undying God King level 7 battle strength, the Dragon King's strength. The old imperial preceptor's pupils constricted. His face filled with shock. Oh no, that Dragon King's strength is also Immortal King level 7, undefeatable, undefeatable. The sudden order from the Dragon King, the terrifying power that erupted instantly, caused all the powerhouses from the 3 major forces to reveal shocked expressions. Especially the sect leader of the Three Seas sect, he stared with his eyes wide open, staring at Wang Xian in disbelief. Run, run, run. The next moment, the upper echelons of the 3 major forces immediately roared. Wang. However, at this time, the 5 elements millstone arrived at the Three Seas gate and the array instantly enveloped them. Wang, wang, wang. Beams of light immediately shot towards everyone from the Three Seas gate. Some of the warriors were filled with shock, their silhouettes flashing as they left. The Three Seas gate leader's pupils contracted as he left. However, even more people were engulfed by the light. Not good, not good. Sect leader. Save me. I can't sense my own undying god country. An undying god king suddenly shouted out in fear. The warriors from the other 2 forces around heard it and were shocked. Wang, wang, wang. In the next moment, the people from the 3 forces disappeared crazily. In the end, there were only a few 100,000 disciples from the Three Seas sect. Die! Wang Xian's dragon claw fell toward them. His eyes were filled with coldness. No! Everyone was shocked. Their faces were filled with despair. Hee hee. Demons? You can blame that disciple of the Three Seas sect. Wang Xian's disdainful voice rang out. If it weren't for that extremely arrogant young Master Ji of the Three Seas sect, they wouldn't have ended up in this situation. Boom. The dragon claw swept past and the destructive power instantly dissipated their vitality. They couldn't resist at all. Even the 3 level 5 Immortal King realm experts who didn't manage to escape in time were instantly killed. Xinghua Planet's 3 major powers have hired experts to head to Dragon Planet to destroy it. Today, the people of Dragon Planet are using destroying Xinghua Planet as a warning to the world. Wang Xian destroyed the experts and elite disciples of the Three Seas sect with a single claw. His gaze turned to Xinghua Planet. A cold voice echoed across Xinghua Planet. Following that, he slowly raised his dragon claw-like arm and attacked Xinghua Planet. This, hiss. Xinghua Planet is about to be destroyed. Run. There were still some people who did not run away. When they saw the dragon claw attack, their faces were filled with fear. Their figures were slightly illusory. Some of the weaker ones entered the teleportation formation. Boom. The 5 minutes they had been given were up. There was no one left on planet Xinghua. The dragon claw fell heavily, disliking the endless dust. Bang! 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 The stars seemed to be unable to withstand the terrifying force and produced intense clashing sounds. In the void, All the experts of the Dragon Palace and the chaotic Tiger Demon Kingdom could see that planet Xinghua in front of them was rapidly cracking. The cracks began to spread and slowly. The entire planet was like a ruptured earthen ball. Boom. Finally, a loud boom reverberated throughout the universe. Xinghua Planet, which was once one of the 5 major commercial planets in the Southern Star System, collapsed immediately. The once glorious planet turned into fragments and turned into the dust of the universe. Wang Xian's eyes were devoid of any emotion as he watched the destruction of the planet coldly. Dragon King, we have already figured out the situation of the 3C sect. Should we attack them immediately? At this moment, Prime Minister Gue received the message from the strange demon and the rest. He flew towards Wang Xian and asked respectfully, "Let's go and destroy the 3C sect." Wang Xian nodded and looked at the members of the chaotic Tiger Demon Nation. "Old National Advisor, let's go and deal with the 3C sect. You guys can go back first." "All right." The old Imperial Preceptor looked at him deeply before nodding his head. "Let's go to the planet of the 3C's gate." Wang Xian shouted softly. All the members of the Dragon Palace followed behind him at a terrifying speed. Destroying the stars with a single claw. The Dragon King's strength is so terrifying. It's not just terrifying. This is too heaven-defying. Just how strong is the Dragon King when he destroyed the stars with a single claw? Is he even stronger than our old Imperial Preceptor? Seeing the experts of the Dragon Palace quickly disappear into the starry sky, the experts and soldiers of the chaotic Tiger Demon Kingdom whispered in shock. The Dragon King's scene just now was simply invincible in their eyes. "Haha. Okay, let's go back." The old Imperial Preceptor laughed and waved his hand. "Let's go back." The Southern Star System would definitely be shocked again in this battle. "Father, I heard that the Tiger Chaos Demon Country and Dragon Palace have invaded our Xinghua planet. What exactly happened there?" Within the planet where the 3C's gate was located, the vast ocean took up most of the area. Within a palace at the bottom of the ocean, when the 3C's gate leader flew over from the undying country hidden in space, Ji Xiao Jian's expression was dark as he walked over and asked his father, "Pang!" However, just as he finished speaking, a terrifying energy landed on his head. The huge energy didn't show any mercy. His neck split open. Ji Xiao Jian stared wide-eyed, filled with fear. Sect leader, young master. Around, some of the 3C sect warriors saw and immediately rushed over in panic. "It's all because of you, trash. Xinghua planet has been destroyed by the Dragon Palace Dragon King. That Dragon King is now an undying level 7 warrior. An undying level 7 warrior. Next, our 3C's gate might be destroyed by you, trash." The 3C's gate leader roared with a savage expression. If it wasn't for the arrogance of his trash son, he wouldn't have provoked the Dragon King. How could the 3C sect have suffered such a heavy loss? As a result, planet Xinghua had been directly destroyed, and the fate of the 3C sect was unknown. "Quick, notify all the members of the 3C's sect immediately. Tell them to come over immediately." The sect master of the 3C sect roared with a ferocious expression. Yes. The expressions of the surrounding experts of the 3C's sect changed drastically. How could this be? How could this be? Ji Xiaojian stared blankly at his extremely brutal father, struggling to stand up. Wang. At this time, he saw his AI tremble. When he saw the contents of the AI, his pupils shrank. Xinghua planet was destroyed by the Dragon Palace Tiger Chaos Demon Country. It said that the Dragon Palace Dragon King destroyed the planet with one claw. Yesterday, the Dragon Planet made a statement. Xinghua Planet hired people to destroy the planet. Today, the Dragon King Tiger Chaos Demon Country's old Imperial Advisor led 1,000,000 troops to attack and destroy Xinghua Planet. The Dragon King may very well be an undying God King level 7 warrior. Right now, the Dragon Star is simply too powerful, destroying Xinghua Planet. The news of Xinghua Planet being destroyed quickly spread throughout the entire Star South galaxy. When everyone heard about it, their faces were filled with shock. A glorious commercial planet was destroyed just like that. The 3 powers had no way to resist at all. The strength of the Dragon Palace and the chaotic Tiger Demon Kingdom was also beyond everyone's expectations. The statement they made yesterday would make Xinhua pay a heavy price today. Did the Dragon Palace and the Chaotic Tiger Demon Kingdom warn the 9th grade Heavenly Sect yesterday that they would take revenge on the 9th grade Heavenly Sect differently? At this moment, some people raised a question. However, everyone scoffed at this question. No matter how powerful the Dragon Palace and the Chaotic Tiger Demon Kingdom were, they could not destroy the commercial planet of the 9th grade Heavenly Sect. Many people treated this question as a joke. However, what the Dragon Palace and the Chaotic Tiger Demon Kingdom did today shocked everyone. Not long after, another piece of news came. The Dragon Palace led the experts of the Dragon Palace directly into the Three Seas Gate planet, and all the experts of the Three Seas Gate fled in panic. Once this news came out, it caused another uproar. Last time, the sect master of the Three Seas Gate personally sent experts to attack the Dragon Palace, but in the end, only the sect master fled alone. This time, when the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace led the experts to attack, the Three Seas sect immediately fled. Everything was because of that extremely arrogant disciple of the Three Seas sect. For a time, Ji Shaojian became a celebrity in the Southern Star System. After all, it was a kind of ability for him to destroy the powerful Three Seas sect alone. He escaped. At this moment, Wuxia was hovering above the planet of the Three Seas sect, scanning the ocean below. All the core disciples of the Three Seas Gate had fled the planet. The ones left behind were the old, the weak, the sick, and the disabled. They had little to do with the Three Seas Gate. They were trembling as they stood below, looking up at the experts of the Dragon Palace in the sky. Dragon King, the ocean of this planet takes up about 90%. It is very suitable for our Dragon Palace. Prime Minister Gue looked at the planet below and said, after all, the Tianzi continent didn't completely belong to the Dragon Palace. This ocean planet was more than 10 times better than the Tianzi continent. After all, it was a planet that had been occupied by a powerful force for tens of millions of years. Take this planet away and let's go back. Wuxia nodded and said to them, Dragon King, leave it to us, the devouring dragon. Ao Crab and the rest nodded and immediately entered the ocean. Roar! Soon, the entire planet started to move. Wuxia smiled and followed them to the dragon planet. After placing the planet not far from the dragon planet, Wuxia transferred the main dragon palace of the Tianzi continent to this place. Dragon King, the Tiger Turmoil Demon Kingdom has arrived. After 2 days of busy work, Prime Minister GY came to report. Yes, I'm on my way. Wuxia nodded and returned to his dragon palace on Dragon Star through the dragon palace. Dragon King, the leader of the chaotic tiger nation, the old national master, and the national master cupped their hands respectfully to Wuxia. After witnessing Wuxia's strength, they felt a little more respect for the Dragon King. The Dragon Palace's strength was several times stronger than theirs. Yes, everyone, the reason I called you here is mainly because of the Demon Slayer sect. Have you found out anything recently? Wuxia looked at them and asked directly. During the 2-day migration of the Dragon Palace, Wuxia did not know anything about the outside world. Dragon King, we have also sent people to the planets under the 9th grade Heaven sect. There is no movement from the 9th grade Heaven sect now, but the Demon Slayer sect is still active in their territory. The King of Chaotic Tiger Nation spoke. Is that so? It seems like they don't put us in their eyes at all. The corner of Wuxia's mouth curled up slightly. Dragon King, I don't think the 3C sect, the Janua group, the Black Forest group, and the Demon Slayer sect will give up just like that. Shouldn't we take some precautions? The old national advisor pondered for a moment and said, Of course. Have the Janua group and the Black Forest group made any moves yet? Wuxia asked. The 2 big groups are on full alert and haven't made any moves yet. However, if we want to deal with them, they will be able to react in time. The old national master said with a slightly solemn expression. Not dealing with them was, after all, a problem in their hearts. It was impossible for the Dragon Palace and the Chaotic Tiger Demon Nation to be willing to destroy their commercial planet. Since the 9th grade Heaven sect ignored us and refused to give us an explanation, we shall give them a warning. Wuxia sat on the dragon throne and said coldly, Dragon King, what are you thinking? The Chaotic Tiger Nation's leader asked in surprise. Since their people attacked our dragon planet, we shall return them. The corners of Wang Xian's mouth curled up slightly as he said coldly, "All right, since there are so many lice, we won't be afraid of them biting us. We can either keep a low profile or establish our prestige." The old national advisor also agreed with him. It was either to keep a low profile and not provoke anyone. It was either to keep a high profile and establish enough prestige so that no one would dare to provoke them. This was what Wang Xian had always thought. When he was weak, he could keep a low profile and not provoke anyone. He also didn't do anything too extreme. However, when he was strong, he had to establish sufficient prestige. Regardless of whether it was the three major forces on Xinghua planet or the Demon Slayer sect, they had a grudge against Longxing. It was impossible for the Dragon Palace to be on guard against them from time to time. Therefore, they had to either destroy them or make them fear them. They didn't dare to have any thoughts towards Longxing. Therefore, Wang Xian was prepared to fight head-on against the protection of the ninth-grade Heaven sect. Wang Xian knew that the current Dragon Palace and the chaotic Tiger Demon Nation were enough to fight against the ninth-grade Heaven sect. So why should he be afraid of them? All right, Prime Minister Gue. Order the deviant demon to create a commotion on the commercial planet of the ninth-grade Heaven sect. Kill only the disciples of the ninth-grade Heaven sect. Don't hurt the innocent too much. He immediately ordered Prime Minister Gue. It's the Dragon King. Prime Minister Gui nodded immediately. Old National Advisor, we have to be prepared as well. After all, we are a top force in the Southern Star System and have a deep foundation. I'm not worried about the defense here on Dragon Star. I'm not worried about the Dragon Palace either. It's just your place. Wang Xian reminded the old national advisor. Don't worry, Dragon King. Our chaotic tiger demon country has been fighting with the Demon Slayer sect for tens of millions of years. Putting everything else aside, there is no problem for us to protect ourselves. Furthermore, they do not dare to provoke us. The old nation master said calmly. Over there, I will give you 100,000 training grounds. I will not charge you any fees and I will not charge you any profits from the consumption of Godstones. The disciples of the chaotic tiger demon country can cultivate there. In addition, you can transfer some of the core disciples of the Tiger Chaos Demon Nation to the Dragon Star. Within the Dragon Star, more than a dozen Immortal King level 7 powerhouses wouldn't be able to break in. Wang Xian said to the old nation master and the rest. Thank you, Dragon King. Haha. It's our greatest fortune for the Tiger Chaos Demon Nation to be able to make friends with the Dragon Palace. A hint of excitement flashed across the old nation master's eyes. He immediately stood up and cupped his fists to express his gratitude. Thank you, Dragon King. The national advisor and the others also immediately stood up to express their gratitude. The Dragon Star training grounds could be said to be extremely popular in the entire Southern Star System. 100,000 training grounds were directly given to the chaotic Tiger Demon Kingdom. This was secondary. The training grounds consumed divine stones, and the Dragon Palace would definitely intercept a portion of the divine stones. The Dragon Palace would not accept this portion now, and it was equivalent to giving them a training ground. 100,000 training grounds were a huge amount of resources given the current situation of the training grounds. With this training ground and a portion of the profits from the commercial planet of the Dragon Star, the turbulent Tiger Demon Nation could increase their profits by 10 times. It's all right. We are all friends. Wang Xian waved his hand at them. After a simple sentence, Wang Xian flew out of the Dragon Palace and hovered above the Dragon Star. He looked around. In just a few days, the Dragon Star training ground was filled to the brim every day. The profits of the training ground even exceeded the war pets. With the sale of the war pets, the Dragon Palace had obtained a huge amount of resources. Now, the number of undying fighters in the Dragon Palace had reached close to 2,000. Among them, there were about 10 undying fighters with level 6 strength. As for undying fighters with level 5 strength, there were more than 60 of them. Every day, there were many members of the Dragon Palace who possessed the Immortal King combat strength. The number of tourists on Dragon Star had reached 10 billion every day. Next, it will be either chaos or peace, Wang Xian said calmly. However, the current Dragon Palace had basically gained a firm foothold and was not afraid of any force. Time passed day by day. The destruction of Xinghua planet had laid the foundation for the complete rise of Dragon Star. In just a few days, Dragon Star had completely replaced Xinghua planet. Similarly, the Dragon Palace and the Tiger Chaotic Demon Country had also risen strongly. Now, it was basically confirmed that both the Dragon Palace and the Tiger Chaotic Demon Country had an undying level 7 God King guarding them. The situation where the 4 forces were at their strongest had become the 5 forces at their strongest. Rumble, rumble, rumble. However, just 5 days later, a terrifying explosion suddenly occurred within a luxurious building on a Grade 9 Sky Clan business planet. The terrifying energy instantly leveled the entire building. Hiss, what's going on? How did the Shinming building suddenly be leveled to the ground? Just now, I felt a terrifying power here. Is there someone fighting here? Look, it seems like a lot of people died. Someone actually dared to kill people on a 9th grade celestial trade planet. Who? Who did this? Are they courting death? Around the Shunming building, some people looked over, their faces filled with shock. It had been a long time since anyone dared to cause trouble on a Grade 9 Sky Sect business planet. It had even been over 10,000 years since anyone dared to kill in a Grade 9 Sky Sect territory. Not to mention such a huge commotion. So. The next moment, hundreds of undying emperors flew over at a terrifying speed. They looked at everything below, their expressions extremely dark. Rumble, rumble, rumble. An undying waved his arm and all the bricks and metal rose, revealing the thousands of corpses below. It's a disciple of our 9th grade Sky Sect. There seems to be a disciple gathering here. An undying looked over. His expression changed and he immediately landed on the ground. A substantial law energy. It's an undying. Only attacking our 9th grade Sky Sect disciples. What are they doing? Are they showing off or warning? Who dares to kill on our 9th grade Sky Sect business planet? A thick killing intent shot out from the old man in the center. Search for all traces immediately. He roared angrily. The other undying emperors immediately searched. Skynet did not detect any information, other than knowing that an undying godly monarch had attacked. There's no other information. Very quickly, information was transmitted one after another. The expressions of the 9th grade Heaven Sect experts were extremely ugly. There were no clues, other than knowing that it was an undying godly monarch. There was no other information. Patriarch, could it be the Dragon Palace and the Tiger Chaos Fey Kingdom? Suddenly, a middle-aged godly monarch said with a change in expression. It had been tens of thousands of years since the 9th grade Heaven Sect had clashed with other factions. If one were to say that there was only one person who was most likely to deliberately destroy and kill people on their commercial planet, it would be the Dragon Palace and the Tiger Chaos Fey Kingdom. A few days ago, the Dragon Palace and the Tiger Chaos Fey Kingdom had bluntly told Xinghua planet and their 9th grade Heaven Sect to bear the consequences. Now that planet Xinghua had been destroyed, they were suddenly attacked and thousands of disciples were killed. The Dragon Palace and the Tiger Riot Demon Nation. The elders' eyes were full of killing intent. Are they trying to challenge our limits and lead us to destruction? Violent killing intent surged out of their bodies. Let them have it. Something big has happened. The commercial planet of the 9th grade Heaven Sect has been attacked. Thousands of disciples of the 9th grade Heaven Sect have been killed. Someone actually dared to attack the disciples of the 9th grade Heaven Sect on their commercial planet. This is the first time in tens of thousands of years. The commercial planet of the 9th grade Heaven Sect has been attacked. Thousands of people have been killed or injured. The murderer has not been found. It seems that the commercial planet of the 9th grade Heaven Sect is not as safe as the Dragon Planet. Who did it? Nothing has happened on the commercial planet of the 9th grade Celestial Sect for tens of thousands of years. Could it be the Dragon Planet? You have to know that only the Dragon Planet has been in conflict with them recently. It seems that the 9th grade Celestial Sect has not found any clues at all. I wonder how they will handle this matter. The commercial planet of the 9th grade Celestial Sect had been attacked. Thousands of people had died and thousands of people had been injured. This was a very important matter for the Southern Star System. Commercial planets represented safety. If it was not safe, no one would dare to go to that planet. As a faction with the deepest heritage, Grade 9 Celestial Sect's commercial planet rarely had any incidents on it. However, the deaths and injuries of thousands of people had attracted everyone's attention and discussion. In addition to the recent rise of the Dragon Star, the destruction of planet Xinghua, and the enmity between the Grade 9 Celestial Sect and the Dragon Star, this made the matter more than 10 times bigger. Countless people were discussing it. Some people guessed that the matter might have been done by the Dragon Palace and the chaotic Tiger Demon Nation. Pong! This is a provocation to our 9th grade Sky Sect. Just as the AI was discussing it, hundreds of undying godly monarchs sat in front of the 9th grade Sky Sect. In the lead, there were 2 level 7 undying godly monarchs sitting there. They were the sect master of the 9th grade Sky Sect and the patriarch of the 9th grade Sky Sect. The two of them sat there with dark expressions. 90% of this is the doing of the Dragon Palace and the chaotic Tiger Demon Country. Do they think that with 2 level 7 Immortal King experts, they can provoke our 9th grade Sky Sect? The sect master of the 9th grade Sky Sect had a face full of killing intent as he swept his gaze around coldly. Since he dares to provoke us, let them pay the price. Sect master, we need to calm down on this matter. I don't think that the Dragon Palace and the Tiger Chaos Fey Kingdom have the guts to do so, even if they have 2 undying God King level 7 experts guarding them. Should we investigate and discuss? A white-bearded elder held a cattail leaf fan and said with a frown, directly question the Dragon Palace and see what their attitude is. The patriarch of the 9th grade Heaven Sect said after a moment of silence, Master, let me say it. We will send people to kill them. If they can explain it clearly, it will be fine. If they can't, we will start a war. The patriarch of the 9th grade Heaven Sect said with a gloomy face. You are already the patriarch, but you are still so rash. The patriarch of the 9th grade Heaven Sect glanced at him and then looked at the white-bearded elder. Now, we will directly question the wisdom brain and see what attitude the Dragon Palace and the Tiger Demon Nation have. We will make a decision according to their attitude. Yes, ancestor. Leave it to me. The white-bearded elder nodded his head. 10 minutes later, the 9th grade Celestial Sect issued a statement which was also a question. For thousands of years, nobody has dared to provoke the 9th grade Celestial Sect or cause trouble on the commercial planet of the 9th grade Celestial Sect. Now, the Dragon Palace of the chaotic Tiger Demon Nation will give us a perfect explanation for what happened just now. Based on this explanation, we will decide your future. There was a notice and a question. Although the 9th grade Heaven Sect did not have any evidence to prove that the Dragon Palace and the Tiger Riot Demon Kingdom were the culprits, they dared to send such a message. If the Dragon Palace and the Tiger Riot Demon Kingdom were not satisfied with the explanation and if they did not prove that they were not the culprits, the 9th grade Heaven Sect would make them pay a heavy price. The 9th grade Heaven Sect is so powerful. Even if they don't have any evidence, they still have to make the Dragon Palace and the chaotic Tiger Demon Kingdom prove their innocence. This is the dignity of a powerhouse. It cannot be violated. The announcement of the 9th grade Heaven Sect made many people slightly shocked. Everyone and the forces were quietly waiting for the reply from the Dragon Palace and the chaotic Tiger Demon Kingdom. Dragon King, the 9th grade Heaven Sect sent an announcement and a question. The chaotic Tiger Demon Kingdom asked us how to reply. They will follow our reply. At this moment, in the Dragon Star, Wuxia was leisurely sitting in the Dragon Palace and drinking tea with a group of girls. Prime Minister Gue walked over and presented the information on the AI. Let me publish it. Wuxia looked at the notice of the 9th grade Heaven Sect and the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. Since he dared to send the deviant demon to attack, he was not afraid that the other party would know. He opened the AI and directly replied to a message. Alright, just get the Tiger Turmoil Demon Nation to reply as well. Prepare for the next step. Wuxia said to Prime Minister Gue directly. Arrogant? Arrogant? This 9th grade Heaven Sect had been the overlord for too long. It was so long that they had become arrogant. The current dragon planet wasn't a force like Xinghua planet. It's the Dragon King. Prime Minister Gue nodded his head. Damn, the Dragon Palace has responded. It's rude not to reciprocate. The commercial planet of the 9th grade Sky Clan is only SOSO and its security is so low. I suggest that everyone come to the commercial planet. Are they teasing and provoking the 9th grade Sky Clan? The Dragon Palace is completely rigid. They are admitting that the attack of the commercial planet of the 9th grade Sky Clan was their doing. What is the Dragon King doing? Is he going to start a war? They are not afraid at all. It seems that the Dragon Palace and the chaotic Tiger Demon Country are not afraid of the 9th grade Heaven Sect because they have 2 Undying God King level 7 experts. Regardless of whether it is wise for the Dragon Palace to directly make the 9th grade Heaven Sect steal, I'm afraid a storm is about to erupt. When everyone saw the Dragon Palace's mocking reply, they had a feeling that a storm was about to come. The Dragon Palace was blatantly provoking them. However, after the Dragon Palace and the chaotic Tiger Demon Kingdom destroyed planet Xinghua, all the forces knew that the Dragon Palace was not as weak as they had imagined. If they were to really fight, it would definitely be a long war. Not long after the Dragon Palace's announcement, the chaotic Tiger Demon Kingdom followed closely behind, and the statement that represented the Dragon Star was also issued. The 3 identical words directly responded to the 9th grade Heaven Sect. Boom. On the 9th grade Heaven Sect's planet, a towering baleful aura dispersed the white clouds in the sky as a terrifying killing intent spread throughout the entire planet. All 9th grade Heaven Sect disciples above the Immortal God King level have returned. Also, summon all the Demon Slayer Sect's experts over. A summoning order spread throughout all the 9th grade Heaven Sect's planets. This time, the 9th grade Sky Sect was really furious. For tens of thousands of years, no one had dared to provoke them. Now that the Dragon Palace and the Tiger Demon Country had provoked them, the entire 9th grade Sky Sect was furious. All of a sudden, the entire Southern Star System was in turmoil. A war was about to break out. Reporting to Sect Master, other than the warriors in the Abyss, all the Grade 9 Sky Sect warriors have arrived. Reporting to Sect Master, all the demon-slaying Sect warriors have arrived. On the Grade 9 Sky Sect planet, in the valley of the Grade 9 Sky Sect's main hall, the sound of notification resounded. There were already more than 1,000 people standing around the entire hall. Soon, more than 100 undying godly monarch warriors walked over from the entrance. In the hall, everyone's faces were filled with a cold glint as murderous auras burst out from their bodies. When the experts from the demon-slaying sect saw the 3 elders and a middle-aged man sitting in front of them, their hearts trembled slightly. This time, it was because of them that it erupted. This made the experts from the demon-slaying sect slightly apprehensive. All the disciples are here. The sect master of the 9th grade Sky Sect looked around and said in a deep voice, "Sect Master, this matter started because of our Demon Slayer sect. This matter, our Demon Slayer sect." All right. The sect master of the Demon Slayer sect stepped forward and cupped his hands as he said nervously. However, before he could finish his words, he was interrupted. "This is no longer a matter of your Demon Slayer sect," the sect master of the 9th grade Heaven Sect said coldly. "Sect Master, 2 newly rising forces dare to provoke us. Today, we will directly charge forward and destroy them." A burly old man directly stepped forward and said with killing intent, "Hee, what do you all think?" The sect master of the 9th grade Heaven Sect slightly raised his head and asked coldly, "Kill. Destroy the Dragon Palace and the Tiger Demon Country. Let them know how powerful we are. No one has dared to provoke us for more than 100,000 years. Today, we will let the people of the Southern Star System know how powerful our 9th grade Sky Sect is." A cold voice sounded, "Let's go." The next moment, the sect master of the 9th grade Sky Sect suddenly stood up and roared with killing intent. "Disciples of the 9th grade Sky Sect, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade army, get ready. Guard the sect with 300 undying godly monarchs. The rest of the experts will follow the sect leader and patriarch into battle. The undying Dragon Palace, Tiger Chaos Demon Country, will not return. All disciples prepare. Open the war teleportation array and head to Dragon Star immediately." Very quickly, orders rang out within the 9th grade Sky Sect's domain. The entire 9th grade Sky Sect immediately moved. What kind of scene was it when a huge faction that had stood tall in the Southern Star System for 50 to 60 million years moved? In the sky, terrifying battleships rose one after another. Each battleship could easily destroy a star. Even an undying God King level 6 expert would have to flee in panic in front of them. There were more than a dozen battleships of this level. They were all born for war. The 9th grade Sky Sect had a total of 9 legions ranging from 1st to 9th grade, and this time the 5 legions came out in unison. Within the 9th grade Sky Sect's domain, large-scale teleportation formations were activated one after another. Such teleportation formations would only be activated during a war. Over a dozen battleships that were over 1,000 kilometers in size entered the teleportation formation, crossing the void in a terrifying manner, teleporting through the void of the southern star system. When the entire 9th grade celestial sect was in motion, everyone could sense a terrifying energy sweeping across the void. Half an hour later, the news of the 9th grade celestial sect's expedition to the Dragon Star immediately spread throughout the entire southern star system. It's only been a few hours, but the entire 9th grade celestial sect is actually in motion. They are actually charging straight for the Dragon Star. It seems that the 9th grade Heaven sect is completely enraged. It is said that all the experts have gone on an expedition. They are going to destroy the Dragon Palace and the Tiger Riot Demon Kingdom. They have gone too far this time. The Dragon Palace and the Tiger Riot Demon Kingdom have gone too far this time. The 9th grade Heaven sect is one of the oldest forces standing in our void. They are completely enraged. Is the war about to break out? It has only been 3 hours and the 9th grade Heaven sect is going to go on an expedition to destroy the Dragon Palace and the Tiger Riot Demon Kingdom. I'm afraid that they didn't expect it either. Ha ha ha, you dare to provoke our 9th grade Heaven sect? Just wait to be exterminated. You two idiots. When some of the people on the AI received the news, their faces were filled with shock. All the factions were somewhat shocked by the 9th grade Heaven sect's swift and decisive expedition. The Dragon Palace, Tiger, and troubled Demon Nation's provocation had only been a few hours, and the entire 9th grade Heaven sect was already on the move. It seemed that they were completely enraged. The Dragon Palace and Tiger Chaotic Demon Country have gone too far this time. I'm afraid they will have to pay a heavy price. It's not just a heavy price. I reckon that the Dragon Star is about to be destroyed. Even if the Dragon King and the Tiger Chaotic Demon Country's national advisor have undying King level 7 combat strength, they won't be a match for the 9th grade Sky Sect. Haha, they dare to provoke our 9th grade Sky Sect. That Dragon Palace and Tiger Chaotic Demon Country will definitely be destroyed. Some people in the AI were discussing animatedly. They did not think highly of the Dragon Palace and Chaotic Tiger Demon Country. Even now, they had an undying godly monarch level 7 expert overseeing them. However, the 9th grade Sky Sect's foundation was definitely not something they could shake. The people and disciples in the 9th grade Sky Sect's domain were even mocking wantonly on the AI. At this moment, everyone was paying attention to the 9th grade Sky Sect's expedition. Not good, Dragon King. The 9th grade Heaven sect is rushing towards us. They want to destroy us. At the location of the Dragon Star, the experts from the Chaotic Tiger Demon Nation came to the Dragon Palace and spoke anxiously. They were also panicking in the face of such a huge overlord. I have received the news. Don't panic. Get ready to welcome them. The corners of Wang Xian's mouth curled up slightly as he spoke to the king of Chaotic Tiger Nation and the rest calmly. Since they had issued a challenge, Wang Xian and the rest had already prepared for the worst. However, the speed of the 9th grade Heaven sect's expedition had already exceeded his expectations. Dragon King, are you confident? The old Imperial Preceptor frowned slightly. How many level 7 Immortal King powerhouses will they send? Wang Xian looked at him and asked with a smile. At most 5, maybe less than 5. However, the level 6 Immortal King powerhouses from the 9th grade Heaven sect might be much more than us. The old national advisor said with some concern. Don't worry. Get ready and calm the guests on Dragon Star. Let's go out. As Wang Xian spoke, his body moved and flew out directly. Boom, boom, boom. Soon, the members of the Dragon Palace followed him and landed on a planet around Dragon Star. Send someone to appease the guests of Dragon Star and follow closely behind the Dragon Palace. When the old national master saw Wang Xian's confident look, he gritted his teeth and said directly, since he was prepared to follow the Dragon Palace, he should prepare for the worst. Dragon King. On a planet in the sky above Dragon Star, Heaven Array looked at Wang Xian and shouted with a smile, "Have you received the news? Get ready." Wang Xian asked Heaven Array, "Dragon King, wait and see the attack methods of my formation." Heaven Array's lips curled up slightly as he looked into the void. He was once the god of Heaven Array. "Don't drag us down if you want to die. The 9th rank celestial sect is already here to destroy you. Hurry up, I want my money back." "That's right, why did you provoke the 9th rank celestial sect for no reason? Hurry up and leave. If you don't leave, you won't even know how you died. Give us our money back. Give us our money back." "Fuck. I bought a house here yesterday. This motherfucking big loss. Take advantage of the 9th rank celestial sect has not come. Quickly give us money back." Inside the Dragon Star, when everyone knew that the 9th rank Sky sect was coming to attack the Dragon Palace, the entire Dragon Star, tens of billions of customers completely panicked. The power of the 9th grade celestial sect has been deeply embedded in the hearts of everyone in the Southern Star System. Although the Dragon Palace and the Tiger Chaotic Demon Kingdom are also very strong, but after all, they have just risen. Judging from the strength they displayed now, they were much stronger than the Dragon Palace and the Chaotic Tiger Demon Kingdom. Now that the 9th grade celestial sect was attacking them, how could they not panic? How dare you? The people who were buying houses in the Dragon Star and paying for the divine stones in the training grounds protested loudly. The entire Dragon Star instantly became flustered. After this, the status of the Dragon Star should be able to be completely stabilized. Wang Xian stood on the planet in the sky and looked down at the Dragon Star below. Looking at the scene, he said calmly, "Many customers were protesting. There were also many people who were escaping out through the teleportation formation. No one thought that the Dragon Palace and the Chaotic Demon Kingdom would be able to withstand the attack of the 9th grade Heaven sect. Almost everyone was certain that the 9th grade Heaven sect would definitely destroy the entire Dragon Star. This caused tens of billions of people to walk out in panic. Those who spent divine stones in the training ground demanded divine stones of retreat. Those who bought houses and rented shops in the Dragon Star wanted divine stones of retreat from the Dragon Palace, but they stopped buying and renting. The entire Dragon Star was slightly chaotic. "Everyone, don't worry. Our Dragon Star is absolutely safe. Don't worry." At this moment, an expert from the Chaotic Tiger Demon Country spoke from below. "Safe? Safe my ass. Don't you know the strength of a 9th grade Sky sect? It's useless to say so much now. Refund the money." An angry Undying shouted directly, "Withdraw the God Stone. Immediately withdraw the God Stone." Everyone around shouted loudly, "Anyone who wants to withdraw the God Stone, give them a refund. You can also return the houses you bought." At this moment, Wang Xian's voice reverberated throughout the entire Dragon Star. "That's more like it. Hurry up. We don't want to die with you guys." Some people heaved a sigh of relief and hurried him. Hee hee. Wang Xian looked down at the scenes of the Dragon Star, and a smile appeared on his face. This time, he would return all the divine stones. After today's battle, the Dragon Palace would be able to sell them for 2 to 3 times the price. The billions of people on Dragon Star have all escaped. Not only did they escape, they even asked the Dragon Palace and the Tiger Demon Nation to withdraw the God Stones. Now, they have withdrawn all the God Stones. Dragon Star is doomed. They thought that they would be able to rise again. But the Dragon Palace and the Tiger Demon Nation are simply courting death. What happened on Dragon Star caused quite a stir in the AI. After all, tens of billions of people had escaped from Dragon Star, which had caused quite a stir. The entire Star South galaxy was paying attention to the following battle. How much longer until we reach Dragon Star? At this moment, in the starry sky of the universe, 15 space battleships were shuttling through the starry sky. In the battleship at the front, the 9th grade Sky Sect Master asked with a cold face. Reporting to the Sect Master, "We will reach the front of the Dragon Star in an hour." An elder immediately reported. "There is one more thing to do after we destroy the Dragon Palace and the Tiger Turmoil Demon Kingdom. Let's see if we can get the training field on the Dragon Star." I heard that the training field is very powerful. A patriarch of the ninth grade heaven sect said indifferently from the side. Indeed. Some disciples went there to investigate, but it seems to be a formation set up there. It's very difficult to replicate. The patriarch of the ninth grade celestial sect said faintly. A formation? Then it won't be easy to replicate. When the time comes, let's just destroy the dragon star. The patriarch of the ninth grade celestial sect said flatly. Prime Minister Gue, are the people from the commercial planet of the ninth grade celestial sect ready? At the same time, on the planet above Longxing, Wang Xian looked at Prime Minister Gue and asked, Dragon King, they are ready. Prime Minister Gue said with a smile. That's good. When they make their move, give the order immediately. The corners of Wang Xian's mouth curled up slightly. He looked at the void in front of him and waited for the arrival of the ninth grade heaven sect. 55 minutes later, there was no one else on Dragon Star other than the people from the Dragon Palace and the chaotic Tiger Demon Kingdom. All the customers had fled to other planets. Only a few godly kings with great skills and courage were in the surrounding void. They wanted to watch this battle. Dragon King, we have detected the other party. They will arrive in 5 minutes. At this moment, Heaven Array walked over with a formation compass in his hand and said to Wang Xian, All right. Wang Xian nodded and waited slowly. Boom, boom, boom. For minutes later, 300,000 members of the Dragon Palace stood at the back. With a glance, the number of immortal king powerhouses had reached 500. At the side, nearly 300 powerhouses from the chaotic Tiger Demon Nation stood at the side and stared coldly ahead. Boom, boom, boom. Lock onto the planet in front. Scan the opponent's strength? 803 immortal god king experts. Scanning the fluctuation of the formation. Insufficient data. In the void, 15 starships whizzed over and entered the line of sight of Wang Xian and the rest. At the same time, mechanical voices were heard from the starships. 800 immortal god kings. No wonder they dare to provoke us. The ninth grade sky sect leader and the group of warriors stood up, looking through the transparent metal in front of them, staring at a planet in front of them. They looked at the million troops above, their eyes filled with killing intent. Bombard them directly, Master. Let's use a heavenly thunder net. The ninth grade sky sect leader said coldly, looking at the elder beside him and saying, Ha. Good, good. The ninth grade sky sect's patriarch nodded. Wang. In front of them, a pillar covered with lightning appeared. The pillar was half a meter thick, and it contained an incomparably terrifying power of lightning. The ninth grade sky sect's sect master and patriarch placed their arms directly on it. Ka. In the sky, a passageway opened up and the heavenly lightning pillar extended upwards. In the surroundings, the 15 starships lined up in a row, and terrifying cannon barrels opened up one after another. 2 newly risen powers actually dare to provoke our ninth grade sky sect. Today, I'll make you become stray dogs. The ninth grade sky sect's sect master roared with a sinister face. Waves of terrifying lightning power spread from his palm to the sky, and an incomparably empty lightning bolt shot into the void for millions of kilometers. Rumble. Crackle. In the void in front of Draconic Star, 15 starships stood erect in the void, a terrifying lightning pillar that was billions of miles long piercing straight into the void. Purple lightning flashed across the world, but then, the lightning pillar slowly split apart, shooting out a terrifying energy. The lightning pillar slowly spread out, forming a huge lightning net. The net covered an area of over 100 million kilometers, covering all the planets in front of it. This terrifying scene was like the destruction of the world. See, this is... Damn. What attack is this? Quickly flee. Flee. The Undyings that were scattered in the surrounding space almost wet their pants when they saw this terrifying scene, their faces filled with fear as they hurriedly teleported to the side. The lightning net that blotted out the sky fell from the void, as though it tore apart the entire void. The godly monarchs who were watching the show fled. Ka. Plasma fire rain law cannon attack. At this moment, 15 incomparably huge battleships lined up. They extended their cannon barrels and instantly attacked in front of them. Boom! 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 In an instant, waves of terrifying flame laws, each with a diameter of more than 100 kilometers, pierced through the void and attacked Wuxia and the rest. With such a terrifying attack, 10 planets would turn into dust in just one round. Die! Inside the starship, everyone from the 9th grade Heaven sect had a ferocious look on their faces. They stared excitedly ahead. The thundernet of the 9th grade Sky sect master and patriarch required the combined efforts of the Dragon Palace and Chaotic Tiger Demon Country's 2 undying godly monarch level 7 experts to withstand it. However, they had withstood the thundernet, while the others could not withstand the starship's attack. This terrifying starship could vaporize everything within 1 billion kilometers. Upon seeing this terrifying energy, everyone from the Chaotic Tiger Demon Nation had a drastic change in expression. A hint of fear could be seen in their eyes. Dragon King, the old national advisor of the Chaotic Tiger Demon Nation, let out a low growl and looked at Wuxia anxiously. Don't worry. Wuxia looked at this terrifying attack with a smile on his face. He looked at the heaven formation at the side. Hee. The heaven formation smiled casually. Looking at the lightning net that was about to descend, the compass in his hand moved slightly. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the next moment, everyone felt the space around them tremble. A green light pillar fell towards the stars on both sides and below. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Following that, the green light pillar connected to the 10 planets. An illusory tree blocked the entire void. All the experts from the Tiger Chaos Demon Nation looked over and widened their eyes. Sky-blotting tree. Sky-blotting array. Sky formation Divine Emperor spat out softly, his face filled with intense confidence. Ka ka ka. At that moment, the terrifying lightning web's attack landed on the illusory tree. Wang! The entire sky-blotting tree trembled slightly, and the lightning web's energy slowly dissipated. What? At the same time, on the battleship in the center, the 9th grade Sky sect master and the 9th grade Sky sect patriarch saw that their lightning net was blocked, and their expressions changed drastically. Shock appeared on their faces. With the support of this lightning pillar, the attacks released by the 2 of them together, even if the other party had 2 Immortal King level 7 experts, it would be much more difficult to completely block them. However, the God Tree rose up and blocked the attack. Rumble, rumble. At this time, the 15 battleships' attacks landed. The terrifying attacks exploded in space. Fiery laws shot out in all directions. The God Tree that covered the sky still trembled. It was useless. Hiss. How is this possible? What kind of defense is this? Everyone who had fled far away to watch the battle was shocked when they saw how easily the 9th grade Sky sect's attack was blocked. How is this possible? Inside the warship, the experts of the 9th grade Sky sect were also shocked. It's a formation. It's a defensive formation. A powerful defensive formation. The eyes of the 9th grade Celestial sect's patriarchs narrowed as they exclaimed in shock. Have a taste of the sky-shrouding Divine Leaf's attack. On the planet, the sky formation didn't look surprised at all when it saw this scene. The compass in its hand moved lightly once again. Buzz. In the next moment, the illusory leaves of the sky-shrouding divine tree slowly condensed, each of them emitting an incomparably sharp luster. Whoosh! 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 When the divine leaves condensed, countless divine leaves directly attacked the 15 battleships in the void ahead. The green leaves emitted a terrifying sharpness, and the entire space was torn apart. Oh no! Defend! Defend! Immediately defend! Seeing the endless green sharp leaves, everyone from the 9th grade Sky sect had faces full of shock, and immediately roared loudly. Crack! 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 The 15 battleships immediately raised their powerful defenses. In front of the battleships, a defensive metal plate that was 1 million kilometers thick extended out. Boom! 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 However, in the next moment, densely packed attacks landed on the battleships. It was like the terrifying impact of a secret manual's freezing point. Bang! 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 The terrifying attack of the secret manual caused the entire battleship to tremble violently. Beep! 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 The battleship is damaged by 50%. The battleship is damaged by 30%. The battleship is about to collapse. All personnel, please evacuate immediately. All personnel, please evacuate immediately. An ear-piercing sound rang out. The incomparably powerful battleship didn't last a minute. Everyone, leave the battleship. Everyone, leave the battleship. The ninth-grade Sky Sect Master's expression changed drastically, and he immediately ordered loudly. So. Within the battleship, 1,000,000 ninth-grade Sky Sect experts and disciples hurriedly fled towards the rear. Pong! Just as everyone had escaped, the 15 battleships directly collapsed, disintegrating into pieces. How could this be? All the ninth-grade Sky Sect disciples and experts looked at the scene in front of them with faces full of shock. From their point of view, when they arrived in front of the Dragon Star, a round of attacks could destroy their star. However, the defense of the Dragon Star easily blocked their attacks. Instead, the 15 battleships were easily destroyed by the other party. Damn! The other party might have an array grandmaster that can fight against an undying godly monarch level 7. The expressions of some ninth-grade Sky Sect undying godly monarch experts changed slightly. Only a powerful array master could set up such a terrifying array. A powerful array master setting up an array in advance was very abnormal. Wang. At this time, the AI of the sect leader of the Grade 9 Sky Clan was trembling. He was slightly shocked and immediately opened it to take a look. Not good. Over 500 Undying God Kings are attacking our Grade 9 Sky Clan's commercial planet. Many Undying God Kings are wreaking havoc on our commercial planet. The 9th Grade Sky Sect leader's furious roar resounded. Everyone in the surroundings had extremely ugly expressions when they heard his words. What? There are 500 undying godly monarchs attacking our 9th Grade Sky Sect's commercial planet. The 3 9th Grade Sky Sect forefathers' breaths were somewhat hurried, their eyes shooting out incomparably violent killing intent. Not good. This terrifying attack is still going on. At this moment, a terrified voice came from the front. Everyone looked over and saw countless leaves piercing through the battleship and continuing to attack them. The battleship was already riddled with holes. Defend! The faces of the sect master and the 3 patriarchs of the 9th Grade Sky Sect changed drastically, and they immediately released a powerful defense. The Dragon Palace and the chaotic Tiger Demon Nation have an extremely terrifying array formation master. A patriarch couldn't help but roar. After the array formation master has set up the array formation, he alone can contend against several existences of the same level. Another patriarch roared in a deep voice. Their expressions were extremely unsightly. Such an array formation master might have a slightly weaker offensive power, but it was too difficult to break through the place he was guarding. Based on the current situation, the chances of their 9th Grade Sky Sect breaking in and destroying the stars were extremely small. Even if they were able to break in, who knew how many experts would die? Eternal God Lord level disciples retreat first. A 9th Grade Sky Sect patriarch clenched his fist tightly and roared loudly. Yes, patriarch. The 5 legions of disciples let out a low roar with an unsightly expression. Their faces were incomparably pale as they immediately returned to their eternal divine kingdom. This time, they originally thought that even if they could not destroy the other party, they would still be able to turn the other party into a stray dog. However, they did not expect that the moment they entered the other party's domain, the 15 battleships would be destroyed. These were extremely precious battleships. Looking at the situation now, it was impossible to destroy the Dragon Star and defeat the Dragon Palace, Tiger, and Demon Kingdoms. Buzz! 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 At this moment, the wisdom brain of the 9th Grade Sky Sect Master trembled again. He opened it and looked at it. His face was so gloomy that it was about to bleed. The commercial planet of the 9th Grade Sky Sect can't hold on any longer. Master, take a group of experts and go back immediately. The 9th Grade Sky Sect Master roared in a low voice. Damn it! Damn it! The strength of the Dragon Palace and the Tiger Demon Country is much stronger than we imagined. The group of experts took a deep breath. The experts from the demon-slaying sect turned extremely pale. Just now, they had detected that there were 800 undying godly monarchs on the other side. including the ones attacking their commercial planet. There were more than 1,300 of them. Now, the ninth-grade Sky Sect and the demon-slaying sect's godly monarchs were only SOSO. Go back. Stop fighting. Go back immediately, a ninth-grade Sky Sect patriarch said. The ninth-grade Sky Sect master opened his mouth, his expression changing constantly. All of you have gone back. We can't win. The other side still has 2 undying godly monarch level 7 experts. Retreat, another patriarch said directly. Go back immediately. The ninth-grade Sky Sect master gritted his teeth and growled in a sullen tone. The group of immortal godly kings looked at each other bitterly and slowly disappeared. Dragon King. They all escaped. The moment they disappeared, Sky Array looked at Wang Xian and said with a smile, "Oh, they escaped just like that? I thought the ninth-grade Sky Sect was strong, but they are so useless." The corner of Wang Xian's mouth curled up and a mocking expression appeared on his face. This, hiss. Oh my god, is this the Dragon Palace? At the side, everyone from the chaotic Tiger Demon Nation trembled as they looked at the scene in front of them in shock. They thought that today would be a fierce battle. However, in reality, they didn't even need to make a move. Just that powerful formation grandmaster from the Dragon Palace alone was able to withstand the attacks of the entire ninth-grade Heaven Sect. They stared at the 15 warships in front of them in a daze. At this moment, they suddenly felt extremely fortunate. They had such a comrade, so they had nothing to worry about. Moreover, after today's battle, who in the entire Southern Star System would dare to provoke them? Who would dare to provoke the Dragon Star? At the thought of this, the faces of everyone from the chaotic Tiger Demon Kingdom revealed extremely excited expressions. Am I seeing things? Am I seeing things? The people from the ninth-grade Sky Sect have escaped. They have returned in defeat. In the surrounding area, those who were prepared to watch the show revealed shocked expressions when they saw this scene. They saw the undying godly monarch experts from the ninth-grade Sky Sect leave one after another and the 15 warships that had been destroyed. Who would have thought that it would end like this? The Dragon Palace and chaotic Tiger Demon Country had only relied on that terrifying array formation to destroy the entire ninth-grade Sky Sect. This is too strong. Such a terrifying dragon star is practically invincible. It's impossible to break through. Hiss. The South Star System will have a new king in the future. A true king. Some undying godly monarchs were extremely shocked. Look at the AI. The ninth-grade Sky Sect's commercial planet has suffered huge damage. At this time, an undying god king exclaimed. Everyone immediately opened their AI to look. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the sounds of explosions, flames, and fleeing filled the ears of the ninth-grade celestial business planet. In the sky, battleships were fighting against the 500 undying god kings that had suddenly invaded. However, these 500 undying god kings were on their planet, and the attacks from above had also indirectly caused a terrifying aftershock. The 500 undyings that had suddenly appeared, in less than a minute, caused a large area of the ninth-grade celestial trade planet to be destroyed. The remaining 400 undyings were extremely anxious. They didn't even dare to unleash their full strength in battle, because once they really started fighting, the entire ninth-grade celestial trade planet would be destroyed. Luckily, their planet had a layer of defense system, able to withstand a few attacks from level 7 undyings. However, this could only protect the entire planet, not the buildings above. These are the warriors of the Dragon Palace. What the hell is Grade 9 Sky Clan doing? Aren't they attacking the Dragon Palace and Tiger Chaos Demon Country? How did they get attacked back? Yeah, what's going on? Who's attacking who? If this goes on, the entire planet will be finished. Many undying godly monarchs were guarding their businesses on the commercial planet, their expressions extremely ugly. Just a moment ago, the AI was still discussing how long it would take for the ninth-grade Sky Sect to completely destroy the Dragon Palace and the Tiger Chaos Fey Kingdom. It was discussing whether the Dragon Star would be destroyed. It was unknown if the Dragon Star would be destroyed. The ninth-grade Sky Sect's commercial planet was about to be destroyed. Damn it, everyone from the Dragon Palace, you deserve to die. In the sky, The sect master of the ninth grade Sky Clan rushed toward their commercial planet as fast as he could. Seeing the flames of war on the planet, his eyes were blood red as he roared furiously. "Capture them! Don't let any of them escape!" A furious and violent roar was heard once again. The sect master of the ninth grade Heaven sect flew over with a face full of fury. An elder of the ninth grade Heaven sect also rushed over. His eyes were blood red as he roared crazily. 1/5 of the entire ninth grade Heaven sect's commercial planet had been destroyed. The entire planet was in a mess. Compared to the last time when a building was destroyed, this time was undoubtedly much more tragic. Retreat. The members of the Dragon Palace saw the Undying God King level 7 warrior return, their faces filled with mockery. Ao Yao's voice entered everyone's ears. Wang. The next moment, all the members of the Dragon Palace trembled and disappeared. They all left without any injuries. Boom! The enraged ninth grade Sky Sect Master landed heavily on the ground, his body trembling. Dragon Palace. Looking at the destroyed areas around him, the ninth grade Sky Sect Master couldn't help but roar, his eyes filled with blood red. Behind him, the ninth grade Sky Sect Master's body trembled. This time, their million-strong army was sent back before they could enter the Dragon Star. Now, the Dragon Palace had destroyed 1/5 of their commercial planet. If not for the protection of the defense system, the entire planet would have been destroyed. This time, their ninth grade Sky Clan had suffered a huge loss. On the planet below, everyone looked at the destroyed planet with an ugly expression when they saw the Undying King leave. Why did the people from the Dragon Palace suddenly come here to destroy it? Didn't the ninth grade Sky Clan already kill their way over? How could they still send people over? The Undying Godly Monarchs looked at the destroyed property with extremely gloomy expressions. Look at the AI. Someone said that the ninth grade Sky Clan attacked the Dragon Star, but they were blocked outside. All 15 battleships were destroyed, and the ninth grade Sky Clan fled. At that moment, a scream came from not far away. The surrounding people were stunned and immediately opened the AI. Indeed, the AI had gone crazy. The ninth grade Sky Sect gathered 80% of their strength and led their disciples to destroy the Dragon Palace and the Tiger Chaos Demon Country. They were aggressive and domineering. However, there were 15 warship remnants in the air. An Immortal Godly Monarch expert claimed that the ninth grade Sky Sect had fled in panic. They had not even managed to break through the Dragon Star's defenses. The news shocked everyone. At first, many people did not believe it, but when someone teleported into the Dragon Palace, they realized that everything was true. Who would have thought that it would be like this? Holy shit, this is unbelievable. The entire ninth grade Sky did not break through the Dragon Star's defenses. Is the defense of the Dragon Star going to be heaven-defying? This is a ninth grade celestial sect. The Godly Monarch level warships were easily destroyed. The Dragon Palace and the Tiger Chaos Fake Kingdom did not even make a move. Now, the ninth grade celestial sect has lost a lot of face. They were so arrogant that they charged straight at us. In the end, all of them escaped in less than 10 minutes. The AI was abuzz. Who could have imagined such a situation? The incredibly powerful ninth grade celestial sect had fled? However, very quickly, the news of the ninth grade celestial sect's commercial planet being attacked spread to the AI. It was a mess of pictures. The videos after being destroyed spread crazily on the AI. Once this news was out, it once again caused the entire South Star system to shake. What happened to the agreement to destroy the Dragon Palace, Tiger Country, and Demon Country? What happened now? Their own home was destroyed. The difference is too big, it's too ironic. 1/5 of the ninth grade celestial sect's commercial planet was destroyed by the Dragon Palace's 500 Undying fighters. From the looks of it, the ninth grade celestial sect's commercial planet is no match for the Dragon Star. The difference in defense is like heaven and earth. The Dragon Star has an extremely powerful array formation master guarding it. I reckon that no force in the entire Star South galaxy can break through the Dragon Star. The Dragon Star is the safest commercial planet. As soon as these two pieces of news were spread out, countless people started discussing. The power of the Dragon Star shocked everyone. Later, someone revealed that the Dragon Star had an extremely powerful array formation master guarding it. No one could break through it and no one could cause trouble on the Dragon Star. Once this news was spread out, the status of the Dragon Star rose by several levels. Such a safe planet was the best commercial planet. There was no need to be afraid of comparison. The difference between a commercial planet of a 9th grade heavenly sect and Dragon Star was like the difference between heaven and earth. Countless people were discussing on the AI, the strength of the Dragon Palace and the chaotic Tiger Demon Nation, the defense of Dragon Star. In the end, it could be concluded that even if the Dragon Palace and the chaotic Tiger Demon Nation were not as strong as the 4 top forces, they were definitely not weaker than them. In fact, the other 4 forces could not break through the Dragon Star at all. However, the Dragon Palace and the Tiger Riot Demon Kingdom were able to wreak havoc on their commercial planet. The Dragon Star was also rated as the most secure city with the strongest defense in the Southern Star System. This caused many people to flood into the Dragon Star System and many businesses to enter the Dragon Star System. Wow, not long ago, I returned the house in the Dragon Star System. Now it costs 5 times more divine stones to buy it. Fuck, are they robbing us? How can you blame others for your stupidity? Did you think that they would not raise the price of the divine stones when Dragon Star was about to be destroyed? Now that Dragon Star has become the safest planet in the Southern Star System, will they not raise the price of the house on Dragon Star? With the price of the house on Dragon Star, it will probably go up a lot. There will probably be a lot of businessmen living here in the future. At this moment, when everyone on Dragon Star learned that the Dragon Palace had easily withstood the attack of the 9th grade Celestial Sect, many people rushed to Dragon Star crazily. Especially those who had bought a house, they immediately came forward and wanted to buy the house again. Unfortunately, this time it had increased by 5 times. If you want to buy it, then get lost. Today's battle had completely established the strength and status of Dragon Star. Now, it could be said that the Dragon Palace and the chaotic Tiger Demon Nation could rival the other 4 major forces, and Dragon Star could surpass the other 4 major commercial planets. Hee. Wang Xian stood on the planet in the sky and looked down at the Dragon Star with a smile on his face. Next, don't be careless. Continue to build the safety and defense of the Dragon Star. Also, we must take revenge and lay the foundation of our Dragon Palace. He said to the Heaven Formation calmly. It's the Dragon King. With me around, I guarantee that nothing will happen. The Sky Array replied confidently. All right, let's develop steadily for a period of time. Wang Xian smiled. This time, they had completely established a foothold in the Southern Star System. Once their foundation was established, it would be much easier for the Dragon Palace to improve rapidly. However, compared to the prosperity of the Dragon Star, the celebration of the Dragon Palace and the chaotic Demon Kingdom, which was located at the 9th grade Heaven Sect, everyone's expression was extremely ugly. They had not fought for more than 100,000 years, but this battle had become a disgrace. What happened today is the greatest humiliation of our 9th grade Sky Sect. In the 9th grade Sky Sect, more than 1,000 undying godly monarchs gathered in the main hall. At the very front, an elder leaned against a chair with his eyes closed as he said slowly. The 1,000 undying godly monarchs in the main hall fell silent. Now, the entire Star South galaxy was laughing at them. One Dragon Palace, one Tiger Chaos Demon Country, they had lost a huge amount of reputation. At the same time, their commercial planet had suffered huge losses. Their reputation and resources had all suffered huge losses. On the contrary, their enemy, the Dragon Palace, had risen due to this wave. The Dragon Star of the Dragon Palace and Tiger Chaos Demon Country. We cannot break through, but I don't believe that they can withstand our unceasing harassment. An undying God Emperor's expression changed as he said coldly. If we harass them, they can harass us too. This method can hurt 1,000 enemies, it can hurt 2,000 of them. An elder glanced at him and said coldly. The undying God Emperor's expression changed, and he didn't continue speaking. We can attack the Tiger Chaos Demon Country and the other planets of the Dragon Palace. We don't have to attack their Dragon Star. However, their strength is much stronger than we imagined. An elder said as he frowned slightly. They could attack the other planets of the Dragon Palace and the Tiger Riot Demon Kingdom, but the enemy was not much weaker than them. If they attacked the enemy could also counterattack. Their commercial planet could block the attack, but they could not. The elders' words silenced the others. The strength of the Dragon Palace and the Tiger Riot Demon Kingdom was not something that they could move at will. Reporting Patriarch. There are 3 Seas Gate, the Janhua Group, and the Black Forest Group outside requesting an audience. At this moment, a disciple walked in and reported, 3 Seas Gate, the Janhua Group, and the Black Forest Group? Everyone raised their eyebrows slightly. The leader of the 9th grade Sky Sect, who was sitting in the front, waved his hand and said, "Let them in." The forces of Xinghua planet? The old ancestor beside them opened his eyes and said indifferently, "The 3 Seas Sect, the Janhua Group, and the Black Forest Group have disturbed the 9th grade Sky Sect." Soon, more than 10 middle-aged elders walked in. They glanced around and their eyes fell on the sect master and the old ancestor of the 9th grade Sky Sect in front of them. "Oh? I didn't know that all of you came here." The sect master of the 9th grade Sky Sect looked at them and asked indifferently, "Sect master of the Sky Sect, the 3 forces are here. We don't beat around the bush. We want to form an alliance with you. Although we know that there is still a big gap between us and the 9th grade Sky Sect, the 3 forces are not weak either. We want to form an alliance with you when we deal with the Dragon Palace, Tiger, and Chaotic Demon Country in the future." The president of the Janhua Group said directly. After learning that the Dragon Palace, Tiger, and Chaotic Demon Country were so powerful, the most embarrassed people were not the 9th grade Heaven Sect, but the 3 Seas Gate and the others. Now that planet Xinghua had been destroyed by the Dragon Palace and the 3 Seas Gate had become homeless dogs, the Janhua Group and the Black Forest Group were also very careful. After thinking for a while, the 3 forces came to see if they could form an alliance with the 9th grade Heaven Sect. If the 9th grade Sky Sect agreed, then it would be much easier for them to deal with the Dragon Palace in the future, and they could even completely suppress it. "Oh!" The 9th grade Sky Sect master's eyes gleamed as he looked at the people from the 3 major factions. The 3 major factions were once able to establish a business planet, and their strength could not be underestimated. With the 3 major factions joining forces, there were more than 1,200 undying godly monarchs back then. Now, even if the 3 Seas Sect lost some, there were still more than 1,000 of them. Now, their motives for coming to the alliance were very clear to the 9th grade Heaven Sect. The Dragon Palace and Tiger Chaotic Demon Country had destroyed their commercial planet. The 3 major factions also wanted revenge. If it's an alliance, our 9th grade Heaven Sect doesn't have any objections. However, when dealing with the Dragon Palace and Tiger Chaotic Demon Country in the future, the sect master of the 9th grade Heaven Sect said without hiding anything, "Sect master, we can form an alliance first. As for dealing with the Dragon Palace and Tiger Chaotic Demon Country, we can take our time. They have powerful array formation grandmasters watching over them. But in fact, in terms of strength, they are not as powerful as the 9th grade Heaven Sect. We still have a chance to deal with them," the sect master of the 3 Seas Sect said with a gloomy face. "Hee, that's true." A faint smile appeared on the sect master of the 9th grade Heaven Sect. "In that case, let's form an alliance first. As for how to deal with them, it depends on the situation." An elder of the 9th grade Heaven Sect stood up and made a decision. "Good, good." The 3 Seas Sect leader and the rest were delighted. "Wah! Something big has happened again. The 3 Seas Sect, the Swordflower Group, the Black Forest Group, the Demon Slayer Sect, and the 9th grade Sky Sect have announced an alliance." What's going on? The 5 powers actually announced an alliance? It wasn't strange for the Demon Slayer Sect and the 9th grade Sky Sect to form an alliance, but why did the 3 Seas Sect Swordflower Group and the Black Forest Group suddenly form an alliance with the 9th grade Sky Sect? Was it to jointly deal with the Dragon Palace, Tiger Chaos Demon Country? Isn't this alliance too terrifying? One of the top powers in the Southern Star System, the rest are all in the top 10. Don't they have over 2,000 undying fighters in total? Looks like this is going to be a long battle with the Dragon Palace, Tiger Chaos Demon Country. Very quickly, in less than 2 hours, the 3 Seas Gate, Janhua Group, and the Black Forest Group announced the alliance. Soon, the 9th rank Celestial Sect also announced it. The enemy of an enemy was a friend. From the outside, it was obvious that the five forces were working together to deal with the Dragon Palace and the Tiger Demon Country. The news caused a lot of shock and discussion. Some people said that the Dragon Palace and the Tiger Demon Country might be finished. Some people said that the Dragon Palace would not be destroyed and the Dragon Star would not be destroyed. However, their range of activity in the Southern Star System would be greatly reduced in the future. There were also people who speculated that the alliance of the five major forces would create a barrier for the Dragon Palace even if they could not break through the defense of the Dragon Star. This barrier meant that it would be very dangerous for the disciples of the Dragon Palace and the chaotic Tiger Demon Kingdom to leave their territory in the future. There were also people who speculated that the 9th grade Sky Sect was prepared to fight a long war with the Dragon Palace and the chaotic Tiger Demon Kingdom to see who could not afford to waste their energy first. The alliance of the five major factions had shocked many people and factions. An alliance, how interesting. When Wuxia saw this message, his expression didn't change much. Even if the five major factions were to join forces, they wouldn't be able to break through the defense of the Dragon Star. As for creating trouble, they might not dare to do so either. At most, they would be attacked when they were outside of their territory. Five major factions. Do you think I'm afraid of you just because you are joining forces? Wuxia revealed a cold expression. When the Dragon Palace possessed absolute strength, Wuxia would be the first to destroy the five major forces. He would let them know the consequences of offending the Dragon Palace. Time passed day by day. Since the 9th rank Celestial Sect had attacked the Dragon Star, the commercial planet of the 9th rank Celestial Sect had been destroyed. A year had passed since the 9th rank Celestial Sect, Demon Slayer Sect, Three Seas Gate, Black Forest Group, and Janhua Group had announced their alliance. During this year, nothing special had happened in the Southern Star System, and there were no more battles or killings. Everything was calm and peaceful. The Dragon Palace completely sank within this year, laying a solid foundation. Every day, the members of the Dragon Palace rose rapidly. Within a year, the Dragon Palace had added close to 400 Undying Emperor warriors. There was basically one person a day. And with the stability of the Dragon Star and the sale of all the war pets, the rise in the Dragon Palace's strength also slowed down. However, one Immortal King per day was still achievable. For a year, the training grounds of the Dragon Star and Dragon Star had been full. Just by relying on the training grounds of the Dragon Star, the Dragon Palace could obtain a large amount of resources every day. Hiss! 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 A year later, the sound of tongue swallowing could be heard from the Dragon Palace. Alright, I've helped you to advance to Immortal King level 5. I'm a man of my word. On the Dragon Palace planet, Wuxia looked at the towering snake in front of him and said to the Empress Star Lady with a smile on his face, HMPH, you promised to help me level up in 2 years. It's been more than 2 years now. There's no sincerity. The Empress Star Lady, who was standing in front of the towering snake, had a look of excitement in her eyes. However, she still rolled her eyes at Wuxia. Hee, I was still asking you to be the bait for me for 2 years. It's all because I'm kind. Wuxia smiled and bickered with her. In the past year, Wuxia had become much more relaxed. He accompanied a group of girls to have fun every day. There was also the Imperial Star Lady singing for him. He didn't want his days to be too comfortable. Alright, I have something to take care of. Cultivate well. Look at you. You're only at level 9 of the Eternal Celestial Master. Sigh. When Wuxia saw Prime Minister Gue walking over, he teased the Emperor Star Lady and left immediately. HMPH, with my level 9 strength of the Eternal Celestial Master, I can scare the others to death when I return to the Imperial Court. However, the Emperor Star Lady glared at him. However, when she recalled the strength of Yin Xian and Shu Qing, her face fell. All of them had the combat strength of level 3 or 4 Immortal King. Compared to them, she was like a younger sister. Dragon King. The investigation is almost done. Prime Minister Gue said directly when he saw Wuxia walking over. Okay, let's make a plan. Wuxia nodded his head. The Dragon Palace had been settling down for a year. If it continued to develop like this, the speed would be maintained at the current situation. This situation was extremely heaven-defying for any other faction. However, in Wang Xian's opinion, it was too slow. Yes, it was too slow. Although the Dragon Palace could add an Immortal King every day, it was much more difficult for those above the Immortal King level to improve further. This would take a few months or even a month to raise the combat strength of an Immortal King level 1 to level 2. Such a slow improvement was naturally not what Wang Xian wanted to see. This is some information about the Abyss. There is a lot of information about the Abyss on the AI, but we need to use the search function to check. Strange Demon and the rest went to check it out. If we can kill a large number of Abyss species, we can help the Dragon Palace improve quickly. Prime Minister Gue handed over a piece of information, and Wang Xian took it to read. In this bright and vast world, humans were not the rulers of this place. The Star South Galaxy was considered a relatively safe and pure land. However, a galaxy beside the Star South Galaxy and even the Demon Island, one of the 3 big and small islands in the Imperial Star Field, were all under threat. In the entire Imperial Star Lady, the greatest threat was a type of abyssal seed. The so-called abyssal seed was a monster that lived in a crack in space. In the starry sky of the Demon Island, the spatial fluctuations were very strong. There was another world in the crack. The demon species were the products of that world. They were extremely brutal. They had powerful hunting instincts. At least 10 million human life planets were under the threat of the abyss. Many warriors entered the space around the Demon Island, entering the abyss to hunt the abyss species. The demon species had a pure law core within. It was extremely beneficial to the Undying Emperor's training. The Dragon Palace's target this time was these abyss seeds. However, entering the abyss was not 100% safe. The greatest enemy of the humans in the entire Imperial Star Field was these abyss seeds. In other words, there was a terrifying abyss seed like the Void God Emperor in the abyss. I can go over and take a look first. The sky array is guarding Dragon Star. Wang Xian looked at the information on it and said to Prime Minister Gue, Dragon King, there's one more thing. Recently, the Heaven Formation discovered that someone is monitoring our Dragon Palace's every move. Prime Minister Gue frowned slightly. It should be the forces of the 9th grade Heaven sect. Furthermore, not long ago, a group of experts from the Tiger Chaos Demon Nation took their disciples out for training and never returned. From the looks of their divine kingdom, they were killed. Prime Minister Gui added, They are prepared to fight a long battle with us. They are prepared to restrict us in this area. Wang Xian smiled coldly. Ignore them. When our Dragon Palace's strength is strong enough, it will be time for them to be destroyed. Prime Minister Gue nodded his head. Currently, the combat strength of the Dragon Palace's Immortal King level had reached 2,000. However, there were only 2 Immortal King level 7 combat strength. When the Dragon Palace produced enough Immortal King level 7 combat strength, it was time for them to be destroyed. I'll head to the abyss to investigate first. You can decide some things about the Dragon Palace. Wang Xian said to Prime Minister Gui before informing the girls. Looking at the map on the AI, he moved and immediately teleported through the teleportation formation. With his current level 7 Immortal King level combat strength, he could do whatever he wanted in the Star Southern Galaxy. Therefore, Wang Xian did not hide anything at all. Dragon King, come out and leave the territories of the Dragon Palace and the Tiger Chaos Demon Country through the teleportation formation. When Wang Xian left, a message was sent to a planet in the 9th grade Sky Sect's territory. Dragon King is heading to a planet at the edge of the Demon Island. He should be heading to the abyss. Very soon, information was being transmitted over one by one. Wang Xian was not bothered by the fact that he was being followed. Without 5 to 6 level 7 Immortal King powerhouses, he would not be able to hold him back. Is the abyss ahead? At this moment, Wang Xian was flying in the air as he looked at the world ahead. In front of him was an extremely deep darkness. In the darkness, there were many continental plates floating above. On top of this continental plate, a figure walked out, and right beside the continental plate, there was an obvious spatial crack. The crack could not be seen to the end, and the edge could not be seen. Abyss! Wang Xian flew forward quickly and landed on a land plate. On the plate, there were simple houses. The land within a radius of 10 million kilometers was bustling with activity. There were a lot of people, but none of them were below the level of the Eternal Lord. There were no guards on the plate, which meant that this place was not under any restrictions. Humans could kill each other freely here. However, Wuxia had yet to see anyone fighting here. Clearly, this land plate could not withstand too strong an attack. Perhaps there was an unspoken rule that prevented fighting here. Wuxia kept flying forward and soon arrived at the edge of the land plate. When he arrived at the edge, he saw a pitch-black hole in the abyss. The hole was very irregular. It was pitch black inside and his vision was greatly obstructed. Wuxia raised his eyebrows. Without any hesitation, he flew straight into the cave. Around him, there were also many people who flew out from the abyss or entered the cave. Buzz! The moment he entered the cave, Wuxia immediately sensed some changes in the empty space. The space inside the cave was extremely sturdy. It was unlike when he was outside, where powerful attacks could tear apart the space cracks. This is? It's exactly what the AI said. Wuxia's eyes sparkled. There was one thing about the abyss that was extremely terrifying. Once one entered the abyss, one would not be able to return to one's divine kingdom. The surrounding space would confine one here. It was impossible to escape directly. The deeper one went into the confinement, the stronger it became. Even the immortal king would not be able to return to his immortal king's divine kingdom immediately. The greatest threat of the abyss was right here. It would be very, very difficult to eliminate the abyssal seed. However, there is a benefit to this. The abyssal seed is located in the abyss. Don't even think about returning to your nest in an instant. Wuxia mumbled. This place was like a special space. This is. Wuxia flew for a few thousand kilometers in the abyss. He saw a huge land in the pitch-black abyss in front of him. There were some special plants on this land. Is this the place where the abyssal species live? Wuxia took a look and his eyes sparkled. The moment any floating forest, land, mountains, flames, or rivers appeared in the abyss, it meant that there were abyssal species living here. The entire abyssal species were either killed or had escaped. The abyss was huge. There were countless entrances to the abyss and the entire abyss was connected. However, the more entrances to the abyss, the more dangerous the place was. This vast abyss is like an incomparably huge ocean. It's going to be difficult to kill the species of the abyss. Furthermore, it's filled with danger. Wuxia mumbled to himself. His body moved and he continued flying in a direction. Occasionally, he would bump into people in the surroundings. There were even groups of people coming over. It could be said that the crystallization of the laws of an abyss seed could allow a person to improve rapidly in his cultivation. Even if it was dangerous here, there would still be people coming over to take risks. Moreover, there were quite a number of people. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After flying for half an hour, Wuxia was already tens of billions of kilometers away from the exit of the abyss. At this moment, a few shadows in front of him caught his attention. This is. He looked over and saw two pitch-black cockroach-like figures sweeping across the void and attacking him directly. This is. He narrowed his eyes slightly and waved his arm. The binding force of the 5 elemental laws directly restrained him. G. A sharp and ear-piercing sound entered Wuxia's ears, causing a hint of surprise to appear on his face. Wuxia waved his arm and the 2 abyssal seeds revealed themselves. Their blood-red eyes were green and they had a long nose. Their mouths were as long as mosquitoes and their bodies were like cockroaches. Bang! Wuxia squeezed his arm gently and the abyssal seeds exploded. There was a law crystal in his body. This was a green law crystal. The 2 abyssal seeds were only at the level of the Eternal Lord. He sensed the energy. A law crystal was equivalent to the entire corpse of a desolate beast of the same level. The corpse of the abyssal seed also contained a lot of energy. In other words, a corpse of an abyssal seed was equivalent to the energy of 2 desolate beasts of the same level. Its energy is much higher than that of desolate beasts. According to the AI, the abyssal seed doesn't have intelligence. It only knows how to hunt. Let's give it a try. It took Wuxia nearly 2 hours to find 2 abyssal seeds. With a thought, he commanded, Soul Catcher, Soul Catcher. This was the first time Wang Xian had used it on such a creature with low intelligence. Buzz! In an instant, bloody words appeared in his mind. They were located at a beach-like place. Countless abyssal seeds broke out of their shells. The first thing they did when they broke out of their shells was to fight and devour the abyssal seeds around them to grow. After that, they would hunt in the vast abyss. The powerful abyssal seeds would subdue the weaker ones and form a tribe. They would feed on the weaker ones among their own kind. As long as they devoured their own kind, they would be able to evolve rapidly. It was as though they could grow without limits as long as they devoured more law crystals. However, Wang Xian soon realized that compared to these abyssal seeds, they preferred human blood. There were a few scenes where they ambushed the humans who entered the abyss and sucked all their blood dry. There's one more thing. This abyssal seed seems to have an extremely powerful sense of smell. Wang Xian mumbled. Just this level 5 Immortal King abyssal seed was able to smell the humans within a radius of hundreds of millions of kilometers. A radius of more than 100 million kilometers was usually the limit of the Immortal King's investigation. There are also people on the AI who discovered that the abyssal seed is bloodthirsty. There are forces that use large amounts of desolate beast blood to attract the abyssal seed. Wang Xian mumbled. He hesitated for a moment before moving his palm. Let's see if the divine dragon's blood can attract the abyssal seed. Wang Xian mumbled as at least 100 kilograms of divine dragon's blood appeared in front of him. These were all his own blood. Wang Xian, who was more than 10,000 meters tall, had 50 kilograms of blood, which was nothing. However, to other creatures, this was an incomparably huge energy pool. It should be more effective than the blood of desolate beasts. He mumbled as he suspended the blood in the air. He took out the 5 elements millstone and set up a concealing formation. At the same time, his yin and yang pole's concealing ability was fully activated. If the blood of the divine dragon is useful, it will be a good thing for the dragon palace. If it is not useful, in order to hunt down a large number of abyssal seeds, we will need to enter the more dangerous entrance of the abyss. At that time, there might be casualties. Wang Xian mumbled and waited quietly. Ha! However, Wang Xian sensed the strange movements around him in less than a minute. With his senses, a few abyssal seeds flew towards him at a terrifying speed. It's working. He was delighted. There are 2 Immortal King level 1 abyssal seeds, and there's another one at the peak of the Eternal God Lord on the right. Wang Xian scanned his surroundings with his yin-yang 5 elemental dragon eyes and saw 3 abyssal seeds flying over. Their green eyes were staring at the divine dragon blood in front of them, filled with greed and passion. We're getting closer. When they were about 100 kilometers away from the divine dragon's blood, Wang Xian started to move. Buzz! He extended his arm and the abyssal seeds that were flying towards him trembled slightly. 3 abyssal seeds were caught by Wang Xian directly. Bang! He moved his palm slightly and killed them instantly. Not bad. You killed 2 Immortal King level abyssal seeds with ease. Wang Xian waved his arm and threw the 3 corpses into his interspatial ring. His eyes were sparkling. If the blood of the divine dragon can attract these abyssal seeds quickly, the dragon palace can make use of this to kill them quickly and obtain the corpses of the abyssal seeds. Wang Xian mumbled and decided to continue flying deeper into the abyss. The entire abyss was extremely vast. Even the emperor of the imperial court did not fully explore the entire abyss. Moreover, the arrival of the celestial arch would trigger the celestial thearch level abyss seed. After flying for 2 hours straight, Wang Xian had already stepped into the extremely deep region of the abyss. With his current strength, he would be considered an expert even in this bright starry greater world. After 2 hours of full-strength flying, he had already reached an extremely far distance. He could still see quite a number of people not long after he entered, but now he couldn't see them at all. It's about time. Wang Xian mumbled and immediately set up a concealment formation. His figure was also completely concealed as he placed the divine dragon's blood aside. Following that, he started to wait slowly. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Time passed by little by little. Wang Xian could vaguely hear a series of ear-piercing sounds. Is here. The divine dragon's blood is indeed very attractive to these abyssal seeds. He squinted his eyes and looked ahead. His eyes were filled with joy. Squeak, squeak. The ear-piercing sound was getting closer and closer. Soon, dozens of green-eyed, pitch-black bird-shaped abyssal seeds flew over. There are 10 Immortal King-level abyssal seeds. Very good, very good. Another huge harvest. Wuxia muttered to himself. He suddenly felt that killing these abyssal seeds was too easy. Out of the 10 abyssal seeds, the strongest one was only at Immortal King level 3. When they entered Wang Xian's attack range, he waved his arm and caught them all easily. Very good. With a wave of his arm, he killed them and threw them into the mother nest. Let's continue to wait and see. Wang Xian did not leave and continued to hide in the surroundings. This time, after waiting for half an hour, he finally managed to find a group of abyssal seeds again. This time, there were more than 100 of them. There were more than 100 Immortal King level ones, with one Immortal King level 5 being the main one. This made Wang Xian extremely excited. In just a short day, he managed to capture so many abyssal seeds. This harvest was too terrifying. I have to call the members of the Dragon Palace over and use the dragon blood in the dragon transformation pool to attract them. This will allow the Dragon Palace's strength to increase crazily. Wang Xian mumbled. He hesitated for a moment and prepared to stay in the abyss for a few more days. In the next few days, Wang Xian used the divine dragon blood to attract one abyss species after another. The most he attracted was an abyss species that was flying in the void. There were over 10,000 of them, and there were also over 100 Immortal Kings. However, it was a pity that the leader of this abyss race was an Immortal King level 8 existence. After Wang Xian sensed it, he did not even receive the divine dragon's blood and immediately fled into the distance. Ga. After escaping from that abyss race, Wang Xian heard an excited and ear-piercing cry coming from behind. That level 8 Immortal King abyss species must have devoured his blood. Phew! I've harvested over 500 corpses of Immortal King abyss species in half a month. This is a huge harvest. I can definitely call the members of the Dragon Palace over. This way, the harvest will be even greater. Wang Xian mumbled to himself. His body moved and he immediately flew towards the exit of the abyss. Wang Xian had not investigated much about the basic situation of the abyss. With the lure of the dragon blood, he could definitely send the members of the Dragon Palace over. After spending 6 hours at the exit, Wang Xian immediately took out his AI to inform Prime Minister Gue and the rest. Send Strange Demon Aohe, the Fire Hammer Clan, and the Berserk Dragon species over. 300 Immortal King level members should be about the same. Bring about 5,000 gene of dragon blood from the dragon transformation pool. Wang Xian instructed Prime Minister Gue. It's the Dragon King. Prime Minister Gue immediately replied. Ao Yao Duan Jin Ming, Ao Chi Tian, Ao Chi bring 60 men each. Gather 200 men. Ao He follow them and head to the Dragon King. In the Dragon Palace, Prime Minister Gue immediately called the leaders over. Also, Ao Yao, hide with the other dragon species and don't be discovered. Prime Minister Gue's eyes flickered as he reminded. Yes. Ao Yao nodded slightly. Ao Crab, take the dragon blood and meet up with the Dragon King. Ao Yao, Ao Chitian, and the rest nodded and immediately flew out of the Dragon Star towards Wang Xian's location. Members of the Dragon Palace have come out. According to our investigations, there are 4 level 6 Immortal Kings and more than 130 other members. All of them are Immortal Kings. They should be heading towards the abyss. There's no trace of the Dragon King entering the abyss half a month ago. They should have met up with the Dragon King. Not long after AOU and the rest came out, news began to spread to a planet within the level 9 Sky Sect domain. At this time, in a large hall on the planet, over 100 undying godly monarchs sat there, looking at the report. We know that the Dragon King and over 100 Dragon Palace disciples have entered the abyss. Everyone knows about the situation in the abyss. I feel that this is our chance. The 3 Seas sect leader scanned his surroundings, his eyes gleaming as he said, "The abyss is so huge, it will be difficult to meet them." The Demon Slayer sect leader frowned and said softly, "This is a good opportunity, but the abyss is too big. it is undoubtedly very difficult to find people. However, if we don't go, the chances are even slimmer. We can send people over. Even if we can't meet the Dragon King, we can still focus on killing the Abyss Seeds. We will distribute them when the time comes. An expert of the Janhua group pondered for a moment and said, but if we want to make a move, the 9th grade Sky Sect must have a patriarch. Otherwise, the Dragon King will be able to destroy all of us. An expert from the Black Forest group looked at the 9th grade Sky Sect's people. It's impossible for all of US patriarchs to go over. However, it's enough for one of us to contend with the Dragon King. The rest of us can destroy the rest of the Dragon King's subordinates. The people from the 9th rank Sky Sect pondered for a moment and nodded. Wuxia did not know that when the people from the Dragon Palace rushed over, the alliance of the 9th grade Heaven Sect had also sent people over. Although they were only here to try their luck, they would encounter the people from the Dragon Palace if they could. If they could not, they would hunt down some abyssal species. However, what the people from the 9th grade Heaven Sect did not know was that the thorned dragon species from the Dragon Palace was hidden among them. Secondly, Ao Crab alone could represent the entire dragon race of the Devouring Dragon. In his body, there were still 500 Immortal King level experts, and 2 of them were level 6 Immortal King level experts. On the surface, only 140 experts from the Dragon Palace had rushed over. 5 hours later, Wuxia saw a group of experts from the Dragon Palace rushing over from the entrance of the abyss. Dragon King! The members of the Dragon Palace immediately shouted respectfully, "All right, let's go." Wuxia looked at them and said with a smile on his face, "It's the Dragon King." The members of the Dragon Palace nodded and immediately followed behind. Buzz! Entering from the entrance of the abyss, Wuxia and the rest flew into the abyss at a terrifying speed. Eh? That seems to be the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. I have to say that the rise of the Dragon Star is too fast. It is now the most popular planet in our star southern galaxy. It's them. Let's go. Our Sky Mountain Sword Sect has no enmity with them. At the back, a few hundred middle-aged elders whispered to each other when they saw the people from the Dragon Palace entering the abyss. A few hundred people also flew into the abyss. In the Star-South star system, because it was relatively safe, some warriors and powers came to the abyss to hunt for abyss seeds. If they were lucky enough to hunt a few dozen to 100, it was equivalent to their 100,000 to 1,000,000 years of hard work. For a god emperor to break through again, they had to have powerful resources to support them. The Dragon Star was already powerful enough. However, a year's worth of resources were all spent on a member of the Dragon Palace, giving him at most undying level 6 battle strength. And this was because the Dragon Palace members had the Dragon God bloodline, making it easy for them to level up. For normal people, a year's worth of resources from the Dragon Star to raise an undying level 1 to level 2 was already considered not bad. It was very hard for an undying to level up without risking his life. Of course, there was a price to pay. Who knew how many warriors had been buried in the abyss? There was once a powerful faction in the southern star system. All the top powerhouses had fallen in the abyss and the entire faction was on its way to decline. Did you bring the dragon's blood? After flying forward for 10 hours, Wuxia found a dilapidated abyssal land floating in it. The land was about 1,000 kilometers in circumference. It was not too small. I brought it. He nodded. You guys are divided into 3 teams. The center of the team is about 500 million kilometers apart. Then, place the dragon's blood in the air to attract the abyssal seeds. If you can kill the abyssal seeds yourself, kill them immediately. If you can't kill them, if there are no abyssal seeds above Immortal King level 7, bring the dragon's blood and escape to me. If the abyssal seeds are too strong, just give up the dragon's blood and escape. Wuxia reminded the members of the Dragon Palace. Yes, Dragon King. The members nodded and immediately spread out. This time there were fire gold dragon seeds. All of them had control over the formation and could completely set up a concealment formation to conceal themselves. Unless there was an abyss seed above level 6 Immortal King that could discover them. When they encountered such an abyss seed, they didn't need to conceal themselves and ran away. Ao Yao Yao, Ao Chi Tian, and the other 2 were in a 3-wave formation. They were spread out within a radius of 2 billion kilometers. Wang Xian placed his dragon blood on a pond on the land in front of him and waited quietly. Roar, roar, roar. Half an hour later, roars could be heard from below. Abyssal seeds had all sorts of shapes and sizes. They could freely evolve their bodies. This was also the reason why their combat strength was so strong. Looking at the few immortal god king abyssal seeds charging at him from below, Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. Buzz. He extended his dragon claw and easily grabbed them before destroying them. It's so convenient to have dragon blood. Wang Xian mumbled and continued to wait here. After half an hour without encountering any abyssal seeds, he immediately changed his position. In other places, the rest of the members of the Dragon Palace had also gained a lot. Wang Xian and the members of the Dragon Palace had been maintaining a relatively close position, using the dragon blood to lure them. The following month went very smoothly. They swept through a large area and killed more than 100,000 abyssal seeds. Among them, there were more than 1,000 undying godly monarch level 1s. Among them, there were 5 level 6 undying godly monarch level 1s. Give me 1 to 2 years, and the Dragon Palace will be able to receive a huge upgrade. These 5 level 6 undying godly monarch level abyss seeds corpses will allow the Dragon Palace to give birth to an undying godly monarch level 7 battle strength. Wang Xian muttered to himself as he hid by the side with a smile on his face and waited. Eh? There are so many abyss seeds, Elder, look. At the same time, not far away, a group of middle-aged elders looked ahead with excitement in their eyes. In front of them, hundreds of abyss seeds were flying downwards. Leading them were more than 10 Immortal King level abyss seeds. The strongest one was at Immortal King level 4. Ha ha ha, my luck is really good. Let's go and capture all these abyss seeds immediately. Everyone's faces revealed an extremely excited expression. They're here. Everyone, get ready. In front of the hundreds of abyssal seeds, Ao Chitian's gaze was fixed on the abyssal seeds that were flying towards the dragon blood in front of them. His eyes flickered with a luster. Wait, Leader Ao, there's a group of people flying towards us from above. A fire gold dragon seed looked towards the position above and reminded Ao Chitian. Eh? Ao Chitian looked up and squinted his eyes. Don't show yourself yet. The rest of you will kill this group of abyssal seeds. He glanced at the group of people, frowned slightly, and immediately ordered. Yes. The group of Dragon Palace members nodded. Attack. At this time, Ao Chitian ordered, and terrifying attacks directly covered the hundreds of abyssal seeds. Boom! The violent energy instantly covered the abyssal seeds. Not good. Elder. Someone is snatching our prey. Above them, when they saw the abyssal seeds that they were following being attacked, their expressions changed slightly. The opponent's strength isn't very strong, snatching prey. The leading elder slightly narrowed his eyes and stretched out his arm, a huge green palm grabbing towards the abyssal seeds that were being attacked. Stop. This is the prey that we've attracted. Ao Chitian's eyes revealed a cold expression when he saw the other party making a move. He waved his arm and a blood-red chain directly coiled towards all the abyssal seeds. Bang, bang, bang. However, the elder's strength was not weak either. The cyan palm and the blood-red chain collided with each other, producing an intense sound. This is the prey that we are chasing, he said coldly. With a sweep of his palm, he grabbed a portion of the abyssal seed's corpse. Stop. We lured them here. Surround them all. Ao Chitian ordered all the members of the Dragon Palace around him with a brutal look in his eyes when he saw that they had taken away some of the corpses of the abyssal seeds. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. More than 60 members of the Dragon Palace immediately surrounded them. Among them, more than 20 strange demons were hiding in the void. What? Seeing the members of the Dragon Palace surrounding them, their faces turned cold. Clang, clang, clang. Everyone immediately took out their weapons and stared at Ao Chitian and the others with cold faces. Leave the prey to us. Ao Chitian stared at them with murderous intent in his eyes. Members of the Dragon Palace? An old man at the back glanced at them and raised his eyebrows. Dragon Palace? The old man in the lead narrowed his eyes. We chased after this abyssal seed. You should have given us the corpses of the abyssal seed. Nonsense, we attracted it with our blood. I'm warning you, give us the other corpses immediately. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. Ochitien slightly clenched his fist and stared at them coldly. Impolite? Humph, do you think our Sky Mountain Sword sect will be afraid of you? The old man in the lead had a cold look in his eyes. I'm warning you, Dragon Palace. It's best not to make enemies with our Sky Mountain Sword sect, or else you'll make too many enemies and people will die. I just want to ask you, hand it over or not? Ochitien asked with a furious look. So what? Do you think you can keep us here? Hee, as long as any of our disciples are injured, your Dragon Palace will wait for our Sky Mountain Sword sect's revenge. The old man said with a disdainful look. Boom, boom, boom. Just as the old man finished speaking, the figures in the surroundings flew toward them with a terrifying aura. Eh? The expressions of the people from the Sky Mountain Sword sect changed slightly. They immediately looked to their left and right. Oh no! It's the other experts from the Dragon Palace. The expression of a middle-aged man changed slightly. Someone is looking for trouble? At the same time, at a location not far away, Wang Xian sensed the signal from Ochitien. He raised his eyebrows slightly. His body moved and he flew over at a terrifying speed. Wang Xian had warned Ochitien and the rest in advance to inform them immediately if they encountered any enemies. Buzz! Wang Xian was not too far away from Ochitien and the rest. When he flew over, he immediately saw Ochitien and the rest surrounding the group. He and the rest also led people to surround them. Oh no, Elder! The Dragon King from the Dragon Palace is here too. The experts from the Tianshan Sword sect who were surrounded saw more and more members of the Dragon Palace surrounding them. When they saw the Dragon King flying over, their expressions changed drastically. The leader of the elders also had an ugly expression on his face. Put away your weapons. He immediately said to the people beside him. The strength of the Dragon King was not something they could contend against. What's going on? Wang Xian looked at the people who were surrounded. He raised his eyebrows slightly and asked Ochitien, Dragon King, they are snatching our prey. Ochitien immediately said, Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, I am an elder of the Sky Mountain Sword sect. We are pursuing a group of abyss seeds and were killed by your subordinates. Just tell them that the prey belongs to you. The elder of the Sky Mountain Sword sect cupped his hands at Wang Xian and introduced himself. We lured the abyss seeds here with our fresh blood. Bring out the prey. Wang Xian heard their words and spoke directly. The people of the Sky Mountain Sword sect were not weak. There was a level 6 immortal king. The prey that was chasing after them with such strength was instantly killed by Ochitien and the rest. It was obvious that they were not strong. Furthermore, this abyssal seed was obviously attracted by the dragon blood. Dragon King, this is the prey of our Tianshan Sword sect. The elder of Tianshan Sword sect's face darkened. He emphasized the words, Tianshan Sword sect. Clearly, he wanted to use his power to oppress them. No one can take away the prey of our Dragon Palace, not even your Tianshan Sword sect. Wang Xian looked at them with a hint of disdain in his eyes. When Wang Xian stepped onto the commercial planet of the Tianshan Sword sect, the other party rejected him directly. Obviously, he wanted to give face to the Tianshan Sword sect. What a joke! You! Everyone from the Tianshan Sword sect had an unsightly expression. Here, let's go! The elder of the Tianshan Sword sect gritted his teeth and threw out the corpse of the abyssal seed. He growled with an unsightly expression. Ochitien immediately took the corpse of the abyssal seed. Wang Xian looked at their figures and showed a hesitant expression. In the end, he did not choose to make a move. If he made a move, Wang Xian was confident that he could keep the other party here. However, there was no need for that. There was no great enmity and he would not kill the other party for no reason. Damn it! That Dragon King did not give any face to our Tianshan Sword sect at all. We were the ones who saw those abyssal seeds first. He doesn't put our Sky Mountain Sword sect in his eyes at all. After flying for tens of millions of kilometers, an elder of the Sky Mountain Sword sect growled in a low voice with a gloomy expression. That's right, elder. This Dragon Palace doesn't give any face at all. Let's join forces with the ninth grade Sky sect to kill this arrogant guy. Another middle-aged man with a bad temper suggested. All right, don't say such useless words. The Sky Mountain Sword sect elder's expression was dark too. He didn't expect the Dragon King to actually not put them in his eyes at all. However, it was completely impossible to start a war with the Dragon Palace over the corpses of a few Abyss Seeds. There are hundreds of Abyss Seeds, over a dozen Undying Emperor level ones. We've only managed to harvest a dozen over this period of time and only one Undying Emperor level. The few elders beside grumbled, obviously unwilling to accept this. However, the Dragon Palace's strength was too strong. If they weren't strong, they would definitely dare to attack. Let's go. We'll go to another place and see if we can kill some Undying Emperor Abyss Seeds. The Sky Mountain Sword sect elder said with a solemn expression, flying in a direction. Elder, there are people over there. Should we hide for a while? They didn't fly for long. When they saw a group of more than 300 people not far away, an elder said in a low voice, in the abyss, one must be careful when encountering other people. Because they couldn't directly escape back to the Divine Kingdom, there were a lot of fights between humans in the abyss. There were even people who deliberately set up an ambush to snatch other people's spoils of war. It seems to be an acquaintance. The Sky Mountain Sword sect elder looked over and his gaze swept past a few elders. He raised his eyebrows. Let's go over. Looking at the group of people not far away, his eyes flashed with a luster. He immediately flew over. The other experts of the Sky Mountain Sword sect were slightly surprised. When they carefully sized up the group of people, their eyes slowly lit up. Greetings, 9th grade Sky sect's solitary mountain patriarch. Greetings, 9th grade Sky sect friends. The elder of the Sky Mountain Sword sect flew over and cupped his hands with a smile. When the people from the Sky Mountain Sword sect flew over, the people from the 9th grade Sky sect, Demon Slaying sect, and 3 Seas Gate also looked over. What's the matter? The 9th grade Sky sect's patriarch glanced at them and asked indifferently. The other party was an existence of the same level, so the 9th grade Sky sect's patriarch was relatively polite to them. Everyone, I have something to tell the other party. Just now, we met the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace and the others in that direction. The elder of the Sky Mountain Sword sect pointed to the back and said directly, the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace and the others are in that direction. Are you sure? The sect master of the 3 Seas sect, who was in the back, asked immediately with killing intent in his eyes. Yes, we can be 100% sure. As for whether the other party has left or not, we are not sure. The Sky Mountain Sword sect elder nodded heavily. Why did you tell us about this? Furthermore, we are not here for the Dragon King. The 3 Seas sect master wanted to speak but was stopped by the 9th grade Celestial sect's patriarch with a wave of his hand as he stared at them and asked. They didn't have a good relationship with the Sky Mountain Sword sect. It was obvious that the other party was plotting something by telling them this news. 9th grade Celestial sect master, we won't hide anything. Just now, we were chasing after a group of abyssal seeds, but they were snatched by the people from the Dragon Palace. Our Sky Mountain Sword sect doesn't have any top-tier experts, so we can only let the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace take them. The Sky Mountain Sword sect elder said directly. Oh, the Dragon Palace actually dares to snatch your prey. The 9th grade Celestial sect elder raised his eyebrows. They even dare to offend the 9th grade Celestial sect and everyone else, so what's there to be afraid of? The Sky Mountain Sword sect elder said in a low voice with a sullen face. That's true. The 9th grade Celestial sect elder nodded his head lightly. We're just informing you, we don't have any other intentions. Our 9th grade Celestial sect won't harm you. Farewell. The elder of the Sky Mountain Sword sect cupped his hands and left without saying anything else. Patriarch, can we trust their words? Seeing the Sky Mountain Sword sect leave, an elder asked. There's no need for them to lie to us. Their expressions can't be fake. However, they also want to kill us with a borrowed knife. The 9th grade Heaven sect's patriarch said indifferently. Whether they want to kill us with a borrowed knife or not, our main purpose is to hunt down the experts of the Dragon Palace. The 3 Seas sect's patriarch said indifferently. Let's go. The ninth-grade Sky Sect's patriarch also nodded coldly and flew toward the direction that the Sky Mountain Sword Sect pointed out just now. Elder, will the ninth-grade Sky Sect go there to hunt down the people of the Dragon Palace? After the Sky Mountain Sword Sect left, a middle-aged man couldn't help but ask. What can the people from the 5th-grade Sky Sect, the 3 Seas Sect, and the Janhua group do when they are together? Can they be trusted if they say that they are not here to hunt down the Dragon Palace? The elder of the Sky Mountain Sword Sect smiled and said confidently, their group is much stronger than the Dragon Palace. If they really go there to hunt down the Dragon King and the others, the Dragon Palace will suffer heavy losses. A middle-aged man looked excited. The Dragon King is too arrogant. Everyone's eyes sparkled with mockery and schadenfreude. If the members of the Dragon Palace are really there, don't let them escape. Kill as many as you can. I'll pin down the Dragon King. On the other side, the 9th-rank Celestial Master ordered the others with sparkling eyes. Yes, even if it's a serious injury, I will make everyone from the Dragon Palace pay a heavy price. The 3 Seas Sect leader suppressed his berserk killing intent and roared softly. The 3 Seas Sect hated the Dragon Palace the most. Hide and be careful. Don't be discovered immediately. A 9th-grade Sky Sect Undying King Level 6 warrior said softly. The group flew forward and tried their best to hide their bodies. Buzz. When they stepped into the area where Ao Chitian and the others were, the strange demon hiding in the void immediately turned around and looked forward. Leader Ao, there is a group of experts over there. They are invincible. A strange demon immediately transmitted his voice to Ao Chitian. Someone is coming? Ao Chitian was slightly surprised. Take the dragon blood and run to the Dragon King immediately. Without any hesitation, he immediately ordered all the members of the Dragon Palace. Yes, the rest of them didn't hesitate at all. They immediately came out from the concealment formation and flew towards the location where Wang Xian was. There are people ahead. They should be from the Dragon Palace. We have been discovered. Let's catch up to them. At the back, the group of 9th-grade Heavens Sect members, who were trying to conceal their auras, saw Ao Chitian and the rest fleeing immediately. Their expressions changed slightly. Fuck! How did we get discovered at such a long distance? Chase them. The sect master of the 3 Seas Sect looked a little embarrassed. If you want to escape, stay here. The face of the 9th-grade Celestial Sect Master was filled with killing intent. With a wave of his arm, bolts of lightning headed straight for Ao Chitian and the rest. A distress signal? The Tianshan Sword Sect. Wang Xian sensed the distress signal from Ao Chitian and the rest. When he saw the terrifying energy fluctuation coming from their side, his expression turned cold. Buzz. Without any hesitation, he charged straight at them. Are they from the Heaven Mountain Sword Sect? Are they courting death? Wang Xian's face was filled with murderous intent as he flew straight over. Around him, Ao Chi, Ao Crab, and the rest could sense the situation over here and immediately flew over as well. Dragon King, Ao Chitian, and the rest could feel the lightning behind them. They looked extremely embarrassed. When they saw Wang Xian charging over, they immediately shouted loudly, "You're courting death." Wang Xian's face was filled with rage. He waved his arm and the 5 elements grinding mill directly blocked Ao Chitian and the rest. Boom! 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 Behind them, the attacking lightning was immediately blocked. Ao and the rest hurriedly flew towards Wang Xian. Ao He, Ao Chi, and the rest also flew over from both left and right to join Wang Xian. Wang Xian stood in the void and stared at the group of people in front of him from afar. 9th-grade Heaven Sect, Demon Slayer Sect, 3 Seas Sect, Jianhua Group, Black Forest Group. Looking at the clothes they were wearing, Wang Xian's eyes revealed a cold killing intent. Ha! Surround them immediately. When the 9th-grade Heaven Sect's patriarch saw that Wang Xian had made his move and that they did not escape, his eyes were filled with excitement. Ha ha! Good, good, good. The eyes of the 3 Seas Sect Master and the rest were filled with killing intent. They were very clear about how many people from the Dragon Palace had entered this place. This time, they had also sent out almost double the strength of the Dragon Palace to hunt them down. In this abyss that could not be returned to their divine kingdom, they could go on a wild hunt. Ninth grade celestial sect and you bunch of trash are really courting death. Wang Xian saw them flying over in an encirclement manner. His eyes sparkled as he said coldly, "Ha ha ha! Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, you call us trash. Let's see where you can escape to this time." In the abyss, an extremely excited voice came from the leader of the Three Seas sect. He stood on the body of the ninth grade Heaven sect's patriarch and stared at Wang Xian and the rest with a ferocious expression. This time, they had finally grasped the opportunity. He wanted to make the Dragon Palace pay a heavy price. Hee. When the rest of the people heard Wang Xian's words, their eyes revealed a cold expression as well. Their eyes swept across the group of powerhouses from the Dragon Palace, one by one as murderous intent flickered in their eyes. The 140-odd members of the Dragon Palace were all immortal godly monarchs. On their side, there were a total of 300 immortal godly monarchs, including 5 level 6 immortal godly monarchs. Compared to the Dragon Palace, they were much stronger. This made all of them extremely excited. This time, they were able to kill more than 100 immortal godly monarchs of the Dragon Palace. I really didn't expect you guys to find us. Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and stared coldly at the ninth grade Sky sect members. He didn't expect to bump into them in the vast abyss. However, this wasn't a bad thing for the Dragon Palace. Haha! Dragon King. There are many things that you didn't expect. However, I can remind you that the one who told us that we are here is the Sky Mountain Sword sect. The ninth grade Sky sect elder laughed out loud and said directly to him. Oh! Wang Xian raised his eyebrows as his eyes sparkled. Are you trying to sow discord? The Sky Mountain Sword sect doesn't know. I should be able to guess whether I've incited the Dragon King or not. The corners of the ninth grade Celestial sect's patriarch's mouth curled up slightly. The Sky Mountain Sword sect wanted to use their hands to attack and even kill the Dragon King and his people. Although they were here to hunt down the people from the Dragon Palace, the ninth grade Celestial sect's patriarch was more than willing to drag the Sky Mountain Sword sect down with him. The more forces the Dragon Palace offended, the happier they would be. Dragon King, let's have a fight. I want to see what you can do as the newly risen king of leaders. As the ninth grade Celestial sect's patriarch spoke, his body slowly emitted a fierce aura. Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and stared at him. Haha! Take this. The ninth grade Celestial sect's patriarch laughed maniacally. Lightning instantly covered his body and a lightning hammer appeared in his hand. Holding the lightning hammer in his hand, he slashed it directly at Wang Xian. Let's see what you're capable of. Wang Xian moved his body, and the 5 elements millstone appeared in his hand. He easily blocked the power of the lightning. His body shook and he flew directly into the sky. Haha, good. Leave this Dragon King to me. The rest is up to you guys. Kill all of them. Don't let any of them escape. The ninth grade Celestial sect's patriarch laughed out loud when he saw the Dragon King flying towards the sky. Creating a battlefield with the Dragon Palace alone was exactly what he wanted. In this way, the rest of them would be able to surround and kill more than 100 immortal godly kings from the Dragon Palace. Hee. Wang Xian looked at the ninth grade Celestial sect's patriarch who was flying towards him. His eyes shone brightly. His thoughts were the same as the ninth grade Celestial sect's patriarch. Leave no one alive. Wang Xian also let out a wild roar. His arm instantly turned into a dragon claw and attacked the ninth grade Celestial sect's patriarch. Myriad thunderstorms. The ninth grade Celestial sect's patriarch's eyes shot out lightning rays as if thunder had descended from the heavens. Boom! In an instant, the battle between Wang Xian and the ninth grade Celestial sect's patriarch erupted. Kill. Ha, kill all the experts in the Dragon Palace. Don't let any of them escape. The battle above erupted. Below, the 3C sect leader roared ferociously. Don't let any of them escape. Yen and the others stared at the group of godly monarchs surrounding them. Their eyes filled with killing intent as they said, All right, don't let any of them escape. He smiled sinisterly. Against the 5 undying level 6 warriors, among them, he himself, Tian, Chi, Strange Demon, Duan Jinming, along with the Swallowing Dragon, there were also 6 undying level 6 warriors. However, Ao had the ability to instantly kill those of the same level, along with the swallowing dragons in his body. Kill! Howl, howl, howl! Without waiting for their opponent to make a move, the Berserk Aochi Tian and Aochi brandished their weapons and attacked the 3 Seas sect leader and the Grade 9 Sky sect elder. At the same time, their bodies instantly transformed into a Berserk battle form, 2 different types of Berserk dragons with the same aura. Courting death. Attack. Surround them, surround them. On the other side, the 300 Undyings from the 5 powers roared madly and attacked. Howl, howl, howl. Surround us? Ao, he howled madly, his eyes filled with mockery. Children, come out and fight. He immediately turned into a 20,000 M swallowing dragon and roared. Howl, howl, howl. The next moment, Ao, he seemed to have turned into a black hole, roaring from within. Howl, howl, howl. Following which, swallowing dragons flew out from his body. One of them even had the same body size as Ao, giving off a terrifying energy. Howl, howl, howl. Over 500 Undying Emperor-level swallowing dragons flew out, their faces filled with rage and malevolence, instantly attacking the surrounding 500 over Undyings. Shit! Seeing the sudden appearance of the 500 over Undyings, the expressions of all the warriors from the 5 powers changed. Damn it, they actually hit 500 over Undyings. The 3 Seas sect leader saw this scene, his expression instantly darkened as he roared angrily. The Dragon Palace had actually been hiding over 500 Undying Emperors since arriving at the Abyss. Did they know that they were here? At this moment, the 5 great powers and the group of Undying Emperors felt as though they had fallen into a trap. Ah! Suddenly, a terrified scream sounded. When the 5 major factions heard this voice, their hearts trembled violently as they hurriedly looked to the side. On the left side, a Face Slayer sect patriarch stared wide-eyed as he raised his head, his face filled with fear as he stood in the air, trembling. On his chest, a claw had pierced through his chest. A black and white shadow was attached to his back, causing his life force to quickly dissipate. Hiss, this. When everyone saw the black and white shadow and the demon-slaying sect patriarch who was about to die, an Undying God King level 6 expert, their hearts turned cold. Ah! At the same time, screams rang out one after another. At this moment, everyone's expressions changed drastically as they immediately scanned their surroundings vigilantly. Be careful of the surroundings. There's an ambush. The 9th grade Sky sect elder immediately shouted. Their foreheads were covered in cold sweat as they looked around vigilantly. Surround them. At this moment, Duan Jinming's voice sounded. The 700-plus godly kings of the Dragon Palace immediately surrounded the 300-plus experts. At this moment, the position of the hunter and the prey completely changed. Damn it! What is this thing? How can they hide in space? Not good. There are too many warriors from the Dragon Palace. At this time, when the members of the Dragon Palace surrounded the warriors from the 5 powers, when the Dragonspine dragons attacked, instantly killing 40 Undyings. Everyone from the 5 powers felt their scalps go numb, their eyes filled with fear and fear. In an instant, 40 Undyings were assassinated, of which one was at level 6 and 2 were at level 5. What shocked them the most was that, after the assassination, the 40 strange silhouettes vanished once again. What was even more shocking was that they actually couldn't discover their presence. The 5 forces all had cold sweat on their foreheads. Kill, don't let any of them escape. Ao Chitian let out a furious roar and directly attacked them. Kill. Ao Chi followed closely behind. Oh no, we're not their match. The Jianhua group's Tier 6 Divine King expert's expression changed drastically. He immediately raised the shield in his hand to block as he shouted loudly. The other party's strength is double ours. We can't fight them. There are still those strange creatures surrounding us. We aren't their match. Everyone from the 5 major factions roared with extremely ugly expressions. They were panicking. In the abyss, they could not escape immediately. Once they died, they would truly be finished. Patriarch, save us. At that moment, the 9th grade Heaven Sect experts could not help but shout at the Patriarch in the sky. What? The patriarch of the ninth grade heaven sect was slightly shocked when he heard the cry for help. He immediately looked down. When he saw that they were surrounded and there were still 40 corpses in the air, his expression changed drastically. "Damn it, Dragon King, you're setting us up." The patriarch of the ninth grade heaven sect's expression changed drastically. He stared at Wang Xian with blood-red eyes and shouted, "Ha ha ha! Do you really think that our dragon palace is defenseless? What a bunch of idiots!" Wang Xian said with a face full of mockery. He waved his dragon claws and attacked him directly. "Damn it!" The heart of the ninth grade celestial sect's patriarch sank. He threw out the lightning hammer in his hand and attacked. At the same time, he wanted to fly down and rescue them. "I'm afraid you're not strong enough to save them." Wang Xian waved his arm and the 5 elements millstone met the lightning hammer directly. At the same time, Wang Xian's dragon claw clawed at the ninth grade celestial sect's patriarch. "Get lost!" The ninth grade celestial sect's patriarch shouted furiously. "Habha, are you thinking too much if you want to get rid of me now?" Wang Xian's face was full of mockery as he stopped him directly. "Kill everyone else." At this moment, he ordered the members of the Dragon Palace. Roar, roar, roar. More than 500 devouring dragons roared and their huge bodies attacked everyone from the 5 major factions. Breakthrough. At this moment, all the experts from the 5 major factions no longer wanted to kill the members of the Dragon Palace. It was good that they could escape now. Breakthrough, breakthrough. The Undyings roared madly. Even the 5 Undying level 6 warriors broke through separately. "We'll stop them and try to stay here," Duan Jinming roared. Immediately locking onto an Undying level 6 warrior, Aohe and the others locked onto one too. "Kill, kill, kill." All the warriors of the 5 forces fought with their lives on the line, their faces blood-red as they tried to break through. However, to escape, the encirclement of the Dragon Palace warriors wasn't that simple. Very quickly, 2 members of the Dragon Palace, and even 3 of them surrounded and attacked one of the other. The warriors of the 5 forces were completely tied down. The moment they were entangled, the next stage would be the Thorn Dragon stage. The 5 forces were already having a hard time defending against 2 or 3 members of the same level against the Thorn Dragon's assassination. No matter how lucky they were, they would be heavily injured. However, if they couldn't dodge in time, they would be met with death. Another round of attacks, over 20 Undying Emperors fell. Some of the warriors from the 5 powers looked over, their faces even paler. Over 20 Undyings had fallen. It meant that 40 to 50 warriors of the same level as the Dragon Palace would surround and attack them. If this continued, they would all be finished very quickly. "The 3 of us break through here, quickly. Even if we are heavily injured, we have to break through." The leader of the 3C sect saw the scene and his heart tightened. He hurriedly shouted at the level 6 warriors of the Jianhua group and Black Forest group. "Good." The other 2 experts also gritted their teeth. The 3 of them saw an opportunity and forcefully tried to break through even if they had to suffer heavy injuries. "Stop them." The weapons in Ao Chi Tian and Ao Chi's hands heavily covered the 3 of them. "It's over." The heart of the Tier 6 godly kings of the Jianhua group sank when they saw the attack behind them. They could not withstand this attack. However, if they stopped to resist, they would not be able to escape completely. "I will take revenge for you." At this moment, a voice entered their ears. Following that, the 2 experts from the Jianhua group and the Black Forest group sensed a huge force landing on their bodies. They widened their eyes and looked at the 3C's Gate Master in disbelief, their eyes filled with anger. "Ji Huang Yuan. Peng." The Jianhua group's Tier 6 godly king roared in rage, but in the next moment, a terrifying attack landed on the 2 of them. The 3C's sect leader gritted his teeth and tried his best to escape. "Damn it!" Behind them, Ao Chi Tian and Ao Chi saw the 3C's sect leader using 2 level 6 warriors as shields, swiftly breaking through their defenses. Their expressions changed. "Ah!" At this time, a scream came from behind. They turned to look. Ao Yao had once again assassinated an Undying level 6 warrior. "No need to chase. It's hard to catch up. Kill the rest." Ao Chi Tian pondered for a while and said, "For Undying level 6 warriors were killed, one was escaping. The rest of the Undying warriors didn't have the ability to fight back." One Undying warrior after another was quickly killed. No, Dragon Palace. Just you wait. One day, we will destroy you. In the sky, the ninth-grade celestial sex patriarch shouted with an embarrassed expression when he saw the experts dying one by one. Hee, not bad. One of your people escaped. Wuxia smiled contemptuously and said to the ninth-grade celestial sex patriarch, Scram. The thunderbolts on the ninth-grade celestial sex patriarch's body were violent as he attacked Wuxia. However, after he released his attack, his entire body flew into the distance. Wuxia was stunned for a moment when he blocked his attack. So, the one who got lost is you guys. He smiled and did not pursue. Even if he could not return to his divine kingdom, it would be extremely difficult for Wuxia to keep him. Hee. Looking at the disappearing figure of the ancestor of the ninth-grade heaven sect, he smiled gently. Dragon King, let the leader of the 3Cs sect escape. Kill the rest. There are a total of 303 immortal godly monarchs and 4 level 6 immortal godly monarchs. Qitian flew over and reported to Wuxia. Very good. Put away their corpses. We will continue to hunt for abyss seeds. Wuxia nodded his head. The arrival of the 5 forces from the 9th grade sky sect had brought Wuxia and the rest quite a good harvest. Out of more than 100 immortal king corpses, there were 5 level 6 immortal king corpses. These resources could definitely add another level 7 immortal king warrior to the Dragon Palace. As long as there are 7 to 8 level 7 immortal king warriors in the Dragon Palace, we can consider annihilating the 9th grade sky sect. Wuxia mumbled. 7 to 8 level 7 immortal king level masters, together with the array formation, could kill 4 to 5 level 7 immortal king level masters. Now he could increase the resources in his hands by 2. The sky formation would be guarding the dragon star. Excluding him, he also needed 5 level 7 immortal king level resources. I hope I can gather all the resources within half a year. Then, I can make my move. He moved and led the members of the Dragon Palace to fly in another direction. In the next month, Wuxia and the rest used the dragon blood to continue to attract the abyssal seeds. For a whole month, they obtained a lot of harvest again. With all the resources in their hands, they could create 3 Immortal King level 7 powerhouses. This kind of harvest is fast, but it's also slow. A month later, Wuxia looked at the harvest in his hands. This kind of improvement was extremely terrifying to any force. It's still a little weak. If I encounter a larger abyssal race, I can only escape. Wuxia raised his eyebrows as he thought of the situation he had encountered during this month. Once the number of abyssal races reached more than 100,000, most of them were led by level 7 Immortal King level abyssal races. With Wuxia and the rest's strength, they could only retreat when faced with such a race. It was all because they were too weak. Dragon King, something has happened on our side. At this moment, Ao Yao's figure flew over quickly and said to Wuxia, What's the situation? He raised his eyebrows and asked immediately, Dragon King, we found an incomparably huge mountain peak there. There are many holes in the mountain peak. We found the existence of abyss seeds inside. Ao Yu reported immediately. Bring me there. Wuxia flew over immediately. This is. When he arrived, he looked at the huge mountain peak in front of him with a shocked expression. The entire mountain peak was about 200 to 300 million kilometers in size under Wuxia's perception. He could not tell how big the diameter was. The pitch-black mountain peak stood in the middle of the abyss. It looked exceptionally spectacular. On this towering and huge mountain peak, there were numerous densely packed holes. Some of the holes were big while others were small. One could see some abyss species entering and exiting from the inside. This is a large-scale abyss species. Wuxia narrowed his eyes slightly. His eyes were flashing with a fiery glow. Encountering such a large-scale abyss species and one that had its own territory was both a danger and an opportunity. Once he could hunt down this large-scale abyssal race, the rewards would be abnormally terrifying. Take out the dragon's blood immediately. Let's see if we can attract some here. Also, call Ao Qitian and the rest over. Wuxia narrowed his eyes slightly. If the dragon's blood could attract the abyssal races inside, he could hunt them down continuously. There was no need to spend a lot of time to search for them. Moreover, according to Wang Xian's estimation, the number of abyssal seeds in this race was definitely not small. There should be hundreds of thousands of them. It's the Dragon King. Ao Yao nodded. Soon, all the members of the Dragon Palace gathered. Splash. Wang Xian waved his arm and a pool of dragon's blood was placed in front of him. Hide yourself, he whispered and immediately hid himself. He stared at the spot in front of him. Roar, roar, roar. Squeak, squeak, quack, quack, quack. Very soon it was so fast that Wang Xian and the rest were astonished. One by one, abyssal seeds flew out from the mountain peak. Their burning eyes flew towards the direction of the dragon's blood. Quack, quack, quack. A powerful abyssal seed spread its wings and flew towards them at a terrifying speed. Roar. However, at this moment, an abyssal seed that was like a round ball flew over at an even more terrifying speed and crashed into another one. Bang! The tremendous force immediately sent it flying. Behind him, more than 10,000 abyssal seeds poked out from within, exuding a deathly silent and terrifying power. There are Immortal King level 7 abyssal seeds, and there are even 2 of them. Wang Xian frowned slightly when he saw the spherical abyssal seeds and the abyssal seeds that were filled with bone spikes behind them. We can't be defeated. Let's go. Let's escape. Wang Xian did not hesitate and immediately ordered all the members of the Dragon Palace. Roar, roar, roar. Ga, ga, ga. However, the moment they moved, the abyssal seeds behind them sensed them and let out roars. The round abyssal seed at the front flew to the side of the dragon's blood and devoured it immediately. Then, it stared at Wang Xian and the rest who were escaping with its bloodthirsty eyes. Roar! Roar! The next moment it let out a wild roar and chased after them from behind. Oh no, they are catching up. Speed up! When Wang Xian saw the abyssal seed chasing after them, the tens of thousands of abyssal seeds behind him did not hesitate and chased after them directly. Wang Xian thought to himself, this is not good. Energy enveloped the members of the Dragon Palace and they joined in immediately. Whoosh, 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 roar, roar. However, the abyssal seed behind him didn't give up. It let out a furious roar and chased after him closely. These guys. Wang Xian fled for half an hour. When he saw the 2 of them following closely behind him, he looked a little embarrassed. Get out! Wang Xian's eyes sparkled. After hesitating for a moment, he flew towards the exit. He was prepared to return to the Dragon Palace to increase the strength of the Dragon Palace and convert all the resources into combat strength. Behind him, the 2 level 7 abyss seeds of the eternal celestial master chased after him for a full 20 hours before they finally stopped. In the middle of the chase, Wang Xian had no choice but to keep Aou and the rest into the mother nest. 20 hours later, Wang Xian's face was pitch black as he slowed down his speed. Fortunately, he was at level 7 Immortal King. If he was at level 8, he would be doomed. Phew, let's go out first. Wang Xian exhaled heavily and continued to head towards the exit. After staying in there for 2 months, he was still about 5 hours away from the exit. Just as Wang Xian was about to reach the exit, he met some familiar figures. Looking at the group of people that were tens of millions of kilometers to his right, his eyes were sparkling. Tianshan Sword Sect. Sigh, it's been 2 months, and we've only gained a little. Deacon Feng was also seriously injured by accident. The best time was the hundreds of abyssal seeds. Fuck. If it weren't for the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, those abyssal seeds would have been ours. I wonder if the 9th grade Sky Sect has wiped out the experts of the Dragon Palace. Humph. If the Dragon Palace didn't leave, even if they didn't kill all of them, the Dragon Palace would have suffered heavy losses. Not far from the exit of the abyss, the people from the Sky Mountain Sword Sect were chatting with unpleasant expressions. This time, the patriarch of the sect had led them into the abyss, but they hadn't gained much in the past 2 months. One of the deacons was even ambushed and almost died. This made their faces extremely ugly. When they thought about how they had the opportunity to kill hundreds of abyssal seeds a month ago, but they had been snatched away by the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, they became even angrier. Now, they prayed that the people from the Dragon Palace would be killed by the 9th grade Sky Sect and run away. Shut up. At this moment, the elder of the Sky Mountain Sword sect at the front suddenly said in a deep voice, "Eh?" Everyone was slightly shocked. The rest of the experts sensed something and immediately looked to the side. That is? Dragon King. Everyone from the Sky Mountain Sword sect was slightly shocked. Following that, they pursed their lips and stopped talking. May I know why you were here, Dragon King? When the elder of the Sky Mountain Sword sect saw Wang Xian flying over, his eyes flickered. He cupped his hands and asked, "It's nothing much. I just have a question for you all." When Wang Xian noticed them, he flew over immediately. He swept his gaze across the people of the Sky Mountain Sword sect, sensed his surroundings, and asked with a smile, "Oh, I wonder what the Dragon King is up to. We will definitely tell you honestly." The elder of the Sky Mountain Sword sect was slightly puzzled and asked immediately, "A month ago, a group of people from the 9th grade Heaven sect who were looking for death rushed over immediately after you left. An elder of the 9th grade Heaven sect said that you were the one who told them that we were in this direction." Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and asked them, "Is this matter true?" His eyes flickered as he sized up the expressions of everyone from the Sky Mountain Sword sect. When he finished speaking, he could clearly sense that some of the people's expressions had changed slightly and their pupils were slightly stunned. Even the elder of the Tianshan Sword sect at the front was also stunned. "Dragon King, we have no enmity with you. How could we possibly do such a thing? It must be that 9th grade Heaven sect who deliberately tried to sow discord between us." The elder of the Tianshan Sword sect immediately opened his mouth to explain. "Is that so? However, I can sense another answer from your expressions." The corners of Wang Xian's mouth curled up slightly as he looked at them with some ridicule. His words caused the expressions of everyone from the Sky Mountain Sword sect to change once again. The elder of the Sky Mountain Sword sect also felt his heart tighten. "Dragon King, we can guarantee with the Sky Mountain Sword sect that we didn't do such a thing." "That's right. The 9th grade Sky sect must have deliberately said such words to sow discord between the Sky Mountain Sword sect and the Dragon Palace. If we have a conflict, the Dragon Palace will not only face them, but also the Sky Mountain Sword sect. They are deliberately trying to push the Sky Mountain Sword sect to their side and then unite with us to fight against your Dragon Palace. So this is just a scheme of the 9th grade Sky sect." A middle-aged man beside him also spoke up. His words also conveyed the same meaning. "Don't push the Sky Mountain Sword sect to the opposite side of the Dragon Palace." This was because once their Sky Mountain Sword sect became the enemy of the Dragon Palace, they could join forces and destroy the Dragon Palace. "Hee hee. I already know the answer from all of you." Wang Xian smiled faintly. With a slight movement of his hand, the 5 elements millstone appeared in his hand. In an instant, a terrifying aura instantly enveloped everyone from the Sky Mountain Sword sect. "What? Not good." Everyone from the Sky Mountain Sword sect sensed Wang Xian's terrifying aura, and their eyes revealed a look of horror. "Dragon King, what are you doing?" "We are disciples of the Sky Mountain Sword sect. If you attack us, our Sky Mountain Sword sect will not let you off. When the time comes, your Dragon Palace will not be able to withstand the combined attack of the 9th grade Sky sect." The elder of the Tianshan Sword sect also narrowed his eyes slightly and warned Wang Xian, "If you want to harm our Dragon Palace, you will have to pay a heavy price. Die!" Wang Xian did not hesitate at all. The 5 elements millstone instantly enveloped all of them. "Dragon King, you are making an enemy out of our Tianshan Sword sect." An expert of the Tianshan Sword sect roared angrily. "Oh no, run!" The elder of the Sky Mountain Sword sect immediately roared furiously. "If you want to escape, can you all escape? Since you dare to plot against me, Dragon King, all of you can go to hell." Wang Xian's eyes were filled with ruthlessness as the 5 elemental laws that had been obliterated fell directly. "It's over. No, 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 Dragon King, stop. Otherwise, our Sky Mountain Sword sect will not let your Dragon Palace off." Everyone roared with fear on their faces. Buzz! The 5 elements grinding came down and a terrifying energy covered the area. Those who were weaker died instantly. Even the elders of the Sky Mountain Sword sect were severely injured instantly. He wanted to escape, but they were too close to Wang Xian. There was no way for them to escape since they were a level lower than him. Dragon Palace, all of you will definitely be destroyed by our Sky Mountain Sword sect. The elder of Sky Mountain Sword sect roared in despair. Hee hee. Wang Xian smiled contemptuously. With a wave of his arm, all the corpses were stored into his interspatial ring. He swept his gaze across the surroundings, but no one saw him. A bunch of people who are seeking death. Since they dared to scheme, they must bear the consequences. Wang Xian mumbled. He didn't care about killing the people from Sky Mountain Sword sect at all. Anyway, no one knew that he was the one who killed them. Even if they knew, so what? With the addition of Sky Mountain Sword sect, the Dragon Palace could still contend against them. With a move, Wang Xian immediately flew out of the abyss. On the road to the entrance, he flew directly to the center of the star Southern Galaxy. The Dragon King is out. When Wang Xian disappeared, two middle-aged men were whispering on the land plate at the entrance of the abyss, transmitting the news. More than a month ago, the 5 major factions suffered heavy losses. 5 level 6 Immortal King powerhouses were directly injured while more than 100 other powerhouses were injured. This made the 5 major factions even more furious. Even a few patriarchs of the 9th grade Heaven sect wanted to kill them directly. However, they didn't take action despite their hesitation. However, the battle between them had just begun. The harvest is not bad. After traveling for more than 10 hours, Wang Xian arrived at the Dragon Palace with a smile on his face. He was in a great mood when he saw the harvest. Prime Minister Gue, use all these resources to increase your high-end combat strength. After that, step into the abyss once again. Wang Xian called Prime Minister Gue over and took out all the resources. With the addition of 3 Immortal King level 7 powerhouses, Wang Xian could bring them to the lair to give it a try.